Chapter 201 For Voice of America to operate well, it must have a good recommendation mechanism. Each uploaded song will be immediately pushed to 100 users, and based on the user's feedback, it is decided whether to promote the song in the next step. If the response is good, it will be further pushed to the user. If the response is average or poor, then there will be no chance to push. For some particularly outstanding works, they will also be on the Voice of America recommendation list. www.mp3.com website homepage, Daily Music Client Recommendation List. Therefore, the quality of the song is the decisive factor in determining the success of the song itself. But one thing is very important. The music works uploaded to the Voice of America will assume that Tanshan Music Company owns the exclusive digital copyright of the song. In order for the electronic version of the contract to be legally effective, both parties confirm that it will be delivered to the other party's mailbox to take effect! And the songs uploaded by the singer are on www.mp3.com website or Tanshan Music Client is downloaded, the singer can get 45% of the share. Tanshan Music Company's overlord treaty is harsh. But for independent musicians who have no way out, it undoubtedly opens a window, allowing them to see a glimmer of success. Therefore, after the launch of The Voice of America by Tanshan Music Company, the response has been enthusiastic, and it has been liked by many music lovers in the United States, especially the original authors of the songs. They are simply ecstatic. In less than 3 weeks, the Voice of America original song platform has collected more than 10,000 new songs. Although the quality of the songs varies, as long as 1% of the songs can stand out, that is enough. As the Voice of America became more and more popular, there was a frenzy of uploading their own music works across the United States. Among them, a professor at a music university uploaded hundreds of original songs he had accumulated over the past 10 years to the Voice of America. After that, more than a dozen songs went viral, and one song even appeared on www.mp3.com website homepage weekly ranking first position, www.mp3. The weekly rankings on the homepage of the .com website include not only original songs from Voice of America, but also songs from major U.S. record companies. University music professor's original song can be ranked first in the weekly rankings, which shows how popular its music is! For a while, university music professors became famous. Then, a reporter interviewed him and asked, "Professor Brian, your music is so good, why don't you send it to the record company?" Professor Brian shook his head, and said, "I sent it, but they don't want to buy my song, saying it is unique in style and not in line with the trend." Reporter: "Oh, that's a shame. Then why did you think of uploading the song to the Voice of America?" By the way, I was retired more than 100 songs back and forth, so I was discouraged and stopped sending the songs to the record company. One day, one of my students suddenly said to me, "Professor, I think your music is very well written, why not release it?" I said, "The record company does not like my song." Then he told me that I can upload the song to the internet, which is the American sound. In this way, I uploaded the song to the Voice of America. However, I did not expect that, not long after, my song suddenly became popular, and even reached the weekly list on the homepage of www.mp3.com. One's position. Actually, I'm not very confident in my song, but I didn't expect it would be so popular. Reporter: "Professor Brian, it is said that Warner Music USA and Sony Music have all sent you signing invitations. I wonder if this is true?" "Yes, that's right. Actually, I don't know Warner Music, Sony Music, Universal, and Everyday Music." Reporter: "Tanshan Music Company also sent you an invitation to sign?" "Oh, why did they ask you to sign?" "Tanshan Music Company is not a record company," Brian explained. "Tanshan Music Company will soon establish an artist department. Signed artists will be double packaged and promoted on the internet and reality, and the business scope will involve online digital songs, physical records, concerts, advertising endorsements, film and television. Yes, Tanshan Music Company owns the original song platform of The Voice of America, which undoubtedly has a huge treasure. If you don't dig it yourself, wouldn't it be cheaper for others? The reporter looked surprised. Oh, this is really big news. Then Professor Brian, what is your choice? Which company will you join? Professor Brian said in a calm tone, the record company abandoned me like a mess before. It was The Voice of America that made me, so you should have guessed how to choose. The reporter nodded, expressing his understanding. The record company was surprised by The Voice of America produced by Tanshan Music. As we all know, the cost of the record company to train a newcomer is very high, such as packaging costs, promotional costs, production of records, etc. But the money may not be costly. Effect. Every year, at least 70% of the newcomers to the record company are smashed into the sand, and finally they are unknown. Now, Voice of America has shown them a way to replenish fresh blood, that is, to directly sign the more famous original singer of Voice of America. Because they are already well known, signing them will save a lot of packaging costs. Untilnovel.com and the release of new albums can also have a certain sales guarantee. Everyday Music Company has the advantage of being close to the water tower, and there is no reason to give up the benefits to other record companies. Therefore, Henry soon asked Tanshan Music to establish an artist department. Moreover, Henry also owns the Galaxy Film Company, which can guarantee that if his artists are famous, they can get the opportunity of film auditions, or the role of the hero, or the supporting role, or the protagonist. In the entertainment industry, which artist does not want to be famous? Except for record companies that take care of film and television, such as Universal, Warner, Sony, etc. Pure record companies are a bit weaker in terms of competitiveness. However, Tanshan Music Company can check the data through the background, predict that the singer will be popular in advance, and sign in advance. Therefore, most of the good artists belong to Tanshan Music Company. If there is a fish that slips through the net, then everyone will fight together. Artists who signed with Tanshan Music Company will get www. MP3. The cover promotion on the homepage of Com will gather popularity and increase visibility. This is becoming more and more important as Tanshan Music Company becomes stronger. What's more, the backstage of Tanshan Music Company is ICQ Company. The name of ICQ is heard by anyone who has been in contact with the internet, and it is definitely one of the giants in the current internet. The amount of traffic is terrifying. Just pop down the window, and hundreds of millions of people will see it. If you promote an artist, it will definitely be popular. Therefore, Tanshan Music Company is still very attractive to artists. Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.untilnovel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 202. When the Voice of America was booming, John Chambers, CEO of Cisco, called Henry. Chairman, China is a big country with a population of 1.3 billion, and the future market is huge. A week ago, China found our Cisco company and planned to build a Sino-US submarine optical cable. Therefore, I think it's time for Cisco to enter the Chinese market. Henry was taken aback for a moment, then he began to think. In the past life, Cisco entered China, but ultimately failed. Lessons from the past. Don't ignore it. Henry was a Chinese in his previous life. How could he not understand the situation in China? As an American company, Cisco's surname is capital. How can China give Cisco the initiative of network equipment, which involves national security information? There is no doubt that Cisco's technology is useless no matter how good it is. Henry thought for a while, and finally replied, Cisco can enter China, but we have to change it. John Chambers did not speak, and waited quietly for the following. Henry paused and said, China's national conditions are different from European and American countries. It can be said that it is very xenophobic, let alone network equipment involving national information security. Therefore, we must adopt a circuitous strategy. First, Cisco uses technology to invest in shares. Invest in a Chinese company. Second, set up an offshore company with a venture capital nature to invest in Chinese companies. With the top-pronged approach, we can get the controlling rights of the Chinese company. Of course, in order to conceal the public, venture capital offshore companies have a bright face. Admiral will be a Hong Kong company, you know. In 1997, when Hong Kong returned, mainland China and Hong Kong were one. We controlled the mainland Chinese company through a Hong Kong company to reduce the level of hostility among the Chinese. John Chambers nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, according to what you said, Chairman, it really makes sense." Henry said, "Let's go to Hong Kong in person and set up an investment company there. At the same time, I am also looking for a Chinese network equipment company that Cisco needs to invest in." Okay, before the chairman goes to Hong Kong, I will let the branch in Hong Kong arrange a place to live for the chairman. Well, that's it. Henry hung up after speaking. Henry poured himself a glass of red wine, then shook the glass, muttering, "Gold." Warwick Company. Huawei Company is currently starting to independently develop and commercialize PBX technology for hotels and small businesses, while PBX is a program-controlled switch. In other words, Warwick already has a certain amount of switch technology. However, for the moment, no matter the scale and technology are compared with Cisco, it is like the difference between Yinghuo and Huayu. However, Henry knew that Warwick relied on China's huge market and developed rapidly, and even later counterattacked the United States, ready to stage a drama of CIS counterattack against the wealthy and handsome. However, the United States used security as an excuse to set up barriers against Chinese telecommunications equipment companies. Warwick has been unable to enter the huge US market. Don't look at China's xenophobia, in fact, it's the same in the United States. Henry understands the truth, so naturally he will not make mistakes. Since China is sure to suppress foreign telecommunications equipment companies, it supports Warwick and uses a variety of means to achieve absolute control to separate the company's management rights and ownership. The company's management rights belong to China, but the company's ownership belongs to Cisco. The stronger Warwick means the stronger Cisco, and Cisco will be able to earn very rich profits from Warwick. 10 days later, Henry arrived at the Hong Kong airport and drove to the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel is the oldest hotel in Hong Kong, and one of the most luxurious and famous hotels in Hong Kong and the world. At present, the Peninsula Hotel is owned and operated by the British Jewish Qadiri family. They naturally knew the news of Henry staying at the Peninsula Hotel. After receiving the news that Henry wanted to stay at the Peninsula Hotel, the Qadiri family prepared a top suite and arranged a Rolls-Royce motorcade transfer. When Henry arrived at the door of the hotel, Roland Qadiri, the head of the Qadiri family, was already waiting here with a group of people. After Henry got out of the car, he saw a grey-haired old man standing in the forefront. Henry saw this person in the photo and knew that he was Roland Qadiri, who was nearly 91 years old. It was under his leadership that the Qadiri family took to the top and became one of the rich family in Hong Kong. "Welcome to Mr. Williams." Roland Qadiri smiled at Henry, and the rows of people behind him greeted him. Henry did not expect 91-year-old Roland Qadiri to pick him up in person. He was a little surprised. He hurried forward, held the old man, smiled and said hello to him. "Mr. Roland Qadiri, hello. I have heard of your deeds as early as in the United States. I really admire you." The Qadiri family was established in Shanghai, and the industry involved electric power, hotel, real estate, trade, finance, cable car and other industries. But because of World War II, the Qadiri family was hit hard, and the family industry was at a low point. Finally, under the auspices of Roland Qadiri, the CLP Power Company and the Peninsula Hotel were rebuilt. Especially the China Light and Power Company, whose business has developed very rapidly, and its assets have increased exponentially. MTLNovel.com soon became one of the top 10 listed companies with the highest market value in Hong Kong! So far, the Qadri family currently controls two major group companies, China Light and Power and the Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotel. In fact, the Peninsula Hong Kong is just one of the subsidiaries of the Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotel. The Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotel also owns the Peninsula New York, the Peninsula Chicago, the Peninsula Beverly Hills, the Peninsula Bangkok, and the Peninsula Beijing, the Peninsula Manila, the Peninsula Tokyo, the Peninsula Shanghai, etc. Mr. Williams really appreciates. Roland Qadri said modestly. If in front of others, he might be proud, but in front of Henry, he would never be proud. It took decades for the entire Qadri family to accumulate wealth of tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. However, it took only a few years for this young man to accumulate nearly 100 billion US dollars of wealth. I don't know, I feel ashamed when I compare. What's more, Henry Williams's surname is Williams, and the first richest person in the Forbes rich list is actually called William the Great. If it doesn't matter who believes it, those with power can inquire that Forbes can't get the information of the shareholders of the internet giant company, so it deliberately creates a William the Great, the purpose of which is to direct the finger at Henry Williams. According to reliable sources, Henry Williams has connections with major internet giants. It seems that the CEOs of major companies have bowed their heads to him. And what does this back mean? Can't you still guess? Please recommend and collect. The author June has built a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 203. After entering the hotel, put the luggage away. Roland Qadri said he wanted to host Henry with a dinner party. Henry naturally agreed directly with a smile on his face. After Roland Qadri left, Henry immediately recruited employees from Cisco's Hong Kong branch and took a document from him. This document mainly contained information about the Hong Kong company. It is the best for companies with Hong Kong-funded background to invest in Warwick. As we all know, mainland China is actively attracting investment, especially Hong Kong companies. The reason is that one is money, the other is political mission. Hong Kong is about to return in 1997, attracting Hong Kong businessmen to enter the mainland, uniting Hong Kong compatriots, and reducing the fear of Hong Kong people about returning to the mainland is a huge task for the current government. As the day of Hong Kong's return is getting closer and closer, Hong Kong's richest people have left one after another. They are worried that once they return to mainland China, their property will be communicated. Despite the Chinese government's statement, this kind of thing will never happen. However, many people still don't believe it. In addition, the British feces chucking stick is also participating in the cooperation to promote various unfavorable news about Hong Kong's return. Naturally, mainland China has to set an example and give Hong Kong people a lot of special treatment. As long as Hong Kong companies invest in the mainland, the 3 reductions and 2 exemptions are exempted for 2 years and halved for 3 years. That is a must. What company he wants to invest in, the government has to cooperate well and try to make his investment successful. Therefore, it is best to control Warwick through a Hong Kong company, then through the overseas offshore company holding the Hong Kong company, complete the indirect holding of the Warwick company. Therefore, Henry needs to acquire a company with a Hong Kong-funded background. This information shows that Hong Kong's financial industry is well developed, and there are many banks, real estate and securities companies. As for venture capital companies, there are very few, and they are simply rare. Industry can only rejuvenate the country. In finance and real estate, there is an ass. Henry couldn't help but shook his head and threw the file on the table. The employees of his opponent said at random, "You can pick up a well-known company and buy it, and then change it into a venture capital company." Yes, at night, The Peninsula Hotel is very lively. Hong Kong's top 10 wealthy families have come to the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong because of an important guest tonight. Although it was only Roland Kiddery who invited Henry, how can there be an impervious wall in this tiny place like Hong Kong? Roland Kiddery could only laugh bitterly when he watched all the giants come uninvited. Among the people who came were Li Jiaqing of Chung Kong, Go Deshing of Sun Hung Kai Properties, Li Shorky of Henderson Land Development, Zheng Yutong of New World Development Go. Limited, etc. who stomped in Hong Kong, and the whole of Hong Kong would be shaken. It's impossible for Roland Kiddery to shut them all out. Roland Kiddery had no choice but to come to Henry's room to explain the situation to him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. The wealthy and aristocratic people in Hong Kong heard that you were staying at the Peninsula Hotel, and they all came to visit. Now, the Peninsula Hotel has gathered hundreds of people." "Oh, is it?" Henry said indifferently. "All right, I want to know them too." After speaking, a smile appeared on Henry's face. These people, he used to only look up, only in the wealthy people seen on newspapers, TV or on the internet, are now chasing to visit themselves. Alas, life is really impermanent, and things are unpredictable. "Old Mr. Roland Kiddery, please entertain them first. I have something to deal with. I will go down later." "Okay, no problem." Roland Kiddery agreed, then turned and left. After going downstairs, Roland Kiddery's cousin, Michael Kiddery, who is also the next helm of the Kiddery family group, stepped forward and asked, "Brother, what did Mr. Williams say?" "He said that there is no problem. He just wants to get to know the giants in Hong Kong too," Roland Kiddery said. Michael Kiddery nodded. "Brother, would you like to invite some female celebrities or models? You know, Mr. Williams is very young and should like young and beautiful women." Roland Kiddery thought about it and nodded. "Then please some." "Okay, then I will arrange it now." At first, Roland Kiddery only wanted to hold a private banquet. "But I didn't expect that the wealthy families in Hong Kong would not be invited, so I just made it lively and invited many celebrities to the show." Guan Xilin, in a moment you remember to behave better. Although I don't know what kind of big people will appear at this banquet, as far as I know, the patriarchs of the top wealthy families in Hong Kong, such as Li Jiaqing, Go Deshing and others, all went to the Peninsula Hotel to visit him in person. It can be seen that that person must be extraordinary. He must be a great man. If you can indulge in him, the future will be boundless. Guan Xilin's the agent reminded solemnly. "Aunt Xiao, I understand." Guan Xilin nodded and said, looking at the beautiful face reflected by the glass of the car window, there was a sense of confidence in the corners of his mouth. "As long as you know." The banquet was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, but half an hour has passed, and the protagonist Henry Williams has not yet appeared. Li Zikai showed dissatisfaction, that Mr. Williams is really a big name, so that people from the 4 major families in Hong Kong are waiting for him here. Humphrey. Li Jiaqing shook his head and reprimanded his son, Zikai. "Don't talk nonsense. If you say something wrong in front of Mr. Williams and lose courtesy, then go home immediately." Li Zikai curled his face and stopped talking, but his face was full of dissatisfaction. Li Jiaqing sighed slightly. Hong Kong's big people with big faces are actually waiting for a young man who is only 16 years old. Alas, it's really ridiculous to say it. Zikai, Mr. Williams is the world's super rich man. Since we come to Hong Kong, we should do our best to entertain people as a landlord. Li Jiaqing paused and said, "Mr. Williams is the chairman of Cisco, with absolute controlling rights. He has a very large influence in the United States and even the world. Do you know how big Cisco is? Cisco's market value is more than 120 billion US dollars, which is our total assets. 6 times as much." Cisco's market value is obviously too high. Maybe it will plummet someday. Li Zikai raised his head, disdainfully said, "Is it falsely high?" "Maybe there is. But," Li Jiaqing paused, and the information of Cisco appeared in his mind, and then said, "Cisco grew up through routers, and later developed into a giant of network equipment production. mainly with routers and switches. It provides a complete set of network solutions. After that, Cisco enters the Internet backbone network and provides Internet access services. It owns the world's largest Internet backbone network company and the second largest telecommunications company in the United States, Cisco MCI. It also owns CommScope, the world's largest optical fiber production company, and Qualcomm, a global leader in the field of CDMA network wireless communications. And some time ago, the oligopoly of Hong Kong's telephone business, Hong Kong Telecom, has been carefully considering whether to use the CDMA network. Once the Hong Kong Telecom company decides to use the CDMA network, then Qualcomm will have a huge influence on Hong Kong! As far as we know, www.mtlnovel.com, Mr. Williams not only owns Cisco, but also has connections with Nicholas, Global Online, iZetch, ICQ and other internet giants. It is suspected that these companies are the controlling shareholders behind the scenes. Of course, whether the speculation is true or not, there are no accurate facts to prove it. But if it is true, then, can you imagine how much influence he has? Li Zikai was stunned, unable to speak for a while. Li Jiaqing did not give him time to think, but continued, in recent years, a bank in the United States has suddenly emerged. In just 1 or 2 years, it has emerged and has become the fastest growing bank in the history of the United States. Now it has become the 10th largest bank in the United States. Do you know the name of this bank? Williams Bank. Li Zikai blushed and said, at this moment, he had guessed what his father was going to tell him. Yes, it's called Williams Bank. This bank's name is nothing else. Why is it called Williams Bank? Isn't it a deep meaning? In my opinion, Williams Bank is almost impossible. It's also Henry Williams' property. As he said, Li Jiaqing's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. At this moment, Henry finished handling the company's affairs and finally walked out of the room. Then I looked at my watch. It's 8:30. It's already 8:30. The banquet is almost over. Last night I spent a good Chinese New Year with my family, so I didn't have time to update. Forgive me. Here, Bsher will give it to you. Happy New Year everyone, Happy New Year. I wish you all good health and all the best. mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile users please to read. Chapter 204. In a hurry, Henry got out of the elevator. He didn't realize that he was walking much faster, but he accidentally bumped into someone. I'm sorry. Henry apologized again and again. When he looked at the person who was hit, he was slightly surprised, and saw that the person hit was a big beauty with fluttering hair and a red cheongsam, which was brilliant and not vulgar. The skin is white and tender and can be broken by blowing. And what impressed Henry the most was her big eyes, full of autumn water, which made me feel pitiful. Guan Xilin. Henry looked at her and couldn't help calling out her name. Guan Xilin when he was young is worthy of being a Hong Kong beauty. She is really beautiful and very feminine! Guan Xilin frowned and stared at Henry, feeling a bit bad. I was holding a glass of red wine to drink, but I was suddenly hit by the young foreign man who rushed out of the elevator, causing the red wine to be spilled on my body. This cheongsam on my body is very expensive, worth 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. I carefully selected and prepared clothes specially for attending some important occasions! Unexpectedly, not long after coming to the hotel tonight, this suit was spilled with red wine. Guan Xilin looked at the person in front of him, secretly said, "This is a very young foreigner, and he can actually call out his name, obviously knows himself, maybe his fan." Miss Guan Xilin, I'm really sorry. I was a little anxious when I came out just now. I accidentally bumped into you. Henry saw that Guan Xilin was spilled with red wine, so he took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it over. Guan Xilin, I'm sorry that your clothes were spilled. Let's go to this hotel. Why don't you go to my room to clean and put on some clothes? Don't worry, How much is your clothes? I let people buy a better set and pay you back. Guan Xilin looked at Henry, slightly surprised. Judging from the clothes and dressing up, it is impossible to see that he will be a rich man, because the clothes he wears are of a different brand, embroidered with the small English characters Williams. What brand is Williams? Guan Xilin said that he has never heard of it, and there is a brand of Williams in the fashion industry! Guan Xilin couldn't help but sneer in his heart. That's all. He actually asked himself to go to his room to change his clothes, which is ill-intentioned and unkind. Guan Xilin originally planned to refuse directly, but at this time, she heard that her agent Xiao had told her in the car that the banquet tonight is very important, and there will be big people attending. If she wears this body and is sprinkled with red wine, the clothes I've ever used are really not decent. After thinking about it, if he enters the room and locks the door, it is enough to prevent him from entering. Give me the room key, and I can go in by myself. Don't follow. Besides, you have to get people to buy clothes soon. Guan Xilin glared at Henry and asked, "Huh?" Henry was stunned first, seeing Guan Xilin defending himself like a wolf, and suddenly understood, and smiled funny. "Miss Guan Xilin, do you think I look like a bad person?" "Like." "Okay." Henry shook his head, gave her the key of the room card, and said, "Give you the key, you go upstairs to find the room by yourself, and then I order someone to bring the clothes up." Guan Xilin took the key to the room card, glanced around, saw the general floor, then turned and walked towards the elevator. "Miss Guan Xilin, please don't look through the files in my bedroom at will. These are very confidential files," Henry said with a solemn expression when he was about to walk into the elevator in Guan Xilin. Guan Xilin was taken aback for a moment, and said without looking back, "Who will look through your files?" Henry watched the elevator door slowly close, with a smile on his face. At this time, Roland Kiddery asked the employees of the Peninsula Hotel, "Has Mr. Williams not come down yet?" "He has gone downstairs, but what?" "Oh, that's it. Mr. Williams seems to be picking up girls." "Pick up girls?" Roland Kiddery was silent for a while, and then said, "The banquet continues to be delayed. Wait until Mr. Williams has finished picking up girls." "Okay." After watching Guan Xilin get on the elevator, Henry called his men and said, "This is Henry Williams. I will send a few sets of women's clothes to my room immediately." "Boss, do you give me clothes for inside or outside?" "Ahem." Henry choked abruptly when he heard this, gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "It's the clothes we gave out." Hearing Henry's tone was wrong, his voice immediately lowered, and weakly replied, "Okay, boss." Henry finished the call and walked to the banquet. He looked at his watch again. Well, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and he was 1 hour late. When Henry opened the door and walked into the banquet hall, he was stunned. "Why, the banquet hasn't started yet. Where are everyone sitting and chatting?" "Welcome, Mr. Williams," Michael Kiddery said loudly into the microphone. At this time, the spotlight was shining on Henry, and a group of people enthusiastically walked to Henry's side and greeted him one after another. "Mr. Williams, hello." "Mr. Williams, hello." Henry replied with a smile, "Hello." Henry kept smiling. He walked from the gate to the opposite side. The distance was not far, 20 meters or so, but he walked for 7 or 8 minutes. He kept smiling and his face was full, almost laughed. When he came to Roland Kiddery, Henry stopped. Beside Roland Kiddery, there were Li Kexing, Go Deshing, Li Zouji and others. Roland Kiddery smiled and said hello to Henry, and then introduced, "Mr. Williams, this is Mr. Li Kexing, the current chairman of Chung Kong Holdings and Hutchison Whampoa Co. Limited. This is Mr. Go Deshing, the chairman of Sun Hung Kai Properties. This is Mr. Li Shorkey, chairman of Henderson Land Development. This is Mr. Cheng Yutong, chairman of New World Development Co. Limited. This is Mr. Run Run, the president of Shaw Brothers Film Company and TVB Radio Television." Roland Kiddery introduced more than a dozen individuals, all of whom are well-known tycoons in Hong Kong. Among the 10 of them, Henry is the most familiar with Lee Cashing and Run Run Shaw. Lee Cashing, don't talk about it, it's like a thunderbolt. As for Run Run Shaw, although he is nowhere near as rich as Lee Cashing, the Shaw Brothers Film Company and TVB are so well known that they have produced many good movies and TV, which have become very fond memories of childhood. In his previous life, when Henry was in college, he saw a UFO building in the university. At first, the name was full of doubts. UFO building, what do you mean? Later, I learned through understanding that it turned out to be a building donated by Run Run Shaw, so it was called the UFO building. Therefore, Henry's impression of Run 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 is also very deep. Long Yang, Long Yang. Henry greeted them one by one. After took a seat, Roland Skiddery's cousin Michael Kiddery announced that the banquet officially began. At this time, Henry looked at his watch unconsciously. It was 9:30. Actually, everyone came here after having dinner. This kind of banquet is more like a gathering in the upper class in the West. The food is placed on a few long tables, and you can take what you like to eat. The main purpose of the banquet is to communicate. Henry was very active in communicating with them and exploring their voices. Because Hong Kong is about to return to the mainland, causing panic in Hong Kong, a large number of rich people will leave. Real estate will fall sharply. Henry is very interested in taking advantage of things. Except for Run Run, the other people just introduced by Roland Kiddery have invested in a large number of real estate companies. If they intend to sell, Henry doesn't mind taking their real estate! But Run 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 can't run away either. Henry has a wide range of interests, and he can't help but be interested in taking advantage of it, as well as film companies and TV stations. Just when Henry organized the language, played side by side, and counted the richest people in Hong Kong, the clothes Henry ordered his men to prepare have been delivered to Guan Xilin. The moment Guan Xilin walked into the room, she was shocked. This suite is the most luxurious and top-notch room in the Peninsula Hong Kong. It costs $10,000 a night. In fact, the Peninsula Hotel is not too expensive. A one-night stay at the Grand Resort in Athens, Greece is expensive $50,000 per night! Guan Xilin originally thought he was a liar and pretended to be generous. As soon as she saw this room, she overturned her guess that the young man must be a very rich man! Guan Xilin found the bathroom and simply washed his clothes. After waiting for a while, I still didn't see the clothes delivered. Under boredom, it suddenly occurred to Henry that he reminded her not to look through the documents in the bedroom when she walked into the elevator. It's okay for Henry not to remind, but the reminder makes Guan Xilin more curious. I just went to look at the bedroom. You reading www.uukanzu.com is not looking through his files. Guan Xilin murmured, walking towards the bedroom. In the bedroom, there is a wisteria wood desk that is very conspicuous, and it is difficult for Guan Xilin not to see it. Immediately, she walked over and found a document on the table. The cover of the document reads 4 words 10 billion acquisition! Seeing these 4 words, Guan Xilin was shocked suddenly. His heartbeat quickened. 10 billion! Acquisition! Guan Xilin couldn't help but want to open the file and look at the content inside. Reached out in the air but stopped again. Peeping at documents is unethical, and it is very likely to violate the law. Guan Xilin hesitated for a while, and finally did not turn over the file, but, holding back his curiosity, sat on the edge of the bed. At this time, the doorbell rang, and someone outside shouted, "Dear guest, the clothes have been delivered." Guan Xilin confirmed that it was indeed the hotel waiter who brought the clothes outside, so he opened the door. "Miss, these are the clothes that Mr. Williams bought for you. There are 3 sets in total," the waiter said while placing the clothes on the table. "This is an invoice. Please forward it to Mr. Williams." "Miss, if there is nothing. If things are ordered, then I will leave." "Well, nothing else." After the waiter left, Guan Xilin was holding 3 pieces of clothes, his eyes glowing. and he liked it very much. These 3 pieces of clothes are extremely beautiful, handmade by top European designers, and they are very expensive. The style is fashionable, the workmanship is excellent, and the clothes are actually inlaid with a lot of diamonds. Guan Xilin looked at the invoice and couldn't help but cried out suddenly. Chapter 205 Night Mode, RAW, Font Size 16. You must log in to use RAW feature and save the settings permanently. Saving, please wait. Settings saved. Relatives come to pay New Year's greetings. If I ran aside to code words and did not entertain them, it would be bad. Forgive me. They played cards at night, and I said I would sleep when I was tired, and then took the opportunity to code words. More urban life novels. Sees Jeans. 1.925 votes 205.9k views. My Beautiful and Bossy Wife. 5.04 votes 144k views. Starting Out as a Goblin Summoner. 0.00 votes 2 views. View more. Chapter 206 1 million Hong Kong dollars. 3 pieces of clothing cost 1 million Hong Kong dollars each, and Guan Xilin was shocked. In fact, she didn't know that clothes of this class were only average. The clothes Henry wore were low and unassuming. Although they were not famous brands, they were more expensive than famous brands. A set of clothes cost 100,000 US dollars, which is about 1 million Hong Kong dollars. And this is Henry's price that is not extravagant and frugal. If Henry wants to buy clothes for his beloved woman, it's not tens of millions of dollars. He would be embarrassed to take it out. Guan Xilin couldn't put it down. And after trying on this one, he changed another one. In front of the mirror, Guan Xilin's figure is bumpy, and from time to time she assumes a seductive posture. She looks at her charming herself in the mirror and mutters to herself, "Who is this young man? Why is he so rich?" Guan Xilin couldn't help but think of the document on the table, and his heart itch suddenly became unbearable. I just take a look, and then put it intact. I will definitely not be found, said. Guan Xilin walked to the bedroom in a hurry. 5 minutes later, Guan Xilin's face was full of shock. She closed the file. Her mind couldn't be calm for a long time, like a bomb suddenly dropped on the calm water, because the content of the file was so shocking that it shocked her in disbelief. It is stated in the document that it will spend huge sums of money to acquire TVB, Shaw Films, and Ming Pao, Oriental Daily, etc., in order to build a Hong Kong entertainment media empire. The document pointed out that if Run Run would not sell Shaw Films or TVB, he would use 10 billion Hong Kong dollars to establish his own film company and television station, and offer a 50% higher price to hire people from the company under Run Run Shaw's name. Guan Xilin feels like a tide in her heart. She can't help but imagine that at that time, many celebrities in Hong Kong will switch to this newly established but extremely well-funded company! And what makes Guan Xilin ecstatic is that he actually knows the founder of this company, and he is still in his room. If you are fond of him, what kind of movie he wants to make in the future, what role he wants, is not a sentence. What's the matter? If you can marry into a wealthy family, it would be better. Thinking about it, Guan Xilin couldn't help but show a trace of extreme desire. She looked in the mirror, carefully groomed and dressed, with a firm look on her face. In terms of beauty and charm, she prides herself that few people in Hong Kong can compare herself. In any case, I must do my best to seduce that young man! Guan Xilin took a deep breath and stood up, wearing a white dress studded with diamonds. Walking towards the gate, Henry wanted to follow the words of Li Jiaqing and others. Unexpectedly, these people are all mature, and they speak impeccably. Do you even want to compose your own words? Inquire about your own assets. Henry naturally wouldn't say it, so he talked about him and started talking nonsense. Just as Henry and the others were talking about ill nutrition, Guan Xilin finally came to the hall. The moment she opened the door, everyone's eyes focused on her. The diamonds on the clothes are shining, and the material of the clothes is smooth and silky, just like sticking to the body. showing the whole graceful body to the full. The beauty of Guan's Island makes countless women on the spot dim. The rich are about to move, staring at her unblinkingly. Among them, the rich and confident of picking up girls naturally rushed up the first time. Henry glanced, and it was Liu Liuangqing who was the first to step forward. It turned out to be the local tyrant who can play golf. Slapped a glance, looks rough, 5 big and 3 thick, not tall, it's so-so. There is neither the delicate beauty of the cream nanny nor the sweetness of the little white face. After careful consideration, its appearance is slightly close to the meaning of the underworld. This guy has a peachy name in Hong Kong. The Hong Kong is messy, and a romantic figure. This guy has a special skill when picking up girls. The real estate pickup method, sending flowers is too low. If you want to send it, you will send it to the villa or the building. Well, Guan's Island was surprised when Liu Liuangqing walked up to him. She knows Liu Liuangqing and knows that he is Hong Kong's super rich, known as the stock sniper, worth billions of Hong Kong dollars. Earlier, through several sniping on the stock market, I made a lot of money and was promoted to the rich list of Hong Kong! Guan's Island, Miss Guan, this is Liu Liuangqing. I have seen your movie and it was very good. Thank you. Guan's Island looked at Liu Liuangqing, feeling a little conflicted. That mysterious young man seems to be a super rich man, and Liu Liuangqing is also a super rich man. How should he choose? Guan's Island glanced around, looking for the mysterious young man. When she found that Li Jiaqing, Ge Desheng and other top Hong Kong giants at the helm of the mysterious young man personally accompany the mysterious young man, Guan's Island was shocked. Who is he? All the helms of the 4 major families in Hong Kong came forward to accompany him personally! Liu Liuangqing is more powerful, but compared with Li Jiaqing, it is not a class at all. But Li Jiaqing is sitting with the mysterious young man here. It's hard to imagine how prominent that person's identity is! Water flows to lower place, man goes to higher position. Don't hold the thigh, hold the calf, unless the brain gets water. The forest of Guan has a decision soon. So instead of talking to Liu Liuangqing, he went straight over him and walked towards Henry. Henry looked at her from top to bottom, and smiled faintly. How about? Is the clothes okay? Well, I like it very much. Guan's Island replied a little nervously, because the people next to them are all important people in Hong Kong, not to mention Li Keqiang, but Run Shaw, the Hong Kong film and television tycoon, is enough to make her unstoppable. Hello, I am the film and television actor Guan's Island. She respectfully and cautiously greeted everyone, then took out the room key from his bag and handed it to Henry. But then Keqiang stood beside Henry and did not leave. Miss Guan's Island, please sit down. Roland Skiddery saw Guan's Island possessing Henry's room key, and thought Guan's Island was Henry's female companion, so he quickly arranged a seat for her to sit down. Thank you. Guan's Island thanked him directly and sat down. Henry looked at her. Guan's Island's face turned red unconsciously. Henry and her knew that she was not his female companion, but she sat down as a female companion. It is already very clear what thoughts, or hints, are hidden behind this! She wants to fish herself! Henry gave a chuckle, without saying anything. No matter what she does, there will be no results. It is impossible for Henry to like her and accept her as his own woman. Guan's Island only regarded it as a beautiful vase, but there were flaws in this vase, which made Henry dislike it. After taking a look at Guan's Island, Henry continued to chat with Li Jiaqing and others, chatting about Hong Kong's real estate and the future of Hong Kong. Mr. Run, you are so old and you are still worrying about TVB company. What a role model for us. When Henry mentioned TVB, Guan's Island suddenly moved in his heart and couldn't help looking at runrunsure.mentalnovel.com because she peeked at Henry's documents. She knew that Henry was about to acquire TVB. Mr. Williams, you really appreciate it. Run Shaw laughed. Operating a TV station is my hobby. As long as my health is okay, I will continue to work. Ha ha. Henry smiled on his face, but he cursed in his heart. You have to continue to work if you are still healthy, then I don't want to buy TVB. Your past life actually lived until 2014 and enjoyed your life. I'm 107 years old, and it's only 1990. I'm going to live a long time! Exclamation mark. After half an hour, the banquet is over. As soon as Henry left, everyone broke up. Guan Xilin followed Henry silently. Are you not going home yet? Guan Xilin blushed and whispered, my Chong Sam fell in your room. Really? Henry suddenly held Guan Xilin's chin and provocatively said, you want to follow me into the room? Don't you fear that I am a bad person? Guan Xilin looked up at Henry charmingly. Not afraid, Humphrey. Henry snorted. Miss Guan Xilin, to be honest, you are too old to suit me, so don't bother. After finished speaking, Guan Xilin's face turned pale after hearing this. Henry shook his head, turned and left. Don't worry, I will send your clothes to your house. At this time, the elevator door opened and Henry stepped in. A few minutes later, Henry returned to the room, walked to the bedroom, looked at a document on the table, couldn't help but smiled. SureEnough.MTLNovel.com. Welcome to read the latest, fastest and hottest serial. Works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 207. Henry came to Hong Kong this time, and countless eyes were watching his every move. It will also include mainland China. The main purpose of Henry's coming to Hong Kong this time was to control the Warwick Company. By the way, he took advantage of Hong Kong's turbulent period a few years before the return to set up the game. Henry reminded Guan Xilin that he had a very important document in his bedroom, that he wanted to use her to leak out the acquisition of TVB and Shaw Films, thereby distracting everyone and allowing Cisco to hold Warwick behind the scenes. Not cause concern. Ming Siu Plank Road, Dak Chen Kang. In addition, Henry is very aware of Shaw, who is very persistent. He regards TVB as his life, and he will never sell TVB. I want to buy TVB from him, it's so difficult. However, there is also a TV station in Hong Kong, Asia Television, and Henry's target is actually this TV station. ATV is not expensive. Lin Baixin bought all the shares of ATV from Kutijin for only 200 million Hong Kong dollars. In fact, Asia TV is the first free TV station in Hong Kong, many years before TVB. At the beginning, ATV was called Lee's Voice. As early as April 1957, Lee's Voice was approved by the Hong Kong government to start cable television and was granted a license. It became the first television station in Hong Kong and the Far East and unveiled Hong Kong TV broadcasting. A page of history! Exclamation mark. Then came into the hands of Kutijin, and then changed its name to Asia Television Limited. TVB was established on November 19, 1967, but TVB came from behind. It was almost impossible to fight Lee's TV, which caused Lee's TV company to change hands several times. It's not that I'm too incompetent, but that the enemy is too powerful. Lee's TV is also tragic enough to meet such a legendary figure as Run Run Shaw. Run was good at shooting. In his early years, when he was about 19 years old, Run and his brother personally went to Southeast Asia to explore the market. At that time, the conditions were very poor. Every day I used a cart to drag the projection equipment and the film to copy the movies from village to village in turn. In this way, the Shaw Brothers movie became famous. At that time, their film company was called Taniyi Film Company, which was founded in Shanghai Hongkou Yokohama Bridge, and later owned more than 100 movie theaters in Southeast Asia and other places. Who knows, World War II suddenly broke out, and all the hard work was wiped out. After World War II, the other Shaw brothers were frustrated and basically gave up their film career. But Shaw did not admit defeat. He came to Hong Kong alone and founded the Shaw Brothers Film Company. Since then, a new era of Hong Kong film has been opened, and it has influenced generation after generation. Run 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 has been to the United States and seen Hollywood studios. Therefore, after he returned to Hong Kong, he was ambitious and vowed to build the largest cinema in Hong Kong and even Asia. Later, he established Shaw Studios in Repulse Bay. The establishment of Shaw Studios has laid a solid fortress for the huge Shaw Brothers movie empire. Countless outstanding movies were born from Shaw Studios! Run 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 also discovered in the United States that television has replaced movies and has become the more influential video media in the United States. Therefore, he suddenly realized that TV is more important than movies. Therefore, in 1967, Run Run Shaw, who had a deep strategic vision, set his sights on the TV station and founded TVB. After 1990, the Shaw Group even began to shrink the film industry and vigorously develop TVB. The biggest problem in the early days of TVB was that there were not enough actors. At that time, unlike now, there will be various institutions to train actors. It can be said that there were very few actors at that time, and TVB filming TV series requires a lot of actors. How to do? Run Run Shaw made a decision and set up a wireless training class. As a result, the people who came out of the wireless training class actually supported Hong Kong, and even half of the entire Chinese showbiz. The wireless training class can be said to be the Whampoa Military Academy of Hong Kong stars, which has cultivated a large number of Chinese superstars such as Chow Yun-fat, Stephen Chow, Andy Lau, Tony Leung! Is so awesome. Why is it so embarrassing? ATV can only hide in the toilet and cry. More than that, the election of Miss Hong Kong has been around for a long time, but it is sparse and ordinary and has little influence. But in Shaw's hands, it shone like a layer of gold. With the help of Miss Hong Kong's gimmicks, Run Run vigorously develops its potential value, not only giving Miss Hong Kong a certain gorgeous crown, but also signing contracts with her, acting in TV movies, recording records, etc., to make her a big star. As a result, Ms. Hong Kong became popular, and there were countless people competing to sign up. Suddenly, in the election activities, beautiful women were like clouds, and the audience was delighted to watch, and the ratings were extremely high! Asian TV Handan learns to walk and gets a Miss Asia, but it is just like a mockery and turned into a laughing stock. There are many top beauties like Lee Jiexin from Miss Hong Kong, and Miss Asia is full of ugly girls. This Nima is so embarrassed to go on. The back wave of the Yangtze River pushed the front wave, and the front wave died on the beach. This is the true portrayal of ATV. If Henry acquired ATV, the first powerful enemy he faced would be TVB. In order to weaken TVB, it is natural to use some means. Fighting grass will surprise snakes! The content of the document leaked by Guan Xilin is more authentic and persuasive. Everyone really thinks that Henry will buy www.intelnovel.com in the face of a high salary that is 50% higher. TVB will definitely be chaotic. Adding blockage to Run Run Shaw. This is something Henry is very happy to do! Guan Xilin was rejected by Henry, with resentment in his heart. The contents of the file were leaked the next day. Soon, Hong Kong newspapers, television and other media reported the matter. The world's top richest Henry Williams wants to spend a huge sum of money to acquire Hong Kong TVB TV station. At this moment, inside the TVB TV station, the hearts of the people are floating. My God, the billionaires want to buy TVB, we want to change the owner? The big boss has money. If TVB is acquired, our salary will definitely improve. Of course. Haven't you heard that if Henry Williams does not succeed in the acquisition, he will dig us over with 50% higher salary? Fuck, really rich, I want to be dug by him now. Me too. Run Run Shaw soon held a press conference and issued a statement. TVB refuses to buy. As soon as the announcement was released, not to mention how hot the outside world was, but TVB was already in chaos. Many people started to contact and everyone jumped together! Exclamation mark. The front page of the Unscrupulous Sun wrote, "The most anticipated thing this year, the TVB Group quits." And at the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong, reporters are already crowded at the moment. Recommendations and collections. The author has established a book friend group, 424,930,141. Welcome readers to come and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 208. Henry sat leisurely on the sofa and listened to the reports from his employees. Boss, the overseas offshore company has been registered. According to your instructions, the company's name is Iowa Holdings. Henry nodded. The reason why it is called Iowa Holding Company is that if someone finds out who the controlling party of Warwick Company is, then, once you hear this name, you must have a good impression of it. Since the offshore company could not find out about the shareholder members, they used the word Iowa to deceive them and make them think it was a company created by Chinese compatriots. Menxa Hui reported. In addition, we also spent 10 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire a small-scale Hong Kong investment management company with a history of more than 10 years. This company's headquarters is located in Kowloon, Hong Kong. Therefore, the company's name is Geelong Investment Co., Limited. At the same time, we have reorganized the Geelong Investment Co., Limited, and all the previously messy businesses are closed, mainly for venture capital or acquisitions. Very good. Henry groaned and said, then inject 50 million Hong Kong dollars into it, and I want to buy shares in Warwick. Oh, yes. At the beginning Warwick was acting as an agent for Which Switch Company in Hong Kong. By the way, this company was also acquired. As the saying goes, let this company be the introducer, so that it won't appear abrupt. Yes. With his hands behind his back, Henry walked to the window and looked down, looking at the crowded reporters outside the hotel, smiling unconsciously on his face, and said lightly, ATV here, you guys are in secret contact, I hope to acquire it as soon as possible! Exclamation mark. Yes, boss. The men who followed Henry immediately responded. Henry has a very large financial team with more than 100 people. They specialize in managing personal property for Henry, setting up a company, negotiating acquisitions, etc. This financial team will be involved. All members of this team have strong professionalism and outstanding ability to do things. Henry usually takes 1 or 2 people with him when he travels. It will be convenient to get things done. Currently, the team does not have a supervisor, but Henry himself is responsible for the management. Maybe there will be in the future, but at that time, I must find someone who can trust me. Okay. It's nothing for the time being, you go and do something first. Henry waved his hand to let him go. Okay, boss. After saying this, he left. In 1988, Warwick obtained the exchange agency rights of Hong Kong Honian Company and made the first sum of money. In 1990, Warwick independently developed and manufactured the Switch BH01. It can be said that this time, Warwick blocked its own family life. Not only did it spend the first sum of money earned from Hong Kong Honian Company, it also invested the money for customers to book small exchanges! Exclamation mark. If you do not succeed, you will become benevolent! Exclamation mark. I look at death like home. Actually, Huai at this time lacked the most basic R&D environment, even the most basic test equipment. Engineers have to use manual calls and visual observation to check the quality of the externally processed circuit boards. If the BH01 switch cannot be sold in 1991, Warwick will inevitably go bankrupt. As everyone knows, Warwick succeeded and finally created a legend. It happens to be 1990, which is the most difficult time for Warwick. At this point, the best time to invest in Warwick is Shenzhen. Warwick Company Headquarters. Hong Kong Honian Company sent a representative over. A week ago, Henry's men found Hong Kong Honian Company and asked Kowloon Investment Company to pay for it. As a poor Hong Kong branch exchange company, its market value was less than 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Hello, I'm the boss, it's been a long time. Sun Xian, the president of Hong Kong Hongnian Company, said hello with a smile on his face. President Sun, it's been a long time since I saw you. This sudden visit really made our Warwick company flourish. Warwick founder Ren Zhengfei laughed. Hee, where I'm doing everything without going to the Three Treasures Hall. Sun Xian smiled and said, do you know? Cisco's controlling shareholder Mr. Henry Williams is in Hong Kong, and I was lucky enough to meet him later and talked for more than 10 minutes. During the conversation, I heard that Cisco intends to enter mainland China. Presumably you also know that the best switches and routers in the world are made by Cisco. However, due to policy restrictions, Cisco cannot to start a company directly in mainland China. I can only find a Chinese company to set up a joint venture company. So, when I thought about it, I suddenly thought of your Warwick company. I heard that your Warwick company is independently developing switches. Look, otherwise, Cisco the company invested in technology. Our Hong Kong Hongnian Company and a Hong Kong investment company raised their Warwick company. Together, we will develop the Warwick company into the best telecommunications equipment manufacturing company in China. Ren Zhengfei was silent for a while. His face showed a thoughtful color. Sun Xian struck the iron while it was hot, and said, Cisco's technology, you should know. If your Warwick company does not accept Cisco's shareholding, then Cisco can only find other companies to cooperate. www.mtlnovel.com. At that time, Cisco's technology will be launched products. Have you ever competed with Warwick? Ren Zhengfei's face changed after hearing this. If this is the case, Warwick is likely to be a dead end. Sun Xian smiled. Doing business is all for making money, and cooperation will benefit both. Why not do it? You say yes, be the boss. Ren Zhengfei raised his head and asked, how do you cooperate specifically? Sun Xian laughed twice and said, Cisco invested in technology and held 25% of the shares. Hong Kong Hongnian Company and Hong Kong Jiulong Investment Company jointly invested 10 million yuan and held 45% of the shares. Finally, your Warwick company 30% of the shares are left. The market value of Warwick is calculated seriously, at most 10 million yuan. And Sun Xian almost doubled the valuation. Ren Zhengfei was very surprised that they actually offered such good terms. Ren Zhengfei is very contradictory in his heart. Warwick currently lacks both technology and money. If they buy shares, they will be able to solve their urgent needs. However, Warwick has to give up 70% of the shares. Ren Zhengfei was silent for a while, unable to make a decision for a while. President Sun, please allow me to consider 2 days before giving you an answer, okay? Sun Xian smiled and said, no problem. I live near your company, 5 or 6 minutes away. If you figure it out, call me right away. Okay, I will. Ren Zhengfei nodded. After Sun Xian left, Ren Zhengfei immediately convened a board meeting to discuss the matter. What is the result? Look at the next chapter. mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 209. The Warwick Company of 1990 is not the Warwick Company of 2015. It is now a humble small company. There is no strong network, no strong financial resources, and even the danger of bankruptcy. There are many successful examples of the development of China's foreign joint ventures, whether it is Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, Lenovo, etc. All companies have the most foreign holdings, but the management rights of the company are on the Chinese side, and they are subject to the supervision of the Chinese government. This allows the company to grow and develop in China! Henry also developed according to this model. In order to prevent others from discovering that Cisco absolutely controls Warwick, he also created Daiwa Holding Company, holding Hong Kong Hongnian Company and Kowloon Investment Co. Limited behind the scenes, so that several companies have dispersed holdings of Warwick. striking. Henry naturally knew that if Cisco wanted to dictate and control the development of Warwick, it would be good if Warwick had not become a giant telecommunications equipment manufacturer. Otherwise, it would very likely arouse the Chinese government's strong resentment and suppress Warwick. Therefore, Henry had already considered very clearly that the operating rights of Warwick were handed over to the original staff of Warwick, and Cisco had the holding behind the scenes. To capture wealth, it was only necessary to send financial supervisors, then use the huge amount of funds grabbed from Warwick to invest in research and development, so as to stay ahead of the world in technology! Technology is hard power! Of course, the equity incentive plan is a very important part of the company's development and growth. Companies under Henry's name will launch equity incentive plans and take out 10%, 20% of the shares. For example, Cisco's CEO John Chambers, who personally owns 2% of Cisco's shares, would be $2.4 billion in US dollars. As a professional manager hired later, instead of the founder, earning $2.4 billion US dollars, he is already the best professional manager in the world. Warwick Company headquarters. Ren Zhengfei and others discussed it for an afternoon, but they still haven't reached a conclusion. At this time, they received the news that Sun Zheyan from Hong Kong Hongnian Company went to two other switch companies in Shenzhen in the afternoon. These two companies are also agents of Hong Kong switches. They only do sales, not R&D, but their scale and sales channels are much larger than those of Warwick. If Cisco invests in technology, then the shortcomings in technology research and development will be made up. Coupled with a far more complete sales channel than Warwick, once the product comes out, Warwick will undoubtedly suffer a disaster. The entire Warwick company was terrified when they heard the news. The next day, for Warwick, it was another heavy blow! Some customers who ordered small exchanges before have asked for refunds because other companies promised them and provided them with better and cheaper exchanges. The other companies are not other companies, but the two switch agency companies that Sun Zheyan contacted yesterday afternoon. Their Warwick company was in a state of desperation. The customers' money has been invested in research and development, and Warwick has been so poor they can't even return the money to them. The customer blocked the door of Warwick and shouted, "Warwick, refund me the money." Ren Zhengfei sat in the office with a sullen face, without saying a word, surrounded by the company's senior management. In the room, the smoke is so smoky that people can't breathe! Mr. Ren, if this continues, those customers will rush in and smash things. An employee suddenly rushed in and shouted. Ren Zhengfei took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "What kind of conditions did Sun Zheyan give over there? Did they agree to cooperate?" Vice President Ren Ping, who is in charge of intelligence collection, said, "The details are still unclear, but they are still negotiating." Sun Yifang, a senior financial officer of Warwick, said, "Sun Zheyan cannot represent Cisco. Although Warwick is not big, we can independently develop switches. I think this is the key to Cisco's fancy. Otherwise Sun Zheyan also the first stop if you don't come to Shenzhen is to come to our Warwick company." Ren Ping said, "That said, but if our Warwick company disagrees with Sun Zheyan's terms, then they may cooperate with their." Sun Yifang said, "This is just Sun Zheyan's trick, trying to force Warwick to agree to their terms in this way." "Yes, that's right." Ren Ping nodded. "However, other people are arrogant, even if we know it. What can we do?" "The top priority now is to find funds to solve the problem of customer refunds. Our Warwick exchange has already it is about to succeed in research and development, for Shanjiuren cannot fail at the last moment." There was silence in the office. Ren Zhengfei raised his head and looked at Sun Yifang and asked, "Sun Yifang, go to the bank and ask if they can give us a loan." "I'll go now." Sun Yifang nodded, then stood up and walked out of the office. Ren Zhengfei sighed slightly. "I have to do this first. Ren Ping, you first go to comfort the customer, saying that our switch can be 10% cheaper. For those who insist on requesting a refund. mentalnovel.com, you just saying that we can get the money back to them soon, please don't worry. After a pause, he said, "Oh, let's delay as long as it can, and try to wait until the bank lends us a loan." "Okay, I understand," Ren Ping responded and walked out of the office. Ren Zhengfei said to the people around, "You guys also go out to help. I want to be alone." "Okay, Mr. Ren." However, 2 days later, Sun Yifang, the financial officer of Warwick, went to banks in Shenzhen, but no bank was willing to lend to Warwick. In itself, bank loans are very difficult. Secondly, the bank sent people to understand the current situation of Warwick, and even dare not give it a loan. This loan may become a bad debt in the future, and the risk is too great. Sun Yifang returned to the company disappointedly. Ren Zhengfei already saw the result from her face. "No bank is willing to lend us a loan?" Sun Yifang nodded, and said dejectedly, "Yes." Ren Zhengfei nodded, without asking anything more. In the past, if banks were willing to lend to Warwick, Warwick would not have to use the money for users to book exchanges for research and development expenses. Now, many customers are stuck at the door asking for refunds, and the bank dared to give Warwick a loan. Ren Zhengfei himself doesn't believe it. However, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, he still has to try, but after the attempt, it failed! Is there only one way for Warwick? Ren Zhengfei stared at the wall in a daze. At this time, will there be a turnaround? www.mentalnovel.com Book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 210 Warwick's fate is worrying. In Hong Kong, Henry has launched a secret acquisition of ATV. Lin Bakeson spent 200 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire all the shares of ATV, but at this time, he only owns 38.3% of the shares of ATV, and the remaining 61.7% of the shares are still in the hands of Kudijan. However, Kudijan was investigated by the Independent Commission Against Corruption for suspected Far East bank fraud and stopped participating in the management of ATV. Even the chairmanship of Julian's company has been handed over to Lin Bakeson, who has far fewer shares than him. Later, Kudijan sold all the remaining ATV shares to Lin Bakeson. It can be seen that he is no longer interested in Asian TV, so Henry bought 61.7% of ATV's shares from Kudijan at a cost of 150 million Hong Kong dollars. Henry is the absolute controlling party of ATV. So you are welcome! Find Lin Bakeson immediately and force him to give up the remaining 38.3% of the shares! Mr. Lin Bakeson, our boss asks you to surrender the shares of ATV. I hope you can cooperate. As a billionaire, how can Lin Bakeson bear this? Who is your boss? Let me let it. I will let it! Lin Bakeson said proudly! Hee, our boss name, you must have heard of it. Really? Lin Bakeson curled his lips in disdain. Hee, of course. Listen well, our boss name is Henry Williams. It's actually him. Lin Bakeson said in amazement. Isn't he going to buy TVB? Why is he going to buy Asia TV again? Just leave it alone. Our boss does something and doesn't need to explain it to you. In short, do you sell or not? Henry did not buy TVB because Shaw did not want to sell it, and he was in TVB. He is very prestigious, and all major shareholders support him. If he is forced to buy on the stock market, the gain will outweigh the loss. It's just a TV station, and Henry has ideas in his mind to make it grow! Lin Bakeson said solemnly, how about selling, and how about not selling? Of course it's best to sell, and I can give you 100 million Hong Kong dollars. If you don't sell, then wait to be kicked out of ATV. Perhaps I have to tell you one thing. Kudijan's 61.7% the shares of ATV have been sold to our boss. That is to say, our boss is the absolute controlling party of ATV. Lin Bakeson's expression changed when he heard this. Others can already have absolute control, and my own 38.3% shares are no longer useful. It is easy to kick yourself out of the company! If ATV does not distribute dividends, but instead uses it to develop the company, or only distribute benefits to employees, then the money it has invested will be trapped in it. Even Lynn Bakeson can expect that her shares will be diluted to a very small amount. The more Lynn Bakeson thinks, the more powerless he feels. This has forced me to choose to sell my shares! After a long silence, Lynn Bakeson said, "You tell your boss that I am willing to sell the shares in my hand." As a successful businessman, Lynn Bakeson naturally knows how to choose. That's great. Everyone is in business. Don't hurt your peace. Besides, you can work together in the future. Cooperate together? Lynn Bakeson sneered disdainfully. This time Henry forced him to give up ATV shares, which made him very upset. Mr. Lynn Bakeson was originally in the clothing business. "Our boss can help you sell clothes all over the world, don't you want to?" When Lynn Bakeson heard this, his heart moved, and he couldn't help asking, "What does this mean?" Does Mr. Lynn Bakeson know about Nicholas Shopping Network? "Know one thing. It's an American online shopping company." Lynn Bakeson nodded. "Nicholas Shopping Network is going to open a subset, Nicholas Business, to enter the B2B market." B2B is business. Simply put, Nicholas Business will help Mr. Lynn Bakeson's clothing company find other companies and negotiate with them on the internet. These companies, not just companies in Hong Kong, but companies in any country that has internet access, will be your potential users. Presumably you also know that the internet is developing rapidly nowadays, and more than a dozen countries have opened the internet. Mainland China is also preparing to build submarine optical cables. If you cooperate with the Nicholas Group, you will become a giant in the clothing industry in the future, just around the corner. With the gradual development of the global internet, B2B business already has the soil for survival and development. What we need to do now is to draw in more well-known businesses from various countries to form a scale effect. In the United States, Nicholas Shopping Network already has good relationships with many merchants, but there is a gap in foreign countries, and it is necessary to send a lot of marketing personnel to get through the relationship. Lynn Bakeson's Crocodile Shirt brand clothing belongs to a world-renowned brand. The Crocodile Shirt brand started in 1952. The crocodile shirt and leather shoes are based on crocodile leather as the creative concept. The exclusive style has been well known in Europe, America and Asia! For Lynn Bakeson, Henry doesn't mind hitting a stick and then giving him a date to eat. Lynn Bakeson was really moved after hearing this. "What you said is true. Can this be fake?" Our boss knows Nicholas CEO Geely Hutt very well, and the news of the establishment of Nicholas Business is true. If our boss is willing to help you, let your clothing company promote it on the homepage of Nicholas Business website, mtlnovel.com. At that time, I don't know how many companies will look for your cooperation. Lynn Bakeson suppressed the excitement in her heart, and said in a deep voice, "Please tell Mr. Williams, I am very willing to give up the shares of Asia Television. Also, please tell him, if Mr. Williams has time, I would like to invite him to dinner!" Asia TV is still losing money, but now there is a huge opportunity in front of him. Lynn Bakeson will choose to fight Henry unless his brain is flooded! If the crocodile shirt and clothing are on the Nicholas Business website, according to Lynn Bakeson's prediction, sales increase by at least 20%, then hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars can be earned a year. But what about the TV station? For now, ATV is losing money. Presumably, even if TVB can make money, it will not make much. In fact, TVB's annual net profit in 1990 was less than 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Later, it developed and covered geographical areas. After being wider and more influential, you can really make money. By 2012, TVB's net profit broke a record high and increased to more than 1.5 billion. Of this 1.5 billion, a large part of the money came from mainland China. As for now, the Hong Kong market is so small that I can't make any money if I want to make a profit. Mr. Lynn Bakeson, please rest assured, I will pass your words to Mr. Williams as they are. Well, Thank you so much. It didn't take long for Lynn Bakeson to sign a contract to sell the shares of ATV in his hand to Henry. ATV is in Henry's hands. It can be expected that it will be open and hanging. The open life is as lonely as snow. Until novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all available. www.untilnovel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 211. While the outside world was still discussing whether Henry could acquire TVB, at 9 o'clock in the morning on December 10, Henry suddenly appeared outside the ATV headquarters building, which caused a huge sensation in the Hong Kong media shortly afterwards! Henry Williams appeared on Asian TV. What does he want? Asia Television is not listed, and this acquisition is a secret acquisition and has not been made public, so the outside world does not know it for the time being. However, when Henry appeared outside the headquarters building of ATV, this was already a signal to the outside world that his acquisition target had been replaced by ATV. Hong Kong media reporters rushed to the headquarters of Asia Television. At noon, Asia Television held a press conference, and Henry also attended the conference. At the press conference, Henry announced, "Welcome to the press conference of Asia TV. My name is Henry Williams." Earlier, it was rumored that I would buy TVB Radio Television Company, and even dig out TVB employees at a lot of money. Actually, above, this is pure fiction. Mr. Run Run Shaw is a film tycoon whom I respect very much. He supported the development of Hong Kong film in one hand. I admire him very much. I am here at the moment, and you must have guessed it too. Yes, I have fully acquired Asia Television, and my goal in the future is to build ATV into the largest Chinese TV station in Hong Kong, Asia, and even the world. Henry said finally. The voice suddenly increased by 8 degrees. Suddenly, the applause and the camera flash kept. Pa. Henry waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, "I will inject 2 billion Hong Kong dollars into Asia Television, and the salary of all employees will be increased by 10% to 100% according to their respective conditions. In addition, a huge film and television base will be built. Asian film and television base. At the same time, ATV will shoot more high-quality TV series next year. Not only that, but ATV will also launch a variety of new variety shows and news programs, so stay tuned." Henry paused, his eyes slowly swept across the crowd, and then he made a deafening cry, "I have the money, I have the creativity, I believe that ATV will take off in my hands." Click. Click. The reporters were enthusiastic about what Henry said, and they couldn't help pressing the camera shutter like crazy! With Henry's speech over, the reporter asked questions. Ming Pao, "Excuse me, Mr. Williams, TVB has always been the leader in Hong Kong. ATV has changed hands several times. Among them, there are many super rich people such as Kudijan and Lynn Bakeson. They are as ambitious as you are when they come to power. I think it can beat TVB and become the largest TV station in Hong Kong, but they all fail in the end. So, Mr. Williams, do you think you will be the exception? Fuck! This is obviously ironic and face slapped. Kudijan and Lynn Bakeson didn't open up, but brother has a golden finger! Henry didn't need to explain at all, and replied confidently, "Facts will prove everything." Oriental Daily, as we all know, there are countless artists under TVB, and many of them are very famous. On the other hand, the number and quality of artists are far from comparable to TVB. Then, Mr. Williams, what do you think? Excessive digging? Henry smiled and said, "Well, Jiang Taigong took the bait for the fisherman. We welcome TVB artists to switch to Asian TV, but we will not deliberately dig people." On the surface, he replied, but he thought, I didn't. If I take the initiative to dig people, I will clearly mark the price. Any artist who joins ATV will be paid very high. If you want to come, you can quickly change jobs. Besides, it is my freedom to dig or not to dig people. When I meet someone I want to dig, I will dig. So what can I do? TVB is a famous miser. It's so stingy. The treatment for artists is really bad. Even the costumes have not been changed for decades. Henry doesn't believe it. Will no one take the initiative to change jobs? Exclamation mark. After the press conference, Henry returned to Asia Television's headquarters and announced the company's reorganization. Asia Television Co. Limited implemented the separation of production and broadcasting, forming two major subsidiaries, one production company, Asia Television Production Company, and the other broadcaster, Asia Television, which manages its various channels, Asia Television Hong Kong, Asia Television International, Asia TV Music Station, Asian TV Children's Channel and so on. ATV Production Company and ATV will become separate subsidiaries, financially separated. If a TV production company cannot produce good TV programs, it will have to shut down, and it is impossible to live on the charity of TV stations as before. The biggest advantage of production separation is the introduction of a competition mechanism. Only by competition can progress, and only by competition can producers produce more good programs. Exclamation mark. In the previous Asian TV, everyone had a big pot of rice together. Some people didn't know that they could work hard. They could eat well if they were done well. They could also eat well if they didn't do well. Why should they work so hard to work hard? This kind of thinking is really undesirable. Exclamation mark. Henry felt that he should make the separation and beat them well. Henry's reorganization caused an uproar on Asian TV. Exclamation mark. Many old dostics expressed dissatisfaction and protested. Of course! Exclamation mark. Henry just said, "Get out if you don't want to do it." Then, a group of people became honest. As soon as Henry came to power, the treatment of Asia Television Limited was immediately improved, far surpassing TVB. Exclamation mark. If I resign, where can I go? It's not TVB, but with TVB's stinginess, the salary is not 2/3 higher than that of ATV. In addition, the Asian TV station logo, Henry thinks it is too ugly, it must be changed. Give me the logo to look like the Earth. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Just hang it like this, you know. Henry said to the designer of Asia TV. We see. Chairman. Good. Henry nodded. Hong Kong likes to call the chairman of the board chairman. Henry sounds very uncomfortable at first. Nima, chairman, can you be called such a bunker? Question mark. But I like it. Exclamation mark. Henry is floating, a bit dark and cool. Then, Henry called to the Asian Television Production Company, and gave him a face-to-face instruction to teach them how to make a TV show. Exclamation mark. In terms of TV series, we will first make a film based on the Hong Kong financial market from the 1960s to the 1990s. Through two families and two generations, the entanglement between fame and fortune and humanity is shown. Well, the TV series is called The Great Times. Immediately find the screenwriter and write well, and if you don't understand, ask me. I figured everything out about the outline of the story. Also, I'll go to Master Jin Yong immediately. I want to take the TV adaptation rights of all his novels. It's really not. That's also I have to give me as much as possible the TV adaptation rights for the 4 novels: The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Legend of the Dragon Slayer, The Legend of the Condor Heroes and the 8 Parts of the Dragon. By the way, Zhao Yozhi and Yi Tong are dug up. I think film a story about the White Lady and Xixian. The new film is called The Legend of the White Lady. Chairman, Yozhi Zhao is the master of TVB. Henry was upset when he heard this. What happened to the TVB head Hudon? You are so scared. You don't even have the courage to dig people? Henry scolded loudly. So what? Even if it is Run's wife. If I ask you to dig someone, you have to dig it for me. Yes. Chairman. Chapter 212. Henry drank his saliva, moistened his throat, and said faintly, in terms of news programs, I haven't seen any TV station in Hong Kong that provides news to viewers in the morning, So, intermediate news program provides instant news to the audience early in the morning. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we can follow the example of mainland China to launch Asia TV News Network. In addition, we will also launch a heavyweight program Focus Interview! Henry paused, and continued, my positioning for this program is, current affairs tracking report, news background analysis, social hotspot perspectives, and public topic comments. In terms of the form of the program, studio hosting and on-site interviews are mainly used. The combined structure method can make the report have a solid foundation. The comments have a basis. The comments and the comments are mutually supportive and complement each other. Henry stopped, glanced at everyone, and said seriously, do this program well, and choose the topic. Be down-to-earth and close to people's livelihood. The reporters who go out for interviews should not put me on the top. When interviewing the people, they must be humble and let them say what they want to say the most in their hearts. Everyone nodded and said yes. News and information programs are done. Here is the variety show. Happy Camp, Everyday Upward, Running Man, Emma Singer, Where is Dad, The Voice of China, If You Are the One. There are a lot of good ideas flashing in Henry's mind. Too many let him not know what to choose. However, because the camera technology is not developed enough, mobile shooting is too difficult, so many programs can be passed directly. For now, it is better to start an indoor variety show. Henry pondered for a while. In order to cause a huge sensation, Henry first chose a show that would definitely be a hit. Happy Camp, Everyday Upward or something compared with it, it's so weak. Once this show is launched, it will definitely make a sensation on the earth! So, what exactly is this show? Henry smiled, looked at everyone present, and said lightly, next, we are going to make a brand new variety show, and once this variety show is launched, I believe it will shock the whole Hong Kong. There is no pressure on TVB without any pressure. Everyone was shocked. What? Want to shock the whole of Hong Kong, and the ratings are still overpowering TVB without any pressure? What is this show? Facing everyone's doubts and surprised eyes, Henry faintly highlighted the 4 words, Millionaire. The program Millionaire was originally a variety show launched in 1998 in the United Kingdom. After its first broadcast, the response was enthusiastic and quickly swept across the United Kingdom. It was subsequently purchased and broadcasted by television stations around the world, becoming the hottest variety show at the time! And the reason why this show is so popular is that the prize amount is as high as 1 million yuan! After answering all the questions correctly, 1 million yuan of local currency will be obtained. Britain is the British pound, Hong Kong is the Hong Kong dollar. 1 million, some people can't make money for a lifetime. There will always be many poor people in the world, and very few rich people. Just ask, who doesn't want to be a millionaire? It is possible to become a millionaire by answering questions on stage. How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? But Henry tells you, there is such a cheap thing in the world. After everyone heard Henry spit out the 4 words, the name millionaire really shocked everyone, but only the name. The rules of the game are still unclear, everyone is still at a loss. At this time, Henry explained the rules of the game. Participants need to correctly answer 15 consecutive multiple-choice questions from one of 4. If they can answer all of them correctly, they will receive a prize of 1 million. This is Millionaire. What? Everyone opened their mouths wide, surprised indescribably. Lord Chairman, is this bonus amount too high? Not high at all. I originally wanted to set the bonus to 10 million. Henry hadn't spoken yet, and suddenly clammed, and the person who had just spoken suddenly fell to the ground. Sorry, Chairman, I'm so surprised. I'm really embarrassed. The man stood up and said quickly. Henry touched his nose speechlessly. It's not 10 million Hong Kong dollars. It's not much. Others £1 million is more than 10 million Hong Kong dollars. It's only 10 million. It scares you guys. Okay, the prize money is 1 million. Well, yes, there are 10 contestants in each episode. First let them park, and the final winner can qualify and compete. Huge prize money. The prize money is set with 15 questions, from the simplest to the deeper, and the bonus for each correct answer will increase. Of the 15 questions, the 5th and 10th questions have an insurance line. Once the contestants, if you answer incorrectly, you can only get the bonus within the insurance line. For example, if you make a big mistake in question 7, you can only get the bonus within the insurance line of question 5. In the process of answering questions, contestants can use it when they encounter problems. There are 3 tips to help answer the questions. The 3 tips are: remove the 2 wrong options, call for help, and ask the audience. Among them, call for help only takes 30 seconds. As for the above 3, each of the tips can only be used once, but you can use different tips for the same question in succession. Participants can quit the game at any time and win the prize for answering the correct question at the end. Okay, that's about it. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. After listening to Henry's description of the gameplay, everyone was surprised. It was fun, exciting, interesting, puzzle, and finally there was 1 million prizes as a temptation. This kind of show can definitely be an instant success! Is so creative! Everyone was completely shocked at this moment, and the gaze that looked at Henry instantly became more respectful and admired. I almost kneeled down and worshipped the great God. Seeing the adoring eyes of everyone, Henry smiled faintly. What he has is not creative, but gold fingers. Millionaire is the first variety show, and the second one is The Voice of China, but the name has to be changed to The Voice of Hong Kong. The turn of the tutor was quite interesting. Every time the turn button was pressed, the audience was so excited that even the audience in front of the TV was infected. Such a good show is relatively easy to produce, and of course it is also a must for Henry. As for the 4 mentors, Henry went through it in his mind. Leslie Chung signed with Asia Television, invited him to be a mentor. Leslie Chung's songs, Leslie Chung's movies, endure for a long time. Especially the image of Ninka Jin he created in the movie A Chinese Ghost Story has almost become an unbreakable classic! And in the field of music, he won the Top 10 Golden Songs Most Popular Male Singer Award for 2 consecutive years. It can be said that Leslie Chung has become an idol in the minds of countless girls and is extremely popular! Therefore, choosing Leslie Chung as a mentor is sure to be true! Where's the next one? A classic song suddenly sounded in Henry's mind. I have a flower, planted in my heart, budding waiting to be released. In the morning and evening, I am waiting eagerly for those who are interested to come to dream. The female flower, swaying in the red dust, the female flower, gently swinging with the wind. Anita Muir's Women's Flower is too classic. Novel.com. It is too memorable. Although this song was only released in 1997, when Henry thinks of this song, he thinks of Anita Muir. Anita Muir's status in the Hong Kong music industry can be called a sister. From 1985 to 1986, she held her first solo concert during the New Year's Eve, and opened 15 consecutive shows, breaking the record for the first time a Hong Kong singer sang. The album Bad Girl was released at the same time, which sold 400,000 copies, 8 platinum, setting a record for Hong Kong solo album sales. In 19,851,989, she won the most popular female singer in Hong Kong's top 10 hot songs for 5 consecutive years. At the same time, she also starred in many movies, a veritable double star in the film and television music industry! Sister, you must choose! Next one, Huang Jiu is OK, the soul of the Beyond Group, whose amazing musical talent and creativity have touched countless generations. What Henry particularly likes is a song he created in 1993, broad sea and sky. Today I watched the snow drifting by in the cold night, drifting far away with a cold heart. The inactive self in the past life endured the most real-life, ruthless blow, either ridiculed, or satirized, or verbally abused, but for the sake of living, for the sake of eating, but having to bend for 5 buckets of rice. And then crushes the eyebrows and folds the waist and makes me feel unhappy. But, who doesn't want to be happy? Can it be possible? In countless cold nights, whenever this song rang, there seemed to be a sudden surge of power in my heart, and this power would always inspire myself to move forward! Huang Jiu is so talented, he must choose. In the end, there is only one mentor left, who to choose. MentalNovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 213. Who chooses among the remaining mentors? Alan Tam, Chen Baiqiang, Xi Guangji, etc. are all good candidates, and Henry is most interested in Alan Tam. However, from many considerations, Leslie Chung, Anita Muir, and Wong Kak-yu already have enough influence in Hong Kong, and Asia Television's goal is not just Hong Kong, it needs to radiate to Southeast Asia, and even the entire Asia. A powerful singer, picked up and down, suddenly a person's name popped out: Teresa Teng! Teresa Teng should be regarded as the most popular Chinese female singer at the time, with a huge influence. She debuted early and became famous early. She has a huge reputation in mainland China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Southeast Asian countries, the United States, Canada and other places. She is the first singer with international influence in the Chinese pop music scene. People even use Teng Lijun's singing wherever there are Chinese to describe the widespread of her songs! Well, it's great to choose Teresa Teng as a mentor. However, the program called The Voice of Hong Kong does not seem appropriate. Since the TV station is Asia Television, it is simply called The Voice of Asia. There is also a talent show called Miss Asia, which all start with the word Asia. So, just concentrate your firepower, integrate your strength, and jointly create a big Asia brand name! Another point is that TVB has a Miss Hong Kong program, which is very well known. If ATV launched The Voice of Hong Kong, it even meant to promote TVB. People who didn't know thought it was a TVB show. Henry thought about it and changed the name decisively. Although Miss Asia was organized by ATV, although it has made achievements, it is completely abused when compared with TVB's Miss Hong Kong. Kudajan and Lin Bakeson don't know how to play. Just let the contestants show off their talents on stage and show off their figure. You have to learn how to pack! How to pack? First of all, we must invite a professional team to conduct beauty pageant training, and then we must let the Asian ladies attend public relations and charity activities to enhance their personal charm and appeal. Even Henry plans to let Miss Asia participate in the Victoria's Secret model training, and finally take the runway show. If there is a gimmick, there will be a mess! Miss Asia is not popular! In addition, for the contestants of Miss Asia, beauty is the first one. Don't be talented. The people are here to come to see the beauties. Of course, highly educated and beautiful, that would be the best. Next, Henry explained the thoughts in his heart in great detail. After listening to them, everyone was shocked and nodded and said yes. They were not only shocked by Henry's creativity, but also surprised by his great skill. The Voice of Asia has hired 4 mentors in a row, and any one of them is a superstar. The price is not cheap if you invite them. And now that the 4 are on the same stage, I'm afraid everyone will scream! Everyone can almost predict that when The Voice of Asia is broadcast, the sensation caused will definitely be phenomenal! And Miss Asia, after some packaging, the degree of attractiveness has risen sharply. Beauty is the eyeball economy. The theme of Miss Asia is not to choose the right ones, only the pretty ones. It's a bit vulgar, but the audience loves to watch it. After the meeting, ATV was busy. TV dramas have to be filmed, and new news programs and variety shows have to be created. It can be exhausting. In order to increase the enthusiasm of everyone, Henry promoted the equity incentive plan, performance stocks, option stocks and other models on the same day. For good work and outstanding performance, the company grants him a certain number of stocks or draws a certain incentive fund to buy company stock. At present, this kind of performance stock is the most stimulating enthusiasm of everyone. If you want a horse to run, you have to let it eat more grass. Option equity can prevent everyone from hopping. It stipulates that after a certain number of years of work, a certain number of shares of the company can be purchased at a predetermined price within a certain period of time. In short, it is possible to buy shares at a very cheap price. Once the company goes public, it can make a fortune! As soon as the employees of Asia Television Company heard this, they immediately became enthusiastic and started working overtime! Shenzhen, the headquarters of Warwick Company. Mr. Sun, I have raised 800,000 yuan. You should first use it to deal with those customers who request refunds. Ren Zhengfei came to the finance department and said to Sun Yifang. Sun Yifang was shocked. Mr. Ren, how did you raise this money? Ren Zhengfei sighed slightly. I have sold the house. You sold the house? Sun Yifang was taken aback suddenly. Ren Zhengfei said calmly, I can't think of anything other than selling the house to raise money. Warwick is our painstaking effort for several years. I can't just watch it go bankrupt. Mr. Ren, do you intend to reject Sun Zehun's terms? Yes. Ren Zhengfei paused and said, Warwick is a company created by all of us, and it is a company of our Chinese people. How can we easily hand over others the glory of death or death? Since we have already I gambled once and spent all my money on researching and developing my own switch. Why not bet again? As he said, Ren Zhengfei carried an inexplicable aura that infected everyone around him. Sun Yifang flashed a firm look on his face, nodded and said, Mr. Ren, my Sun Yifang will support you as always. President Ren, I support you too. President Ren, I support you. The employees in the office, as well as the employees who heard the conversation at the door, stood up and expressed their support. Ren Zhengfei was moved in his heart. There is a saying that when the dynasty is changed, the emperor is replaced, and the officials underneath can still live very well. Today, this is the case with Warwick. If Warwick accepts Cisco's shareholding, he will have to give up 70% of the shares and lose the controlling stake. However, the company gets technology and capital, and the treatment of employees will be improved. On the other hand, following oneself can only endure hardship. But the employees of Warwick shouted Mr. N.MTLnovel.com, we support you. They did not choose to be rich, but to share the joys and sufferings with themselves. This kind of behavior is really moving, as if their whole body is suddenly full of power! President Ren, I can lend at least 400,000 yuan to mortgage the house. Although not much, it is my heart. Sun Yifang said firmly. Ren Zhengfei gave a startled expression, looked at her, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, only moved in his heart! President Ren, I have a deposit of 30,000 yuan. President Ren, I have a deposit of 15,000 yuan. Mr. Ren. Ren Zhengfei waved his hand and said in gratitude, thank you for your support. Ren Zhengfei is grateful here. Since everyone supports me so, then I can't treat you badly. All those who are willing to hand over the money to the company will pay a certain amount. Give the corresponding shares of the company. Everyone will be prosperous, and everybody will lose. Everything is prosperous, and every loss is lost. Everything is prosperous, and every loss is lost. Everyone yelled in unison, the voices lasting for a long time. Ren Zhengfei looked at the familiar faces around him. He has never been so confident as he is now. Warwick will not be defeated! It didn't take long for Henry to receive a shareholding request from Warwick's rejection of Cisco, Hong Kong Hongnian and Kowloon Investment Company. Why would Warwick Company refuse to invest? Question mark. Isn't it afraid of bankruptcy? Exclamation mark. Henry frowned, lit a cigarette anxiously, and smoked. www.mtlnovel.com. Welcome to read it. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 214. Henry pondered for a moment. Since Warwick is unwilling to cooperate, he can only see you in battle! Exclamation mark. Immediately, Henry gave an order and ordered Sun Zhan to immediately establish a Shenzhen branch in Shenzhen, China under the name of Hong Kong Hongnian Company. For Hong Kong companies, the mainland is relatively tolerant and has allowed them to establish companies in mainland China. Therefore, after Henry set up a branch under the guise of Hong Kong Hongnian Company, Cisco invested in it with technology. In order to conceal people's eyes, the company's name has been slightly changed to China Hongnian Technology Company. After the establishment of China Hongnian Technology Company, the first task is to set up a factory. The fastest way to build a factory is to acquire Sun Zhan's subsequent task is to purchase factories and establish switch manufacturing plants. Fortunately, there are many factories in Shenzhen, and it is not very difficult to acquire a factory. At the same time, Henry asked Cisco to transfer more than a dozen technicians to take care of the technical issues here. Sun Zhan, immediately investigate the Warwick Company, try to get the company information that cooperates with the Warwick Company, and then them all understand. Sun Zhan responded, shopping malls are like battlefields, and there are so many intrigues. Henry didn't think there was anything wrong with doing this by himself. Although Warwick is small in scale, a single spark can start a prairie fire. If it is allowed to grow, it will be Cisco's headache in the future. Henry's trick was to draw a salary from the bottom of the tank, and it could almost completely defeat the Warwick Company. Because there is no use of customers, Warwick is bound to go bankrupt! Exclamation mark. Henry decided, no matter what, to kill Warwick in the cradle! Exclamation mark. Warwick also inquired that Sun Zhan had established a new company in Shenzhen, but the subsequent series of actions were dazzling and surprised. Annexing companies, purchasing factories, buying land, recruiting workers, publishing newspapers and TV advertisements. For a while, the name of China Hongnian Technology Co. Limited is known from the streets! Exclamation mark. Subsequently, Hongnian Technology Company held a press conference to announce, Hongnian Technology Company is the only strategic partner of Cisco in China. We have the latest Cisco switch technology. Agents who are willing to cooperate with Hongnian Technology Company, please be sure to pay attention to the Hongnian Technology Company Agent Conference on January 1, 1991. The current Hongnian Technology Company has no foundation in mainland China, so sales must rely on various agents. In the past, Warwick was an agent of Hong Kong Hongnian Company, but there were agents under Warwick. Henry asked Hongnian Technology Company to hold an agent meeting. The first purpose was to open up sales channels, and the other purpose was to the agent of Warwick Company business. Warwick's main customers rely on its own sales team and other agents. However, Warwick's funds are tight, and its own sales force is obviously not large, and it can't afford too many people. It mainly relies on agents. If Hongnian Technology Company robbed Warwick's agent, Warwick would be immortal and crippled. Hongnian Technology Co. Limited is intensively pursuing and intercepting Warwick. In Hong Kong, the work of ATV is in full swing. TVB wireless television station has increased its job hopping rate after Henry took over at ATV. In order to retain talents, TVB had to improve employee compensation. Run sure hated Henry deeply. In the past, TVB and ATV had tacitly offered low wages to reduce expenses. In the era of Kutijin and Lin Baxin, ATV did not raise wages significantly, but in Henry's era, wages have increased by more than half, and the treatment of its artists has also been greatly improved. TVB employees cannot be jealous. Can they not complain? ATV just hooked his finger slightly, and TVB has a lot of people hopping over. At exactly this time, ATV is very busy and needs a lot of talents. TVB people are here, and they are also useful. In addition, ATV has an equity incentive plan, but TVB does not. After working in ATV for a few years, he became a shareholder, and he will become a big shareholder in the future. At ATV, even the sweeping aunts can get option rewards, but in TVB, Mao does not have them. Except for famous artists, everyone else only gets a dead salary, just like that for a lifetime. The artist chose to stay at TVB because TVB is dominant in Hong Kong and has great influence. They count on a chance to perform, a well-known hope. There is a propaganda slogan inside the TVB company: superstars start from being a superstar. Drew a pie, and pitted a batch of artists. There are too many people, there will always be people stepping on the dog shit. Among thousands of artists, there will always be someone who stands out, but that probability is no different from buying a lottery ticket. Most of the artists are still wandering under the food and clothing line. You don't see you. Countless artists are miserable in their old age. TVB does not care about life or death. At ATV, there are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. If you work here for a lifetime, there will be no credit or hard work, and you will definitely have options. In your old age, you can live and nourish even if you sit on the dividends or sell stocks. Therefore, ATV also has slogans, but it never shouts empty words. Come to ATV, make you famous. Come to ATV, make you rich. Look, what a real slogan. TVB is also helpless in the face of capital tycoons. In terms of treatment, it is not comparable. It is better than others. TVB's strength is to make stars. The TV series it produced have been popular in Hong Kong, Southeast Asia and other places, creating countless stars. Run Run Shaw sarcastically satirized Henry in front of the media. www.mentalnovel.com. It probably means that the boss of ATV is a local tyrant. If he spends money like this, ATV will definitely lose money to death! Then he said that ATV's TV series are very badly filmed. If an artist wants to be famous and want to become a star, he still has to come to TVB. Henry appeared in front of the media and was asked by reporters, "Mr. Williams, Mr. Run Run said that you are a tyrant who spends money indiscriminately. What do you think?" Henry pouted his lips, secretly said, "Rich and willful, what's wrong?" Of course, you can say that on the surface, but on the surface you want a gentle and emotional answer. Mr. Run Run Shaw thinks I am spending money randomly, but I don't think. Everyone knows how ordinary artists are treated, and some are not as good as an ordinary hotel attendant. As far as I know, most artists still live in a small room less than 10 square meters, living a life that ordinary people can't imagine. Some artists are even running around, only asking for a magic machine. Without a performance, there is no money. But why do they insist? I used to after asking them this sentence, "Why do you still insist on it?" They replied, "In order to pursue your dreams." After hearing this, I was very moved. Therefore, at the moment I became the master of ATV, I had made up my mind. I want to do my best to change everything. I want to make their lives better, and I want them to have the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Happiness! As soon as the words were finished, applause rang out, and the sound was loud and deafening. Mr. Williams, you are so great. The reporter said, very touchy. Mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. Chapter 215. After Henry's speech was reported by reporters, many artists in Hong Kong expressed their support. ATV's reputation immediately increased, established a good corporate image, and attracted a large number of artists to join the company. The new wave of job hopping was fierce, and Run Run immediately responded and had to improve the treatment of employees and artists once again. In this job-hopping storm, what annoyed TVB the most was that Zhao Yazi was actually poached away by ATV's people. Followed by, ATV announced that next year it will film a drama about the costume mythology about the White Lady and Xixian. The title is The Legend of the White Lady. The actor who plays the White Lady is Zhao Yazi, and the actor who plays Xixian is Yi Tong. The play will incorporate elements of music, song, dance, and opera, and will be filmed on site in mainland China, inviting actors from both mainland and Hong Kong to create it together! Initial investment of 20 million Hong Kong dollars! Strives to create the most classic drama in history! As soon as the news spread, the media was shocked, and the people looked forward to it. Filming TV series, it usually costs so much money. Since the establishment of Hong Kong TV stations, it has taken decades, and no TV station has ever cost more than 10 million Hong Kong dollars to film a TV series! Today, ATV is not only about to shoot, but also for a big production of 20 million Hong Kong dollars! Shock! Looking forward to it! The world's top richest people are super big, and they have to shoot 20 million TV series. Unlimited expectations. However, without waiting for everyone to react from the shock, ATV once again shocked. ATV is about to launch a large-scale variety show, Millionaire. In each episode, as long as the contestant answers 15 questions in a row, they will receive 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Then, ATV will conduct a comprehensive review of Millionaire, propaganda, bombing on TV and newspapers! At this time, Hong Kong is already fried. Countless people were shocked by this news to the point where it could not be added! On the third day, Millionaire entered the official recording and broadcasting session. The number of participants in the previous 3 days has reached more than 10,000. In this small place in Hong Kong, the population is only 4 or 5 million, but the number of people who came to sign up has exceeded 10,000. Think about this concept. Superfire! ATV selected 10 contestants from them for recording and broadcasting. The host began to ask, which company is the best network equipment company in the world? A. Cisco. B. Company. C. Nortel Networks, Canada. D. Taiwan Diesel Technology. This question, no doubt, everyone answered correctly. All choose A! This is a free question. The host then asked, what is the most popular online instant chat software in the world? A. MSN. B. ICQ. C. IM. D. IRC. There is only one S for this question. B chose A and eliminated. The other 9 people all choose B. The host then asked, what is the best wireless communication technology in the world? A. GSM. B. CDMA. The title of this episode was written by Henry himself. The first episode of Millionaire is likely to be purchased and broadcasted by countries all over the world. It is such a good opportunity to promote and seek benefits for his company. How can you not do it? What? It should be done. And it must be done in a big way. Therefore, nearly half of the problems in the first episode of Millionaire are related to the company under Henry's name! Of course. Fortunately, there are many companies under Henry's name, which can produce all kinds of topics, involving the internet, communications, movies, novels, pharmaceuticals, real estate, and so on. A week later, at 8 o'clock on Friday evening, Millionaire was officially aired on ATV Hong Kong. The bonus is too shocking and has attracted the attention of countless people. The slogan "I want to be a millionaire" has become popular in Hong Kong. This night is destined to be brilliant. That night, more than 80% of families in Hong Kong were waiting in front of the TV. And the channels they open are all Asia Television Hong Kong! In order to cause a huge sensation in the first episode and produce a millionaire, Henry asked ATV to deliberately release water. Although it is not a leak, it is almost the same, because when selecting the contestants, they have gone through layers of assessments. Among them, Those who can be selected are selected. Basically in line with Henry's requirements for the question, as if your face is very suitable for my slap, everyone hits it off. Therefore, if you are lucky, it is possible to answer 15 questions correctly and get a bonus of 1 million! Therefore, when the last contestant answered all questions correctly in the show, the whole Hong Kong went crazy, and envy, jealousy and hatred had broken through the sky. At this moment, countless people shouted loudly in their hearts, "I also want to participate in Millionaire!" And through the program Millionaire, ATV has overwhelmed TVB in ratings. The next day, all the front pages of Hong Kong newspapers, large and small, were Millionaire. And the topics people talk about are almost all millionaires. Outside the building of ATV, countless people flocked to it with only one purpose: to sign up for Millionaire. Due to the large number of people, it caused a traffic jam within 10 miles! The Hong Kong traffic police immediately dispatched hundreds of people to maintain order, so as to ensure smooth traffic. TVB headquarters is bleak. However, immediately afterwards, Asia Television took advantage of the victory and sent invitations to Hong Kong media and held a very grand press conference. At the press conference, everyone was surprised to find that Teresa Teng, Leslie Chung, Huang Jiu, and Anita Mu were on the same stage. Attend. Wow, is this the situation? Does Asia Television have another big deal? Click! The flash keeps flashing and flashing, and there will be front page news tomorrow! At this time, you are reading www. The host of the youcanzoo.com ATV press conference announced, all major media are welcome to participate in the press conference of Asia Television. This time, we will create the most classic large-scale music variety show in history, The Voice of Asia. At the end, the host was emotional and yelled very loudly. Everyone was surprised, and shouted so loudly, "Is it really that the show is really funny?" Asian Television did not let them down. After listening to the host's next words, everyone was shocked. Yes, it was indeed a bunker! We on Asia Television will invite 4 superstar singers on stage as instructors for this show. Each instructor will select his own trainees on stage, then compete in groups, and finally compete for the title of Good Voice Champion. Whether you are beautiful or ugly, we don't care. We only pay attention to one point, and that is your voice. All instructors will listen to songs with their backs to you. If he thinks your voice is good and sings well, he will turn around for you. Once you turn around, it will mean that he agrees to accept you as his student. But if at the same time there are multiple tutors turning around for you, so the choice is yours. Choose him or her, everything is up to you. The Voice of Asia, 8 o'clock in the evening on December 30th, 1990. So stay tuned. Fill in the pit as soon as possible, and then let the protagonist fly back to the United States to develop science and technology immediately. It seems that science and technology are crushing. Finally, there is another very important thing. Brothers and sisters, please ask for votes. Book Friends Group, 424,930,141. Chapter 216. The Voice of Asia was not broadcast, and it became a hot sign in Hong Kong. Especially this time the 4 mentors actually invited Leslie Chung, Anita Mu, Huang Jiu, and Teresa Teng, which immediately excited many fans in Hong Kong. The Voice of Asia has a huge momentum. Southeast Asia, Taiwan, and China have all reported on this matter. Not only that, Taiwan TV even sent someone over to get the broadcasting rights of The Voice of Asia. ATV has not established a TV station in Taiwan, but Henry readily agreed to promote ATV's influence in Taiwan. Henry also proposed that he hopes that Taiwan can provide a few singers to participate in The Voice of Asia, so that The Voice of Asia can live up to its name. In order to make the performance of the program more professional, the requirements for the players are very strict, and the song must be sung well or very distinctive. For those who sing sloppily and are purely funny, pass directly. Building a brand and creating a tall image is the key to the Voice of Asia's reputation! The Voice of Asia is good or bad, then it will fail and become vulgar. Now it is only holding the Voice of Asia in Hong Kong, and in the future there will be the Voice of America, the Voice of China, and so on. Then the good voices of various countries will perform Park without being professional. How can they be on the stage? The 4 instructors, including Teresa Teng, were all personally named by Henry to invite them to participate in the show. Naturally, he would meet with them, eat together by the way, take a photo or something. After the photo film was printed, Henry of course wanted to give each of them a signed photo for collection. In the future, maybe you can sell for 18 million when you take it to auction. What? Can't sell so expensive? Can I buy it by myself? Henry Williams wishes Miss Teresa Teng youth forever. Henry Williams wishes Huang Jiu. After Henry returned to the company. At this time, the secretary told Henry that in Shenzhen, Warwick officially announced that the independently developed Switch has finally succeeded. Although the performance of the Switch is average, the price is very cheap, and it has been enthusiastically sought after by small companies! Cisco products are good, but expensive. Small businesses can't afford such expensive products, and would rather spend less than buy the ones that are nearly as good as the ones that are better. Henry asked about the price, and the other party replied that it only sells for 9,999 yuan. Henry frowned when he heard the price. Is there any mistake? Selling so cheap? As far as Henry knows, this Switch from Warwick is an enterprise-class Switch, which can be said to be tens of thousands of dollars. I didn't expect to sell it so cheap! In fact, Warwick is a helpless move. Recently, they learned that Honglian Technology Co. Limited has investigated the information of its agents and is prying the corner, inviting them to participate in the agent conference on January 1, 1991. Ren Zhengfei made a decisive decision and made a decision. The Switch will cut the price by half, not to make money, as long as it can feed the company. Then, Warwick's Switch came out. Because the price was too low, it was really popular. At present, the development speed of mainland China is rapid, especially the Shenzhen area, which is changing day by day. People's demand for telephone communication is increasing day by day. It is when the Switch is urgently needed. Warwick's products are sold out soon after they go online! Henry was speechless, and he hurriedly asked Cisco to urgently transfer a batch of switches from the headquarters to block Warwick. However, Warwick is like a slippery autumn-loach. Seeing Cisco's entry into Shenzhen, he ran to towns and villages to develop markets, avoiding fighting, and playing the number of roads surrounding the city from the countryside. Can you still play happily? Seeing this, Henry was deeply moved and helpless. Obviously, what Warwick is making is the abacus of market segmentation. If Cisco is the high-end market, Warwick will be the low-end market. When it develops in the future, it will counterattack step by step! Actually, Warwick did that in his previous life! In large cities, Warwick's products encountered Cisco's products, and they basically fell apart. Warwick knows itself and can only go to the county towns and villages to develop the market. Afterwards, they played a role in collusion between government and business, and set up a joint venture with the local Post and Telecommunications Department, and promised to Post and Telecommunications shareholders an annual dividend of up to 30%! Because of this trick, Warwick has developed! Since then, the background is hard, the orders are soft, and in the future competition, it is simply invincible. However, Warwick is also striving for itself. The annual investment in research and development funds is very high, and it is catching up step by step in technology! This kind of relationship, technology is not bad, but also very promising company. China the government does not support. Then hell. Henry pondered for a while. Warwick is going to the countryside. Cisco does not have so much manpower and material resources to attack it. Instead of wasting energy, it is better to concentrate on developing itself. However, Warwick must also be contained and go to the countryside to suppress it from time to time. MetalNovel.com can't let it grow up savagely. Or else what is Cisco doing in China? At least you have to make a lot of money. Henry converged his mind and reset Cisco's strategic policy in China. Is ready to develop Hongnian technology into the world's largest foundry factory. Use hundreds of thousands of jobs to intimidate China. The government should not be partial. Otherwise, if Cisco pats it and leaves, hundreds of thousands of workers will have to be laid off. The final impact is not just hundreds of thousands of people. How many families will support 10,000 people? 1 million, 10 million? I'm afraid it's more than that! After a large number of workers are laid off, it means that the number of unemployed people increases, which adds to the uneasy factors of society. It means that consumption is reduced and the store business is deserted, and then a series of chain reactions will occur, causing economic turmoil. Economic turmoil will cause more companies to go bankrupt, and companies will go bankrupt and more laid-off workers will increase! Are these problems a headache? Hongnian Technology Company can first do the foundry of switches, and then gradually develop other businesses. With so many companies under Henry's name, it is enough to support the rise of an foundry giant. At this point, Henry is quite confident. As far as the current environment is concerned, there are a lot of Chinese workers, with low wages, cheap factories, and complete infrastructure, making them very suitable for production factories. Hon Hai Group Foxconn, based in mainland China, and finally became a foundry giant, promoted to the world's top 500, with millions of workers under its umbrella, which has a huge influence! Even national leaders have to visit the company in person to express their condolences. It is conceivable that such a company, which is related to the survival of millions of people, has a high status. MetalNovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.metalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 217. At this time, the PayPal online payment system in the United States was successfully developed. Henry was excited and ready to set off to return to the United States. Warwick did not succeed in the acquisition, and Henry didn't care too much. He ate his own meat and couldn't even give others the soup. Besides, it is impossible for Cisco to monopolize the world. Warwick has fallen, there may not be a second Warwick appearing. In that case, try to suppress and contain Warwick as much as possible. Originally, he just wanted to take control of Warwick, make some money from it, and let Warwick's own leadership team manage the company, but now others disagree. The truth is, it's not uncommon for a strong twisted melon, investors and management to have conflicts, and eventually lead to the company's bankruptcy. Henry no longer insisted. If I get it, I am lucky, but if not, it is fate. When I return to the United States this time, I will not come to Hong Kong again until the Soviet Union disintegrates. And next time, there may be a wave of acquisition frenzy! Banks, real estate, telecommunications, newspapers, TV stations in Southeast Asia and other countries are all Henry's goals. Before leaving, Henry made a series of arrangements for ATV. First, Asia Television is actively introducing classic TV series to Taiwan, the mainland and other places, and at the same time exporting its own TV series, strengthening the ties between the two sides of the strait, and preparing for future entry into the mainland and Taiwan. Second, to strengthen the production capacity of ATV Production Company, send people to Taiwan and Hollywood to investigate and learn from others. In addition, the TV series can be adapted from famous celebrities, such as the novels of Qian Yao, Jin Yong, Gelong. After was over, Henry got on the plane and flew to the United States. One day later, California, Silicon Valley, San Jose, Nicholas headquarters. Henry walked into the building. Geely Hutt and others waited after him. Geely Hutt reported on the company as he walked. The PayPal payment system has been fully developed, safe and reliable, and has strong antivirus and anti-phishing site detection capabilities. As long as there is an email address, users can log in and open a PayPal account, pass verification to become its user, and then provide credit card or relevant bank information. Choose top up, then a certain amount of money can be transferred from the bank account, such as credit card registered when the account was opened, to the PayPal account. Users can use the PayPal account to pay directly on Nicholas Shopping Network. Henry nodded. Well, it's not bad. But PayPal hasn't done better yet, and some areas need to be improved. Geely Hut heard the words. His face was thinking. Henry smiled slightly without explaining immediately. A few minutes later, everyone came to the office. After Henry sat down, he said, "First of all, I am very happy that PayPal has been successfully developed. In addition, there are still many areas that need to be improved for this project. Currently, you put the positioning is wrong. It is not only a shopping service for Nicholas, but an online payment system. Its core purpose is to create the world's fastest payment method. In addition to supporting direct shopping, it will also support transfer payments. The user transfers money to the payee through a PayPal account. If the other party is also a PayPal account, the transfer can be successful. If the other party does not have a PayPal account, you need to provide the other party's email. Then, the payee must follow the instructions of the PayPal email content, go to the web page to register, get a PayPal account, and then transfer the money to the PayPal account. If the user needs, he can also transfer the money from the PayPal account to his personal credit card account or to his bank account. Through this viral marketing approach, PayPal will develop very fast. After everyone heard it, they nodded again and again. Geely Hut looked admired and said excitedly, "Chairman, I will then ask people to improve immediately." Henry nodded, and then said again, "Nicholas' business is a B2B business, and cross-border transactions are very inconvenient in the payment link. This is a good opportunity to promote PayPal." Geely Hut said with a face, "Chairman, foreign banks have almost never opened online banking. Therefore, I am afraid that it is impossible to recharge money to a PayPal account." "Well, this is a problem." Henry pondered. "Don't worry about the bank. I will let Williams Bank speed up its global deployment." Of course, in order to allow PayPal and Nicholas to develop quickly, you can't be idle. You need to actively persuade the local bank to open online banking. "Yes." Geely Hut and others nodded in response. At present, Williams Bank has established more than 3,000 branches and more than 100,000 ATMs in the United States, covering a wide range, making it the bank with the strongest development potential in the United States! However, there is no branch abroad. Compared with banks such as Citigroup and Morgan, it is really far behind. "It seems that Williams Bank must speed up," Henry murmured. "However, as long as PayPal wins the US market, will the global market be far away?" On January 1, 1991, in addition to Hongnian Technologies Agent Conference, PayPal was also officially launched. In order to attract people to register for a PayPal account, Henry can also be considered as a spell. Register a PayPal account to get a $20 Nicholas shopping voucher, and introduce a friend to register a PayPal account to get a $10 Nicholas shopping voucher. The first 100,000 registered users will each get a $100 Nicholas shopping voucher! The first 1 million registered users will get a lottery number. On April 2nd, the winner will receive a huge prize of $1 million US! As soon as the news spread, America went crazy! This is a game that local tyrants can only play. Times Weekly commented. Los Angeles Times, Nicholas hits hard, PayPal intends to get involved in online finance. Wall Street Journal, Nicholas Shopping Network's stock price soared by $20, becoming the stock with the highest share price increase on Nasdaq that day. BBC reporter, today, because of PayPal, there was a line of tens of meters outside Williams Bank, causing traffic jams. According to our interview, they are all going to open online banking. Sign up for a PayPal account and need to open online banking. At present, Only Williams Bank in the United States and even in the world has opened online banking. We can foresee that the number of users of Williams Bank will greatly increase because of PayPal. Citibank, the depositor scolded. What kind of bank? There is no online banking. I want to withdraw money and deposit it in Williams Bank. ICQ friend A, are you there? I will introduce you a good thing, and you can get a $20 Nicholas shopping voucher when you register. Is it true that by introducing a friend, you can get a $10 Nicholas shopping voucher? Oh, you actually know? Just kidding, I have introduced 100 friends to sign up for PayPal. Fuck, you are awesome. In just 1 week, Henry was dumbfounded by the number of PayPal registrations, and it has exceeded 100,000! Henry couldn't help feeling that money is more attractive. 1 month later, PayPal has exceeded 500,000 users. During this period, Henry asked PayPal to cooperate with some companies under his name, and first opened the music currency recharge function for Tantion Music Company. So, in the main interface of PayPal, an option of music every day appeared. After this feature appeared, many media have complained about it. This feature is completely useless, because users will not spend money to listen to music! Henry just smiled when he heard these words. Immediately afterwards, Cisco MCI cooperated with PayPal, so there was an option of call charge recharge in the main interface of PayPal. The launch of this feature is very popular with everyone, and the stock prices of Cisco and Nicholas Shopping Network have gone up a lot. During this period, the busiest company is Nicholas Express, because Nicholas Shopping Network has given away a large number of shopping vouchers, so everyone is shopping and the express delivery business is super busy. And this month, Nicholas Shopping Network's sales reached a new high, reaching $1 billion. This data shocked the industry. A Walmart press spokesperson said, Nicholas Shopping Network may be our most powerful opponent to Walmart. This time, Henry spent the money in place and played a very big role. It can be said that he won a big victory. Not only has the number of PayPal users increased dramatically, but also the users of Williams Bank depositors and Nicholas Shopping! Especially Williams Bank, there are countless people who come to open online banking, and they have dug into countless corners. As a result, banks such as Citigroup and Morgan formed the Anti-Williams Banking Alliance. They also opened online banking, but they did not support PayPal Recharge. It is to support other e-commerce websites in the United States to pay directly by credit card! Credit cards are indeed convenient to use in the United States, but if you want to pay internationally, it won't work. In addition, there are many banks in the United States. If the user is just a depositor of a small bank, how many banks must be listed on the e-commerce website? In case the user cannot find the small bank where he has opened an account, should he still spend money with you? So, PayPal is still easier to use than credit cards! The bank transfers the money to www.mtlnovel.com and then uses PayPal to pay. It's so convenient, and users don't have to worry about the problem of not being able to pay. Faced with the counterattack of Citigroup and Morgan Bank, Henry responded with no kindness at all. Not long after, a post from Isaac Postbar went viral. Credit card account was stolen and lost millions of dollars. The text reads, I did not open PayPal, but directly used Citibank's credit card for shopping. As a result, my credit card account number and password were leaked, and all the money in it was stolen, losing $1 million. Before that, PayPal, when it was first released, I solemnly reminded that there are Trojan horses and phishing websites on the internet. You must use the PayPal security components that comes with PayPal to make safe and secure shopping. However, I am not a PayPal user, and there is no PayPal security component, so I am when using a credit card. The account and password were stolen, resulting in a loss of more than $1 million. The number of replies below is as many as 1,000. Fuck it, it's very risky, but luckily I use PayPal. The host is so stupid, He deserves it. It's so good to use PayPal, and just give PayPal some money for shopping. In this way, even if PayPal is stolen, you won't lose too much. If your bank card or credit card is stolen, just wait to cry to death. The new week has begun. If you don't have a ticket, please support. Today I used the Little Black House software to write, and the number of characters locked was 3000. As a result, I was not allowed to come out after writing 3000 words. Now I am finally out of trouble. www.mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 218 recommended the new book I Am a Book Mad in Rebirth by my friend Tanxia Benbei, which is well written. The introduction is as follows. Was born again and returned to a parallel world similar to the Earth. He started the craze of Xia by writing with the novel How Bad Guys Are Trained. His trilogy of shooting sculptures directly pushed the old school of martial arts to the peak of the new school of martial arts. His biography of the White Snake, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, and Men Jiangdan have become household love stories. As for the Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, A Dream of Red Mansions, and Water Margin, he opened the flourishing age of Chinese literature. Occasionally, he also writes songs that are not available in this world. Childhood, Let Us Have a Double Pulp. Accidentally, these songs have become campus folk songs that all Chinese can sing. As for the ghost-blowing lights he was boring to shoot, Charlotte's Troubles, Tai Chi, Stephen Chow series, The Lord of the Rings, The Matrix, Avatar, Transformers, Titanic, Inception, Marvel Heroes, have become the world's most. The movie praised by it. He is the first person to get rich. He is the godfather of the global entertainment industry. His artistic wealth is enough to digest the whole world for more than 300 years. Chapter 219 recommended the new book I Am a Book Mad in Rebirth by my friend Number. The introduction is as follows. Was born again and returned to a parallel world similar to the Earth. He started the craze of Xia by writing with the novel How Bad Guys Are Trained. His trilogy of shooting sculptures directly pushed the old school of martial arts to the peak of the new school of martial arts. His biography of the White Snake, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, and Men Jiangdan have become household love stories. As for the Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, A Dream of Red Mansions, and Water Margin, he opened the flourishing age of Chinese literature. Occasionally, he also writes songs that are not available in this world. Childhood, Let Us Have a Double Pulp. Accidentally, these songs have become campus folk songs that all Chinese can sing. As for the ghost-blowing lights he was boring to shoot, Charlotte's Troubles, Tai Chi, Stephen Chow series, The Lord of the Rings, The Matrix, Avatar, Transformers, Titanic, Inception, Marvel Heroes, have become the world's most. The movie praised by it. He is the first person to get rich. He is the godfather of the global entertainment industry. His artistic wealth is enough to digest the whole world for more than 300 years. Chapter 220 The Tiber incident got worse and worse, and even the newspapers and TV media made a sensation. Online shopping, credit card stolen, loss of millions? ABC TV supporters questioned. Isaac posted a post that went viral on the internet recently, saying that when shopping online, credit cards were used to pay. As a result, the account and password were stolen and the loss was lost. Millions of dollars. The matter has not been confirmed whether it is true or not. However, internet security problems have always existed. With the rapid development of the internet, the development of Trojan horse viruses is in the ascendant, which is shocking. Investigation and statistical analysis, global computer viruses with the growth of 1,000 newly added each year. One can imagine how many viruses will be. Regardless of whether the Tiber incident is confirmed or not, I believe that things like credit card theft will happen again and again in the future. Here, we have to ask a question. Is online shopping really safe? After the news commentary of ABC TV was broadcast, it caused a huge response in the United States. Countless people are discussing the safety of online shopping. For a while, people were afraid of online shopping. The winter of e-commerce seems to have come all of a sudden. Citi, Morgan and other banks don't care. Anyway, they don't do e-commerce, they sit leisurely, drinking tea and watching jokes. One of the biggest losses is Nicholas Shopping Network. Posted up to the incident, it's just hype at first glance. Because Citi, Morgan and other banks have not received any news that $1 million has been stolen. Since it is a hype, who is the main messenger behind the scenes? Obviously, there is no one else except the Nicholas Group. But it turned out to be shot in the foot! Citigroup and Morgan Bank couldn't help laughing proudly. It's just that, not long after, news of frequent theft of credit cards came from all over the United States. The news is true, real people and real things, and there are so many in number, absolutely can't be faked. As soon as the news spread, it immediately caused heated discussions in the United States. Citi, Morgan and other banks announced that they will temporarily close online credit card and online banking services. This action by banks such as Citigroup and Morgan confirmed the seriousness of the Trojan horse virus from the side. Netizens have great doubts about computer security issues. Nicholas CEO Geely Hutt hurried to Henry's office, and said in a panic, "Chairman, the daily active users of Nicholas Shopping Network have plummeted to below 10,000. Calm down." Henry smiled slightly. "Go and prepare for a press conference." "Then what am I going to say at the press conference?" Geely Hutt asked. Hee. The reason why users stop shopping is because they worry about the safety of their fund accounts. Then we let them not worry about it. Henry chuckled. "Don't worry." Geely Hutt showed a trace of doubt and began to think. Henry smiled and said lightly, "It's actually very simple. If a user gets a Trojan virus while using PayPal, then the Nicholas Group will bear all the losses. This, Chairman, in case." Geely Hutt did not finish speaking. Henry interrupted him and said, "You have to trust our technicians." Well, seeing Henry's firm tone, Geely Hutt nodded in response, and then left and went to prepare for the press conference. Geely Hutt was stopped by Henry just a few steps. "Wait!" Henry yelled to her. "When the press conference is held later, remember to focus on the PayPal security component. It is a good way to pit Citigroup and Morgan Bank." Geely Hutt heard the words, thought about it for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Hee, I understand." Henry nodded to him, signaling that Geely Hutt could leave. The PayPal security component is indeed an antivirus software, but it has many vulnerabilities that are difficult to find. Some Trojan horse viruses or phishing websites can evade its detection. What really guarantees the security of PayPal is Cloud Scan and Kill. That's right. PayPal uses cloud technology to kill viruses! When Henry came up with this concept, Eugene Kabakis was stunned! The past antivirus method was to directly kill the virus locally on the user's computer, while the cloud scanning and killing proposed by Henry used the server to kill the virus in the background. Is a server comparable to a computer? The server has powerful computing power and a huge virus database. With the addition of powerful antivirus engine technology, the ability to check and kill viruses is simply exploding! The concept of cloud scanning and killing has simply subverted the current traditional concept of antivirus and has epoch-making significance! The PayPal security component is a shell, and the core is cloud scanning. If anyone copied the PayPal security component, it must be a tragedy in the end! Later generations, why can't the virus become rampant? It's because Yuanchao is too powerful. Online payment is safe and reliable, and account hacking is rarely seen again. Therefore, Henry is very confident. With 360 McAfee's technology and cloud scanning, what virus can escape his eye-catching eyes today? Since Henry dared to speak up, Nicholas compensated for all the losses. He was naturally targeted. with strong self-confidence. On the other side, Geely Hutt quickly invited reporters to participate in the press conference of Nicholas Group. At the meeting, Geely Hutt said loudly, "Welcome to the press conference of Nicholas Group." At present, a storm of bad news about e-commerce is sweeping across the United States, and online payment security has become the hottest topic of the moment. In response to this question, I would like to say to everyone on the spot and all Americans and netizens around the world that there is a virus on the internet, but the antivirus technology used by PayPal is stronger. Through comparison, we can find that so far, PayPal users have never divulged their account numbers and passwords because of poisoning. However, Citi, Morgan and other bank credit card users have leaked their credit card information due to computer poisoning in more than 50 cases. Our PayPal security component is exclusively provided by 360 McAfee, the most powerful antivirus company in the United States. It took 4 years to develop and has super powerful antivirus and antivirus capabilities. In order to show our confidence in PayPal's security components and our responsibility to users, Nicholas Group Company solemnly announces that if data is leaked due to poisoning while using PayPal, Nicholas Group Company will compensate users for all losses. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar below, and there was a lot of discussion in the whole venue! Mr. Geely Hutt, may I ask, are you sure you are right? Nicholas Group will compensate users for all losses? The reporter raised his hand and asked. Geely Hutt replied, please note that Nicholas Group will indeed compensate users for all losses. But the premise is that the use of PayPal poisoning leads to data leakage. If you write the account number and password of your credit card or bank card on paper, and then get someone else if you see it, then take away all your money. Then it has nothing to do with our Nicholas Group. Speaking of later, Geely Hutt joked to the reporter. The next day, the headlines of major American newspapers were news conferences about the Nicholas Group of companies. The Nicholas Group promises to use PayPal to pay. If the poisoning causes the leakage of information and causes losses, the Nicholas Group will compensate all the losses. Use PayPal with confidence. Nicholas will fully protect you. Don't be afraid of poisoning. Nicholas will compensate anyway. On the homepage of Nicholas Shopping Network, a huge red banner is hung in the most conspicuous place. Shopping safely, shopping with confidence. Nicholas solemnly promises that if there is any loss, full compensation. Internet users who like to shop saw the promise made by Nicholas Group. They were relieved at once and started shopping boldly. During this period, everyone was in a hurry, and all of a sudden, that guy almost squeezed the server of Nicholas Shopping Network! 300,000 to 400,000 people flocked to Nicholas Shopping Network to shop on the same day. One family is happy to come, one Gia is sorrowful. Other online shopping companies that imitated NicholasShopping.com all sighed. The severe situation almost reached the doorstep. In the end of the day, not many people visited the website at all. Although Citibank, Morgan Bank and other banks also have antivirus software, they are not very effective. Many people are still poisoned. Especially phishing websites are hard to guard against. Antivirus software can't detect it! Citi, the bank represented by Morgan discussed together, and finally someone suggested that since PayPal's security components are so powerful, we will copy them. As soon as the idea was put forward, it immediately won unanimous approval. Then, I found a company that makes antivirus software and asked them to help copy the PayPal security components. At first glance, this company found that PayPal's security components are really good copycats. Except for a small part of the code that is encapsulated, most of the other source codes are open source and can be directly copied back for use! After research, it is found that the code is well written. Metalnovel.com has a good antivirus function. While scolding 360 McAfee for being stupid, he changed the software and prepared to use it directly! Citi and Morgan Bank heard that the PayPal security component is actually open source software, and they laughed from ear to ear. They quickly ordered the antivirus company to modify it. When Citi and Morgan were engaged in conspiracy, the Nicholas Group was not idle either. PayPal began to send a large number of business personnel to discuss cooperation with small and medium-sized banks, uniting the majority and isolating the few. The big bank alliances headed by Citigroup, Morgan, etc. are very few. Online shopping is very attractive to people. At this time, PayPal is also engaged in activities. If small banks open online banking and cooperate with PayPal, they can improve the competitiveness of banks and attract depositors. Seeing that the business of Nicholas Shopping Network is becoming more and more popular, and the number of people shopping is increasing, PayPal has become an indispensable third-party payment system in online transactions. Many banks have cooperated with PayPal. Citi, Morgan and other banking alliances immediately reacted to this situation and jointly held a press conference to announce, the Citi Morgan online shopping security tool will soon be successfully developed. We also promise that users will use our security tools. Citigroup and Morgan Bank will also compensate all losses caused by the leakage of information due to poisoning. When Henry received the news, he couldn't help but snap his fingers and praised, "You are really awesome!" Now there are more words in a chapter. Please support, click, collect, recommend, etc. All are www.mentalnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mentalnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 221. Within a week, Citi Morgan's online shopping security tool was released, claiming that Citi Morgan's online shopping security tool is very reliable and can definitely online banking and credit cards. Since Citi and Morgan promised to pay compensation, users of Citi and Morgan also boldly used online banking and credit cards to shop online. Citi and Morgan have regained their strengths and are about to crack down on PayPal. The Nicholas Group suddenly announced, recently, Citi and Morgan Bank released Citi Morgan's online shopping security tool. They think they have the world's first antivirus and antivirus capabilities. But we Nicholas are not convinced. Our PayPal security component is the most powerful. So, we at Nicholas Group issue 2 rewards. Within 1 month, we were the first individual or team to use Trojan horses to bypass PayPal security components. We offered a reward of $10 million, and we offered a reward of 100 for bypassing Citi Morgan's online shopping security tools. $10,000. Hackers around the world, come on. As soon as the news spread, Citigroup and Morgan Bank were speechless, and their hearts were guilty. I'm a copycat. Can I fight against the original? But the point is that Nima too underestimated Citi Morgan's online shopping security tools, and only gave $1 million. But gave himself $10 million. It simply ignored the existence of Citi Morgan's complete online shopping tools! The most hateful thing is, why do you want to do this kind of death? Also offer a reward for hackers to attack? In addition, when did we say that Citi Morgan's online shopping security tool has the world's first antivirus capability? Citigroup and JP Morgan Bank are almost in tears. 360 McAfee headquarters, Henry laughed and said, "Everyone, the time has come to expand our 360 McAfee supervirus library." In front of more than 100 technicians showed excitement, full of fighting spirit! They actually regarded this rewarding event as a challenge and an opportunity. If Citi and Morgan Bank knew, they would definitely think they were crazy. However, technocracies are crazy. Eugene Kaspersky said loudly and self-confidently, "Chairman, please rest assured, we will eat as many viruses as they come." Eugene Kaspersky's eyes gleamed like a hunter staring at his prey. At this moment, he is already hungry and thirsty. Very good. Henry nodded. Be prepared for it. It is at this moment when 360 McAfee becomes famous. Henry made this decision for a long time, and he is still very confident about this reward activity. The server used the top-nose Arc server, and a small data center was formed through 100 servers. The comprehensive computing power far exceeds the current best supercomputer. In addition, there are many ways for hackers to attack, but Henry restricts them to only use Trojan horse viruses, so the attack method is much simpler. Eugene Kaspersky's team has more than 100 people, and those who are waiting are not rivals at all. Henry has another purpose. Through this reward activity, he will recruit hackers to enter 360 McAfee, and set up a frightening and very mysterious computer hacker virus department. While making viruses to enrich 360 McAfee's virus database, he uses hacking techniques. Improve 360 McAfee antivirus engine! It sounds crazy to make a virus by yourself. In fact, many antivirus companies do it. How to become a top antivirus company if you don't study viruses or make viruses? It's just that what Henry has to do is crazier than them. Hackers all over the world are gearing up, ready to move. Citigroup and Morgan Bank were so anxious that they quickly found the antivirus company that provided them with complete tools for online shopping and asked them what to do. What are the ways to deal with it? This time, you must resist the attack of hackers. The head of Citibank said loudly. No problem. The strength of our antivirus company cannot be underestimated. The person in charge of the antivirus company vowed. The outside world is very lively, especially Isaac posted. All kinds of posts about Nicholas' reward amount are very popular. Among them, the post named Hacker Challenge List was put on top, becoming the hottest and most lively post at present. Zeus came to challenge on behalf of American hackers. Goodwill came to challenge on behalf of Chinese hackers. Chaos Computer Club came to challenge on behalf of European hackers. This post has been locked. Unless you have good hacking skills, you can reply to your speech by special means. As for ordinary netizens, they can only watch and worship. Everyone counted the number of replies. There are almost more than 50, some of them are individuals, some are teams. For a while, the United States is looking forward to whether hackers can win a reward and make antivirus software helpless! The funny thing is that within a day, Citi Morgan's online shopping security tool Fallen, the hacker's virus program successfully broke through the security tool's interception and stole the user's online banking information. Goodfellow, Citigroup and Morgan Bank are now ashamed and lost. The front page of the New York Times. This is what Citigroup and Morgan Bank call the world's first antivirus ability! Washington Post, without a day, Citi Morgan's online shopping security tools have completely fallen. All users who use Citi and Morgan's online shopping to shop online are warned to be careful about the security of their accounts. Then, hackers posted the source code of PayPal and Citi Morgan's online shopping security tools in the post bar. The similarity of the code was as high as 80%, which immediately caused everyone's uproar! Next, the Nicholas Group held a press conference to announce, Citi Morgan's online shopping security tool plagiarizes PayPal's security components. Nicholas will sue Citibank and Morgan Bank. Citibank and Morgan Bank argued, generally speaking, the codes of similar software are not much different. We did not sue the Nicholas Group. They would rather sue us for plagiarism and infringement. Nicholas Group is a rogue company that wants to pass this shamelessly slander our company. Therefore, we resolutely resist, never admit defeat, fight and fight. We are not afraid of lawsuits. Technical lawsuits are more troublesome. It is an easy matter to delay for a year and a half. When the lawsuit is settled, people will not care about it, so as to minimize the negative impact. Of course, Citibank and Morgan Bank will not admit to plagiarism and infringement now. If they do, it will definitely damage the reputation of the bank! However, will Henry let their wishful thinking start? Obviously not. Henry has deliberately digging holes from the beginning. Since Citigroup and Morgan Bank jumped in, don't think about it. Then, The Nicholas Group took out the evidence, so that Citi and Morgan Bank could not deny it! Nicholas Group Corporation pointed out, in the very inconspicuous place in the PayPal code, our programmers wrote a line of comment code without any function, and it said please don't plagiarize, this is PayPal. As a result, we shop online at Citi Morgan. This line of code was also found in the security tool. Oh, God, I don't know yet. Citi and Morgan Bank also belong to PayPal. Then, Nicholas Group posted the codes of the two companies on the internet for everyone to compare and watch. After reading it, everyone complained to Citigroup and Morgan Bank! Shameless, this has been plagiarized naked, and I still don't admit it. I am really anxious for the IQ of Citigroup and Morgan Bank. Don't copy all the plagiarism. You even copied other people's comment codes. I dare not use Citi and Morgan's online banking to shop now. It's too dangerous. Citi and Morgan are too dishonest. I am going to deposit the money in Williams Bank. There was a lot of condemnation on the internet, and Citigroup and Morgan Bank were speechless. As a result, many depositors were lost in this matter, and most of them turned into users of Williams Bank. Because of the solid evidence and heated discussions in the United States, Citibank and Morgan Bank were worried that the longer the time, the greater the loss. They could not help but rush to close the case and admitted that they had plagiarized and infringed. As a result, the California court quickly made a decision on this lawsuit and ruled that the Nicholas Group won, and Citi and Morgan Bank compensated PayPal with $5 million. As soon as the judgment came out, it quickly spread throughout the United States. Then, wave after wave of banks took the initiative to contact PayPal, hoping to achieve cooperation. Within a week, PayPal signed more than 60% of banks in the United States. Its dominance of third-party payment www.untlenovel.com is finally completed! More than 2 weeks have passed, but so far no hacker has issued a statement saying that he has compromised the PayPal security component. Therefore, many people on the internet are still paying attention to this matter. The PayPal security component is really strong. 2 weeks have passed and nothing happened. Strange. The code similarity between the PayPal security component and the Citi Morgan online shopping security tool is as high as 80%. As a result, the PayPal security component is not solid enough to date, but the latter can't hold it for a day! The technology is too good, only 20% of the code difference has formed a world of difference. Yeah, I really want to know what that code writes. Time passed day by day, and seeing that the month deadline was approaching, there was still no hacker to break the PayPal security component. At this time, iSearch post bar finally has a hacker speaking. When everyone heard that a hacker appeared, they were excited to enter the post, click to open the post, and thought, the myth of PayPal's security component has finally been broken! No, it's really amazing. No matter what kind of virus our Chaos Computer Club uses, it will be quickly checked and killed. Its speed is simply outrageous. Therefore, our Chaos Computer Club the club out to the wind and chose to give up attacking. Fuck. I thought that hackers had overcome PayPal's security components, but when I saw it, they came to post to admit defeat! Please support.untlenovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read Chapter 222 with the first. There is the second. On the post bar, hackers have successively posted to admit defeat, with similar meanings. PayPal's security components are too good, and the ability to check and kill viruses is too strong, incomparable. As a result, the month deadline has come, and no hacker has succeeded. This made a sensation in the United States, and even the U.S. Security Agency expressed concern about PayPal. The Nicholas Group and 360 McAfee jointly held a press conference to announce, the month deadline has come. So far, no hacker's virus can bypass the PayPal security component. Therefore, we can say that the PayPal security component is the best in the world. One of the security software. However, the PayPal security component is very specific, and it will only play a protective role when making online payments. It will not protect our users' computers all the time. So, who will guard the user's computer security? Here, our Nicholas Group will solemnly introduce a company, 360 McAfee. As we all know, the Nicholas Group is just an e-commerce group company, and our expertise is not in the field of cybersecurity. Therefore, there is actually someone else behind the rewards event. That's right, that is 360 McAfee. PayPal security component is 360 McAfee's tailor-made security software for PayPal. And PayPal's security component is just their little test tool. What is really powerful is their cloud scanning and killing technology. As for what cloud scanning and killing technology is, let us have 360 McAfee CEO Mr. Eugene Kaspersky come to the stage to speak. Eugene Kaspersky walked to the front of the stage and cleared his throat. Hello everyone. I am Eugene Kaspersky. 360 McAfee's original cloud antivirus technology has been invincible against global hacker attacks. We dare to say that cloud antivirus technology is currently the most powerful antivirus technology. There is no one. Eugene Kaspersky. When I spoke, my tone of voice became a bunker, a posture of ignoring the world and being alone. The expression is even more arrogant. There is a kind of arrogance of dissatisfaction to argue. When everyone heard it, they shook their heads, and they claimed to be the most powerful antivirus technology. There was no one, and the tone was so big that it was endless. Eugene Kaspersky didn't care at all when he saw everyone's questioning expressions. After he explained the concept of Yansha kill, they would be shocked. After a pause for more than 10 seconds, Eugene Kaspersky continued, the reason why I dare to say that cloud scanning is the most powerful antivirus technology is that we have completely subverted the traditional antivirus concept and put the original on the user's computer. The analysis and computing power has been transferred to the server of our 360 McAfee company. With the powerful computing power of the server and the huge virus database, the antivirus ability has achieved a huge leap. According to the analysis and comparison of global antivirus companies, our company's antivirus speed is traditional 100 times the antivirus company, and this is just our most conservative estimate. Eugene Kaspersky said at the end, his eyes swept over the crowd, and said calmly. The reporters in the audience were all shocked. This technology is really awesome. Relying on the computing power of the server to kill viruses, it must be stronger than the user's own computer. What does 360 McAfee think? Actually came up with such a genius idea! Exclamation mark. The reporters deeply admire. If anyone says that 360 McAfee's antivirus technology is not the best in the world, they are the first to disagree. Others use servers to kill viruses. How can you compare to him? Exclamation mark. He is not number one. Who is number one? There is no suspense. Exclamation mark. Actually, it won't be long before other antivirus companies will discover the antivirus method of 360 McAfee. Rather than waiting for them to find out, it is better to speak out first, shock everyone, and then establish a prestige and seize the market. Exclamation mark. Otherwise, if you wait until later to talk about using the cloud scan and kill technology, as a result, other antivirus companies have jumped out and said that they have also used the cloud scan and kill technology. In this way, cloud scan and kill is the trump card killer. It's worthless, and it has become a mass goods from exotic goods to live in. Cloud check and kill lies in the word cloud. The more users who use cloud check and kill, the stronger the ability of cloud check and kill. It's like upgrading monsters. The more monsters you fight, the more experience points you will upgrade. It is not a monster, but a computer virus. The more you kill the virus, not only the accumulation of technology, but also the larger the virus database. Then, 360 McAfee's antivirus capabilities will far exceed other companies, and it will be able to win more users' likes. According to the Matthew effect, the stronger, the weaker the weaker. Finally, 360 McAfee will inevitably develop into a giant among antivirus companies! The reporters were shocked for a while, and then someone asked, "Mr. Eugene Kaspersky, why is it called Yanchaka? What does cloud mean?" Eugene Kaspersky was taken aback for a moment. "Awful, the chairman didn't tell me what cloud is." Eugene Kaspersky thought for a while, and suddenly became wise. "Ahem. Cloud is just a metaphor. You see, there are clouds all over the world, just like our computers are distributed all over the world." After answering this question, Eugene Kaspersky couldn't help feeling a cold sweat. The reporters nodded and said, "Mr. Kaspersky, your analogy is really appropriate." Ha ha. Eugene Kaspersky laughed twice, then cleared his throat, and said, "This press conference, our 360 McAfee company officially announced that it will launch the 360 McAfee Security Guard computer client. Use cloud-killing technology to guard the safety of users' computers." When everyone heard this, they were slightly shocked and asked, "Mr. Kaspersky, how much does it cost to install the 360 McAfee Security Guard?" "Free. Forever free." Eugene Kaspersky emphasized again. The reporters were shocked. How could it be free forever? Shouldn't the company make money anymore? Everyone was puzzled and asked, "Mr. Kaspersky, if you are free, how do you make money?" "At present, it is mainly relying on advertising to make money." Kaspersky replied. Of course, it is impossible for him to tell the company how to make money. He is not stupid. After the press conference, 360 McAfee Security Guard is online. Use PayPal for online shopping. You will be prompted to install 360 McAfee Security Guard. ICQ pop-up. Download 360 McAfee Security Guard. iSearch searches for antivirus, and the search page returned is the official website of 360 McAfee Security Guard. On the home page of the global online portal, 360 McAfee Security Guard is highly recommended! For a while, the internet was full of advertisements of 360 McAfee Security Guard. 360 McAfee Security Guard, using the world's best antivirus technology Cloud Scan and Kill, uses a super server to check and kill viruses and guard your computer. How good is the PayPal security component? It's actually just a simple version of 360 McAfee Security Guard. The world's most powerful antivirus software. 360 McAfee Security Guard. The world's first permanently free antivirus software. 360 McAfee Security Guard. The slogan is too awesome, and the people who watched it were stunned. 360 McAfee Security Guard is so hanging? People were puzzled. After downloading, the netizens ran the software again. I went there. There were many viruses on the computer. The antivirus software technology used before was really bad, and I didn't even find so many viruses! 360 McAfee Security Guards are really awesome! Actually, 360 McAfee Security Guard treats some junk files as viruses. As a result, netizens see that there are so many viruses, so they naturally think that 360 McAfee Security Guard is a technical cow. 360 McAfee Security Guard's antivirus method is also the simplest, fool-like operation. Only click antivirus! Users don't need to worry too much. Just click antivirus. 360 McAfee Security Guard will help you handle everything. The antivirus software of other companies is cumbersome to operate and has weak antivirus capabilities. The key is that it actually costs money. Compared with 360 McAfee Security Guard, it is more than a star and a half away, and it is thrown into the recycle bin in minutes! Antivirus companies from all over the world cry father and mother one after another, yelling at 360 McAfee for breaking industry rules. The rules are a fart! Rules are used to break! 360 McAfee does its own thing. MTLNovel.com ignores those antivirus companies at all. Lao Tzu is free. Are you biting me? Several well-known antivirus companies in the world subsequently formed an alliance to prepare against 360 McAfee. However, only 2 days have passed since the establishment of the alliance. 360 McAfee announced to the outside world, within 1 week, the number of downloads of 360 McAfee Security Guard has reached 1 million, and it is expected that within 1 month, the number of downloads will exceed 5 million. Anti-360 McAfee Antivirus Alliance immediately ushered in a head blow! Free or not, this is a question! Just when antivirus companies were considering such a very difficult problem, 360 McAfee secretly established a mysterious and powerful department, the Matrix! Is the name familiar? Is it very hanging? Originally planned to call the Hacker Virus Department, but Henry thought that the name was too rubbish, so he wanted to change the name. But what should I change? After thinking about it for a long time, I didn't have any clues. When I just raised my head and looked out the window, suddenly a name appeared in my mind. That's right, it's the Matrix! Since it is a department composed of hackers, it is actually quite appropriate to call the Matrix. In the future, this hacker team will create a hacker world in a Matrix. Of course, it must be different from the movie The Matrix. However, in reality, the name of the Matrix will make many countries or organizations frightened in the future. It's not easy for the hand-handicapped party code. Please support Book Friends Group. 424,930,141. Welcome to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 223. This time, the Matrix Department recruited more than 20 hackers in total, and the number is neither too large nor too small. If it weren't for Henry's high salary and 360 McAfee's technology recognized by them, it would be even more difficult to recruit hackers to join. However, Henry believes that once the Matrix has grown and become a holy land for countless hackers, then it will be much easier to recruit new members at that time! Can be called hackers, they must all be technically talented people. What kind of sparks will be produced when a group of technically talented people stay together? This is a thing worth looking forward to. The hackers really lived up to their expectations and their technology was awesome. After joining 360 Free Company, within a week, they improved their antivirus engine and optimized cloud antivirus technology, and their antivirus capabilities were suddenly increased by 20%. Henry suddenly felt that investing in nothing is more cost-effective than investing in talent! No wonder. What is the most expensive in the 21st century? Talent! Day by day, other antivirus companies saw that the paid antivirus software could no longer survive, and they changed their flags and announced that their antivirus software was also free! If it's not free, no one will use the antivirus software. If it's free, you can share some soup and drink, occupying a small part of the market. Many antivirus companies were forced to catch the ducks on the shelves. It's free. However, if the antivirus software wants to be changed to Cloud Check and Kill, and it wants to be changed to a full-style only-click antivirus, it cannot be done in a short while. Its market share is decreasing day by day, and it is basically taken away by 360 McAfee. Other antivirus companies hurriedly worked overtime to modify the software, and when the changes were getting better, 360 McAfee actually has a new trick. After booting, the pop-up window shows the boot time, and it also made a ranking. After finishing, it prompts a neck acceleration, which not only speeds up the booting speed, but also allows your computer to run more smoothly without getting stuck! This trick is just right in the hands of users. and I really like it. The computer starts slowly, then only click acceleration. Computer stuck, then only click acceleration. It's a great fun! Exclamation mark. When other antivirus companies saw this, I almost felt like vomiting blood. I am also free, but there is no way to stop the expansion of 360 McAfee! Exclamation mark. Among them, many small antivirus companies are tragically facing bankruptcy crisis. At this time, 360 McAfee began to show its fangs and wanted to swallow these companies one by one. Talent, technology, and virus database are all included in the bag! Exclamation mark. Just when 360 McAfee bought antivirus companies on a large scale, a reporter from Time magazine joked, "The current antivirus company is just the fish on the cutting board, waiting for the owner to kill." The antivirus market was disrupted by Henry. Not only did the Cloud Scan and Kill appear many years in advance, but the free model was also advanced. Almost other antivirus companies that had been hit had nothing to fight back. Imagine a company with the best antivirus technology, but it is free again. How do you ask other companies to compete? Henry watched the downloads of 360 McAfee security guards increase by leaps and bounds. It is precisely that the spring breeze is in a hurry. I can see the chain and flowers in one day, and he feels very happy. At this time, a bad news came suddenly. Microsoft held a press conference yesterday and released the first e-browser, trying to compete with Netscape browser. With its own powerful software technology, Microsoft has optimized the browser kernel to make its response speed fast, which is better than Netscape browser. When was released, Microsoft declared, "E is the fastest browser in the world." In order to highlight the effect, I deliberately compared Netscape browsers to see whose browser responds faster. Naturally, at the press conference, E slapped Netscape's face severely. Microsoft actually uses the Netscape browser to show superiority. "It's so special. Let's see how I can deal with you," Henry said coldly. Not long after the browser was released, Microsoft started the Windows System Update mechanism. If the user clicked on the update, then the browser would be downloaded to the user's desktop. In this way, you can have a large number of them in a short period of time. Users, undoubtedly, this is simply playing rogue. Exclamation mark. For this kind of hooliganism, 360 McAfee security guards are naturally responsible and must be stopped! Exclamation mark. Therefore, Henry told Eugene Kaspersky, Microsoft forces users to install a browser. In this regard, 360 McAfee, as a responsible antivirus company, naturally has to stop this rogue behavior. You immediately ask the technical team to stop it. Modify the program to prevent this behavior of Microsoft. However, we must not be too overbearing, thereby leaving the outside world with a reputation of being a hooligan. We are a fair and equitable company. So, you are like this, get a pop-up window to show it. When prompted, it says, "There is unfamiliar software to download compulsorily. Beware of poisonous. Please confirm the safety before downloading." Eugene Kaspersky was stunned. How can the user confirm whether the unfamiliar software is poisonous? I am afraid that most people will never download it after listening to this prompt. By doing this, it will not only fail to demolish the population, but it will also play a role in blocking e-downloads. Eugene Kaspersky immediately admired the chairman Henry Williams. "Chairman, I know how to do it." "Well, that's good. But you must hurry up and try to change it as soon as possible." Yes. After Eugene Kaspersky left, Henry thought, Microsoft is not easy to deal with. Netscape browser alone may be difficult to fight unilaterally. There must be gimmicks and users must have a sense of dependence on Netscape browser in order to win the browser battle. At present, the core competitiveness of the browser has 2 points. Fast response and full function. The functions of eBrowser are not as complete as Netscape browser, but the response is fast. At this point, the popularity is probably higher than that of Netscape browser! Exclamation mark. Therefore, Henry is ready to propose a new concept, a secure browser, to launch the 360 Netscape browser. In this way, 360 McAfee must be more closely integrated with Netscape. Therefore, Henry ordered his hands to register a company called 360 Holdings Group and planned to include 360 McAfee and Netscape browser under its banner. After that, of course, he must change the Netscape browser to 360 Netscape browser. Create a corporate brand name! Since Henry has absolute controlling rights in the two companies, it is not too difficult to control the two companies and merge them into a group company. A week later, Henry used 360 McAfee to invite reporters from major media in the United States to come and participate in the press conference. As for the 360 Holding Group, it will be announced at the press conference. At the press conference, Henry Williams made his debut as the chairman of 360 McAfee! At this time, the reporters below were shocked to see that the chairman of 360 McAfee on the stage was actually Henry Williams! They never expected that the backstage of 360 McAfee is actually the billionaire Henry Williams! No wonder 360 McAfee is so cruel and that other antivirus companies that kills are losing ground. No wonder 360 McAfee is such a tyrant, throwing money everywhere and making strong acquisitions! It turns out that there is only one reason, that is, the background is hard! Except for the illusory William the Great, who can have a fortune of hundreds of billions! Other antivirus companies have not been wronged. The reporters mourned in silence for other antivirus companies. Breaking news. Absolutely breaking news! Click, click. For a moment, the reporter looked like a wolf, picked up the camera and stepped forward, pressing the shutter frantically! Henry smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, everybody, I am Henry Williams, chairman of 360 McAfee. The press conference is held today to announce one thing. 360 McAfee and NetJink Company will be merged into 360 Holding Group Company, of which 360 Holding Group Company wholly owns 360 McAfee Company, holding 75% of the shares and absolutely controlling Netscape Company, Global Online, as the parent company of the original Netscape Company, will own 360 Holding Group's 35% shares. Through this strategic merger, 360 McAfee and Netscape will benefit each other and be intimate, and can strengthen and consolidate their respective positions. Recently, Netscape browser is about to launch the latest version of the browser. As computer viruses become more and more serious, users urgently need a browser that can surf the internet safely. Therefore, we will combine the Netscape browser and 360 McAfee's antivirus technology, launched a new safe and reliable 360 Netscape browser. Choosing the 360 Netscape browser is equivalent to choosing security. This is the end of the speech. Thank you everyone. After finishing speaking, Henry bent his waist, very gentlemanly saluting everyone in the audience. The reporters were inexplicably excited. Today was really nothing in vain. Apart from seeing Henry Williams, I also heard such unexpected news. One is the establishment of 360 Holding Group! The second is, Netscape browser launches a brand new flagship security browser, 360 Netscape browser! The next day, the headlines of the national newspapers were all about Henry Williams and 360 Holdings Group. The first thing to do with the establishment of the 360 Holdings Group was to launch the 360 Netscape browser. Obviously, it is aimed at Microsoft's browser. The browser war is about to start. The largest shareholder behind the 360 Holdings Group, billionaire Henry Williams. When I heard that behind the 360 Holdings Group was Henry Williams, the entire Microsoft company was panicked, and hurriedly called an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with it. Bill Gates sat in his seat, his brows furrowed. What do you think? How do you fight this browser war? Paul Allen, one of the co-founders of Microsoft, said, 360 Group Holdings focuses on secure browsers, but we are fast browsers. For users, security is probably more important. In addition, 360 Holdings Group Corporation behind the scene is Henry Williams. With his financial and influence, it is really difficult to deal with. Anyway, this time, we must win. MSN has already lost to ICQ, and eBrowser must not lose to 360 Netscape browser. Bill Gates said in a deep voice, eBrowser has the advantages for us to lay out the internet. Great effect. Well, that's right. Paul Allen nodded and said immediately, at present, our biggest advantage is that we have an operating system. Through system updates, we now have hundreds of thousands of eBrowser users. Make good use of this advantage. In the future, we will be the only one of eBrowsers. After Paul Allen finished speaking, his face showed strong confidence. Bill Gates calmed down and agreed, yes, Paul is right. We can take advantage of this point and we can win. Bundling is king. MTLNovel.com From now on, eBrowser and MSN will be bundled with above our operating system. As long as our operating system dominates, others are fearless. At this time, outside the office, an employee hurried in. What's the matter? Exclamation mark. Bill Gates said with an unhappy expression. Chairman, 360 McAfee security guard is blocking our eBrowser download. What? You explain in detail, what is going on? Bill Gates' voice suddenly increased by an octave. Yes, the user clicks on the system update, but then the 360 McAfee security guard pops up with a pop-up prompting there is a compulsory download of unfamiliar software. Beware of poison, please confirm the safety before downloading. The user will immediately cancel after seeing this prompt download of eBrowser. When Bill Gates heard this, he couldn't help but shoot up the table. Exclamation mark. 360 Holdings deceives people too much. Bill Gates had a sullen face and said loudly, I immediately launched a public relations campaign and told netizens that it was not virus software, but he, in addition, immediately sued 360 Holdings Group, saying that they used their monopoly advantage to suppress competition. Opponent. Yes. Soon afterwards, 360 Holding Group received a subpoena from the court. Henry took a look. What? Actually sued 360 Holding Group for monopolizing and suppressing competitors? Nima, you are ashamed to say that 360 Holding Group is engaged in a monopoly? Who is the real monopoly? Exclamation mark. There are a lot of words. Please support. Please support.mtlnovel.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 224 isn't a lawsuit just arguing, who won't fight if you want? Exclamation mark. You sue me for a monopoly, and I also sue you for a monopoly. Henry immediately let the major companies under his name join forces and sue Microsoft for using the operating system to bundle eBrowser, MSN Instant Chat software and Office software, so that Microsoft can be busy coping with it. At the same time, Henry ordered 360 McAfee security guards to collect the vulnerabilities in the Microsoft system and find an opportunity to get his face swollen! Exclamation mark. Subsequently, the entire 360 Holding Group went crazy. The hackers of the Matrix, it's time to show their talents. Look for system loopholes, and let me do it! Exclamation mark. Not only look for it, but also go in and take a look if you find it, and then find out if the Microsoft system has stolen the user's information. But obviously, Microsoft must steal the stolen information and use it for market analysis. Generally speaking, if given the opportunity, every company will do. At this time, the lawsuit between Microsoft and 360 Group, the company and several other companies, was raging. The two sides are fighting each other, splashing dirty water, slandering, exaggerating the facts, etc. Entertainment newspapers take these as the key points to report, and the front page of the daily newspaper! The American people are also happy to hear about this. It's coolest to see others tear and fight or something. At this time, various brick makers in the United States also jumped out, expressed their opinions, and brushed up on their sense of existence. At this moment, there is also a lot of discussion on the internet. At this time, 360 Holdings Group zoomed in. 360 McAfee security guards scanned the Microsoft system and detected 108 system vulnerabilities, of which 8 were catastrophic vulnerabilities, which could lead to hacker intrusion, leaving a backdoor and controlling your computer, which would cause huge losses. There are also 30 heavyweight vulnerabilities can cause computer crashes, blue screens, black screens, memory overflows, etc. And a report of 360 Holdings Group stated that it immediately caused an uproar in the United States! There are so many vulnerabilities in Microsoft systems! There are even catastrophic loopholes that can be hacked and finally control your own computer. Immediately afterwards, 360 Holdings Group published some details of the vulnerabilities on the internet, and announced some methods to verify the vulnerabilities to prove that the 360 McAfee security guards test results were correct. As a result, people have tried the methods of verifying the vulnerabilities announced. As a result, the computer has a blue screen, or a black screen, or freezes, and it is stuck. The experimental results prove that 360 McAfee security guard is not slanderous, and there are really many loopholes in the Microsoft system! Suddenly, many Microsoft users switched to other operating systems, such as the System of Sun Company, or system. Apple took advantage of the fact that the Microsoft system was hacked and actively announced that the Apple system was safe and reliable. Buy Apple computers and use Apple systems! For a time, Microsoft's reputation has dropped a lot, and its performance has also fallen sharply. Henry smiled and shook his head. The hacker is in hand. It is not easy to find the loopholes in the operating system. Microsoft is simply looking for it. At this moment, Microsoft is already very busy, and the entire company's technical team is urgently dealing with the vulnerability crisis. Even Bill Gates personally went into battle, with dark circles in his eyes, staying up late to fix loopholes in working overtime! Work overtime tonight until 3 o'clock in the morning to rest, Bill Gates said with red eyes. His eyes swept across the crowd. Alas, it's 3 o'clock in the morning again. Everyone is yawning and sighing! Henry slept very peacefully at the moment. He slept very sweetly. He did not realize that Bill Gates had been tortured by him. He had fluffy hair, severe dark circles and pale face. He had not even taken a shower for 7 days long. However, the blow to Microsoft is not over yet. Afterwards, 360 McAfee security guards suddenly popped up, seriously remind the majority of operating system users that after our inspection, Microsoft used the operating system to steal user information. The following is the specific why Microsoft steals user information. Coming and not being indecent, this time, it can be regarded as worthy that Microsoft hit the face of Netscape browser last time! The content of the pop-up window is very detailed, and the user will know what is going on at a glance, because Americans admire freedom. When Microsoft did so, it immediately aroused public anger. After Microsoft's theft of user information was exposed, it caused a sensation in an instant. The voices of national condemnation, one after another. What's more, they went to the door of Microsoft to demonstrate! Microsoft, please don't steal our information. There were more and more people in the parade. At first it was only a dozen people, and then it grew to hundreds. Microsoft employees hid in the headquarters building and did not dare to come out. In the end, Bill Gates had to play in person. He dragged his black eyes, put on a windbreaker, and walked out. Everyone saw that Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft Corporation, came out and quickly shouted the slogan, "Microsoft Corporation, please don't steal our information. Microsoft, please don't steal our information." Bill Gates' face was very ugly. He glanced at everyone and said loudly, "Please calm down, everyone. I solemnly declare to everyone that Microsoft did not steal user information to do anything illegal or criminal. We are just simple. Collect users' behavior and habits to make market statistics and launch a better operating system." 360 McAfee security guards deliberately exaggerated the seriousness of the matter and severely slandered our Microsoft company. "We have never touched any important documents and files of users. For this, I promise as the chairman of Microsoft Corporation!" When everyone heard this, they became calm. Although the habit of collecting behavior is also an infringement, it is much better than stealing information, which is more abominable in nature. After Bill Gates reluctantly sent the marchers away, he then spent a lot of money to dispel rumors on the internet, TV, and newspapers. Microsoft is busy dealing with various things, but the 360 Netscape browser is taking the opportunity to regain lost ground. The browser is almost retreating, and not long after, the market share that it has grabbed before has been let out one by one. It's not good for Microsoft to pick its opponents, but it has to pick Netscape browser. Doesn't it hit the gun? As a result, stealing chickens won't be eclipsed, and almost even planted his own operating system! Subsequently, Microsoft adjusted its development strategy, temporarily abandoned eBrowser and MSN, and concentrated on developing the operating system. Bill Gates recognized the situation clearly, and Henry Williams, the internet leader, was not easy to deal with! However, Bill Gates will not easily admit defeat. Microsoft is only temporarily not entering the browser and instant chat field, but that does not mean that it will not enter in the future. Microsoft is obviously very ambitious. It didn't cut off these two departments at all, but still let them exist. Although Microsoft retreated, Henry was aware of a crisis. The operating system has always been Henry's shortcoming. In the future, when Microsoft's operating system came out, it didn't take long to determine its dominance and monopolize the operating system market. Afterwards, relying on monopoly advantages and rampant dominance, which line of the internet has a future, it must intervene! I have to guard against. At present, it is best to acquire an operating system company, and Henry's first thought is Sun Company! This company is so awesome! In the previous life in 2001, the market value exceeded $200 billion. It not only defeated all workstation and mini-computer companies including IBM, www.mentalnovel.com, but also relied on its system, an improved version of the system and popular the world's Java programming language has become the company most likely to challenge Microsoft in the operating system! In the early days, Sun's operating system was technologically better and could make better use of computer resources. However, the Sun Company sold the hardware. The market was too good and it was too profitable. Therefore, it did not pay attention to the operating system. Although the technology is still strong, there are not many application software available on the system. Whether an operating system can be promoted mainly depends on how many applications can be on it. Microsoft, on the other hand, only specializes in software, and only a small number of but at the same time critical software such as operating systems, database skill server and office software. These three kinds of software are indispensable for an enterprise. In addition, Microsoft is actively exploring the market, cooperating with many software vendors, and launching many application software. Therefore, which one wins and which loses can be seen at a glance. Now, the Sun Company has gotten into the eyes of the money, selling hardware and selling well, but Henry can't see the decline of such a promising company. As a result, Henry is ready to initiate an acquisition invitation to Sunday. Kneel for support. Chapter 225 PS. I solemnly remind you that it will be launched on the 19th, which is tomorrow. The specific time is about 9:30 in the morning. Please support me! Exclamation mark. Just when Henry was preparing to initiate the acquisition of Sun Company, there was one thing that made him very annoyed. After the shooting of Remains on a Deserted Island independently produced by Galaxy Films, he approached Warner Pictures to distribute the film. At first, Warner Pictures promised to show the movie on 3,000 screens of Leaves of a Deserted Island. As a result, Warner's own The Rogue Prince Robin Hood was about to be released, and abruptly took 1,500 screens from the plate of Remains of the Deserted Island. Warner Company favors one another, and takes care of the movies it invests in. There is nothing wrong with it, but Henry just feels uncomfortable, which makes him feel controlled by others. Exclamation mark. If the distribution ability is not enough, you have to rely on other distribution companies, which undoubtedly depends on the faces of others. Henry came to the Galaxy Film Company and walked into the CEO's office. CEO Bobby Robin saw Henry come in, got up quickly, and greeted him respectfully. "Chairman, here you are." Henry responded casually, walked to the sofa and sat down. "Bobby, when will Remains of a Deserted Island be released?" Henry asked flatly. "February 14th. Valentine's Day." Henry groaned and said to Bobby Robin, "Postpone the screening time and cancel the cooperation with Warner Corporation." "Chairman, could you find another issuing company?" Bobby Robin asked. Henry shook his head and said firmly, "There is no need to find other issuing companies, we will issue them separately." Bobby Robin looked embarrassed. "Chairman, our current distribution capacity is not enough. If the movie is released, I am afraid we will lose money." "Don't worry, I have my own plan." "The movie Remains of a Deserted Island will not be released for the time being, and the time has come, I will notify you," Henry said lightly. "Yes, I get it." Bobby Robin nodded in response. At this time, the secretary sent a copy of information, and Bobby Robin looked at it. His face changed. Henry frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" "Chairman, Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise announced that they will co-star in Earth Ambition." Henry heard the words, and suddenly became silent. "Since Nicole Kidman likes Tom Cruise, let her go. There are so many celebrities. You can choose a better one!" Exclamation mark. After a while, Henry raised his head and said coldly, "It doesn't matter, let her go." "Oh." Bobby Robin gave Henry a peek, and felt a hint of coldness. Exclamation mark. At this moment, he saw Henry light up a cigarette, took a deep sip, and then asked himself in a very flat tone, "When will Earth Ambition be released?" Bobby Robin was taken aback for a moment. Knowing that the boss asked, he certainly did not ask casually. Bobby Robin thought for a while, and then said, "The exact time is not clear. It will probably be from March to June next year." "Time, most likely in May." "Very good, then make a movie, and it will be released at this time." Then Henry pressed a cigarette firmly on the ashtray to wipe it out. Bobby Robin watched him squeeze out the cigarette butt. His heart trembled, and he quickly responded, "Yes." Obviously, he had heard Henry's tone and understood the meaning hidden in the words. "That is to shoot a movie to sniper Earth Ambition!" Exclamation mark. "Just shoot Jurassic Park," Henry said lightly. "Find an island with a better location, buy it, and change it into a shooting base." Bobby Robin showed a look of shock. Making a movie, buying an island, such a big thing. Open his mouth, calm. It is simply a pat on the head to decide. Is it too sloppy? However, Bobby Robin knew that his boss was rich and was a super rich man. He immediately replied, "No problem, I will send someone to investigate which island is suitable." "Well, also, send someone to contact Hasbro, I am going to acquire this company." "Yes." Bobby Robin was stunned, feeling very surprised in his heart. As expected, he is a rich man. He opened his mouth and talked about the acquisition! Exclamation mark. In addition to using our own team's Galaxy special effects, Industrial Light and Magic is also invited. The two will work together. I hope to keep improving and make the special effects the best. Yes, Bobby Robin nodded. Galaxy Film Company has to buy islands, Hasbro Company, and movies. It must not have that much money. Henry decided to set up a group company, similar to Disney, with a series of peripheral product companies such as its own distribution company, production company, amusement park, publishing house, toy production company, prop production, etc., to create the most perfect pain entertainment industry chain. Subsequently, Henry registered a company in California called Galaxy Entertainment Holdings, and then linked the Galaxy Film Company under the company's banner. In the future, he will prepare to follow Henry's vision step by step to achieve his goals step by step. Publishing house. Henry already had West German Publishing House. The Bank Film Company itself is a collection of production and distribution, but it is not capable of distribution. Amusement park. When the island is bought, it will be transformed into a Jurassic Park for tourists to visit. Toy company, Target Hasbro. Henry then came to the Nicholas Group building and walked into the IMDb website company. If you don't want to be controlled by others, just buy the theater company! Henry is a super rich. How can you reading www.youcanzoo.com always look at Hollywood companies! The IMDb website and the theater company are combined to realize online ticket purchase and publicity in one, and create the most powerful network distribution capability! Henry just walked into the company. IMDb website CEO Marcy Philemont was already waiting to greet him at the door. "Hello, Chairman, and welcome to inspect the work." Henry nodded, walked forward, and said as he walked, "Immediately hold a board meeting, I have to make an important decision." "Yes." Marcy Philemont was shocked, and hurriedly responded, and then ordered the secretary to notify the major shareholders of the meeting. Henry listened to Marcy Philemont's report on the website in his office. The IMDb website is not only the largest movie database website in the United States, but also American movie videotapes, CDs, DVD, soundtracks, exquisite posters, movie props, and costumes, and so on. The largest movie e-commerce website. Henry was satisfied after listening. Now, Henry wants to make this website more awesome! After half an hour, the board meeting was officially held. IMDb website is a listed company with a market value of more than $14 billion. Although Henry is absolutely holding, it can be said to be a word, but the procedure still has to go. In fact, the controlling party of the IMDb website is the Nicholas Group. Some shareholders have never even seen Henry. So when they walked into the company, they suddenly saw that the person sitting in the chair was Henry Williams. Surprised! Chapter 226. Henry smiled slightly at these shareholders and motioned them to sit down. Meeting for the first time. "Welcome everyone." Henry said. "Hello, Mr. Williams." "Hello." I called you all over for the meeting today because I am going to announce an important thing. I decided to introduce the IMDb website into the theater line and use the advantage of our IMDb website on the internet to realize the function of online booking, enrich the content of our website, and use the fashionable and interesting way of booking online to attract users and form a more sticky industrial chain. Secondly, with the theater chain, we will have more voice in Hollywood, which can improve our status. Everyone nodded when they heard it. Well, yes, this idea is very interesting. Yes, booking tickets online. Presumably young people like it very much. Everyone discussed for a while. Henry said, in the 1980s, due to the popularization of video recorders and cable TV, the attendance rate of theaters decreased. At present, major theater companies are struggling. It is the best time for us to buy the bottom. Mr. Williams, you also said that the theater company is currently struggling. If we buy the theater company, wouldn't it be more burdensome? At this time, a shareholder suddenly sang a rebound and asked. When other stock markets heard this, They all looked thoughtful. Just now I thought Henry's idea was quite good, but in an instant, he felt bad again. Henry smiled. You are very good at asking this question. So we will make a major renovation after we acquire the theater line. We want to build a comprehensive large super theater with 24 screens. More movies can be shown at the same time. The space of the super theater is huge. Instead of the current narrow and dim condition of multi-hall theaters, the stadium-style seats are installed so that the line of sight will not be blocked by the audience in front. The sound is very good, so it can make watching movies more comfortable. In addition, the huge space also allows other income-generating departments to boom, such as popcorn, restaurants, video game rooms, and the sale of CDs and books. Once Henry finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded, thinking carefully, if there was such a theater, I would definitely be willing to spend money to go to the movies. With more moviegoers, the income around the theater will definitely increase significantly. Finally, after a careful calculation, maybe the theater can make a lot of money! However, in this way, the investment is huge, and if the business is not good, you will lose a lot of money. Everyone immediately started talking to each other. Mr. Williams, I think it's better to be more cautious. When the theater's profitability improves, we will buy the theater company again. Yes, the current situation of the theater company is difficult, and the prospect is unclear. It is not suitable for acquisition for the time being. Henry's face sank. He didn't expect so many people to object. High risk has high return. When the prospects are clear, it will not be so easy to acquire a theater line. If you want to buy it, others may not sell it, or there will be competitors. In short, the acquisition of cinema chains has to be done at the most difficult time for cinema companies. In a few years, there will be big movie special effects, and then movie theaters will become popular again. If you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait? Henry looked at the large and small shareholders around him, and said in a deep voice, the theaters must be acquired. I believe that in the future, the cinema will definitely bring us huge profits. Mr. Williams, we can't decide whether to buy a theater company based on your personal will. If you make a mistake, would you make IMDb suffer a heavy loss? A shareholder couldn't understand Henry very much, speaking loudly with a hint of reprimand. Henry's face changed when he heard this. My will is the order. The IMDb website must buy the cinema company. If you are not satisfied, you can immediately withdraw the shares, and I will let you settle the settlement on the spot. Henry patted the table, stood up, and stared grimly, staring at the person who spoke. The man was so scared that he did not dare to speak. His face flushed. Henry turned his head and looked at Marcy Philmont. Just do what I said. Do market research immediately to find a suitable acquisition target. Yes. Marcy Philmont nodded hurriedly. Henry moved his seat and walked directly out of the meeting room. Marcy Philmont took a look and announced, the meeting is over. Everyone is gone. After the shareholders' meeting adjourned, they discussed in the corridor. Henry Williams has such a big temper. Young and vigorous. Don't you know? My will is the command. This sentence is so dangling. If I were a billionaire, I would be so hungry. I just didn't expect the chairman of IMDb website to be Henry Williams. It seems that the Nicholas Group is also Henry Williams Holding. I heard that Henry Williams' grandfather's surname was Nicholas. He originally opened a chain of bookstores called Nicholas Bookstore. When the Nicholas Group was first established, it also sold books. But what he did was online shopping. Obviously, the Nicholas Group of companies was founded by Henry Williams. His attendance at the previous board meeting is the best proof. Yes, you said clearly. I can now quite confirm that Henry Williams is the master behind the Nicholas Group. Oh, God. Have you ever calculated his worth? We all know that he holds 75% of Cisco's shares and almost owns $100 billion. The Nicholas Group currently has a market value of $90 billion, although we don't know his specifics. How many shares are held, but the number of shares held must be more than half, reaching absolute holdings. So there are 45 billion US dollars. Haha. Don't forget, he also has 360 Holdings Group. He also had a quarrel with Microsoft before and made headlines in the media. 360 Holdings Group owns 360 McAfee and Netscape. These two together, the market value of these companies is approaching 30 billion US dollars. Of course, I'm sure he has other companies. I think he is worth close to 200 billion US dollars. Oh, it's horrible. Yeah. A few days later, www.mtlnovel.com, the website, CEO Marcy Filliman gave a list to Henry, Chairman. This is the information we collected on the theaters. Among them, we are most optimistic about the AMC Theaters Group. AMC Cinema. Henry is no stranger. AMC Cinemas established the first cinema in 1920, and then developed into a cinema group with 400 cinemas in the world. It is the world's largest IMAX and 3D screen operating company. AMC is very legendary and has created many film history firsts. For example, the concept of multi-hall is introduced for the first time. The armrest of the seat is set to be adjustable, and the armrest is raised to become a couple seat. A cup holder is set on the armrest to make it more convenient for the audience to place drinks, etc. In 2012, Dali & Wanda acquired the second largest theater operator in the United States for $2.9 billion US dollars, which roused the pride of the Chinese. Many of them joked that they could finally edit the news network and release it to foreigners. Look, at present, AMC is the largest theater chain in the United States, but it was later surpassed by Sovereign Entertainment. Sovereign Entertainment was established in 1989, 69 years later than AMC, but since then it has been achieving rapid expansion by annexing small cinema chains, and there will be consortium support behind it in all likelihood! Now, if the IMDb website acquires AMC, then AMC will not only be able to maintain the name of the #1 theater in the United States, but will also become the #1 theater in the world! That's it. Henry snapped his fingers and said lightly, "Okay, I will arrange the team to make the acquisition right away." mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 227 is finally going to be on the shelves, and I feel a little complicated. I don't know how many people will subscribe. Psha is a newcomer who writes books very carefully. It usually takes 2 or 3 hours to write a chapter. I don't have them as fast as 2 or 3,000 words an hour. I only have seriousness. I spend a lot of time sitting in front of the computer and work hard every day to write books. In the end, I only hope to get a trace of recognition and support. I don't know how to say sensational things. Brothers and sisters who like this book, please support Psha. You can subscribe to read the book without spending a few dollars, so that Psha has the motivation to keep writing! VIP will be opened at 9:30 tomorrow. At that time, chapters will be uploaded. There is nothing to save. I have code words tonight until late at night. Tomorrow if there is more or less. The update situation after the day after tomorrow, 2 changes a day, every 3,000 words. In order to make up for the lack of outbreaks tomorrow, there will be 3 shifts every day for the next week. The temporary code limit of Psha is 3 shifts a day, 1 chapter each in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Of course, the code speed is also increasing. It won't be long before 4 shifts are possible. Okay, this is the end of the testimonials on the shelves. I have to go to the code word. Remember to update tomorrow at 9:30! I almost forgot to ask for a monthly pass! I beg you to vote for the monthly pass. At the end of the month, the ranking will be in the top 10 of the new book monthly pass list. It must be increased! Chapter 228 PS. There was a problem with the starting point. and it is only dealt with now. Sorry. AMC Cinemas currently has more than 200 theaters and 1,200 digital screens. However, only 65 of them have self-built theaters, and the rest are franchised theaters. Due to the downturn in the market, the market value of AMC Cinemas is less than $800 million. Just when the cinema market was in a downturn, AMC Cinemas suddenly received an acquisition request from the IMDb website, which immediately surprised AMC Cinemas. After the company's board of directors discussed it, it decided to contact the IMDb website first. As soon as the news was announced, the IMDb website was immediately strongly questioned by many investors. Why should a company that specializes in a website set foot in a physical cinema company? It would be okay if the theater companies make money, but most theater companies are losing money. In recent years, from the frequent occurrence of theater mergers, it can be seen that the current situation of the industry is not very good. This is a wrong decision. No, the head of the IMDb website's decision-making layer was caught. Countless investors and senior Wall Street analysts have made bad comments on the IMDb website. On the day of website B's share price fell 10%. Suddenly, a small newspaper published a piece of news. The reason why the IMDb website wanted to buy the cinema company was because someone acted arbitrarily based on their preferences. Then, the newspaper confessed Henry. A few days ago, Henry Williams' husband attended the IMDb website's board meeting as chairman of the Nicholas Group. According to the information provided by the participants, it was learned that IMDb acquired the cinema company. It was Williams' husband's decision. At that time, many people expressed opposition to this matter. However, Williams' husband insisted on going his own way. He even made a decision on the spot and said to those who opposed him, if anyone is not satisfied with his decision, he can withdraw on the spot. Boom. As soon as the news spread, it was shocking! Henry Williams is actually the chairman of the Nicholas Group, so he must hold a large number of shares, and his worth must rise by tens of billions of dollars! The next day, the entire US and even the global media were shocked and crazy, citing news from that tabloid one after another. Forward it to your own newspaper. For a time, the whole America was in an uproar! However, the unexpected B website's stock price rebounded in an instant, and the stock price that day was even 5% higher than before it fell! IMDb website invests in cinema company. The layout is far-reaching. The marriage between IMDb website and cinema company can definitely reverse the downturn in the cinema market in one fell swoop. Subsequently, countless investors and senior Wall Street analysts changed their minds. Marcy Filemon said excitedly, "Chairman, since your identity was exposed, there is good news in the newspapers, and the stock price of our IMDb website has risen continuously." Henry touched his nose. Isn't it? Just as the stock price rises, just as it rises. Henry did not expect that after his identity in the Nicholas Group of companies was exposed, it will have such a big response. Before, the IMDb website wanted to acquire theater companies. He was also scolded by investors, but in a blink of an eye, the direction of the wind changed immediately, and all of them were praising IMDb for its smart investment. When did brother have this influence? Marcy Filemon, you go to investigate. Who on earth revealed my identity to that tabloid newspaper? Oh, good. Obviously, someone was uneasy and kindly leaked Henry's identity to the newspaper, taking the opportunity to retaliate against Henry for destroying IMDb's acquisition of the IMDb website. It's just that he didn't expect that after Henry's identity was exposed, the influence he would have caused was beyond his imagination. Henry Williams has been slightly deified. Like Warren Buffett in the stock market, he is optimistic about which stock. There must be a group of people crazy chasing this stock. Although Henry is not a stock god, the company he invested in is even more shocking. Since it was the world's super-rich Williams who asked IMDb to acquire the cinema company, it must be right. If you don't understand, It can only be that you are not good at it. Otherwise, how can others become a billionaire super rich? Exclamation mark. After AMC Cinemas learned that Henry Williams was behind the IMDb website, the lion opened his mouth during the negotiation, asking for $1 billion. The IMDb website certainly does not agree, Henry said to Marcy Philemont. AMC likes the lion to speak loudly, then hang him up first. Talk slowly, don't worry. We can first buy some independent theaters with better locations, such as the Chinese Theater. The Chinese Theater belongs to Hollywood's landmark buildings, have hosted several Oscar awards, and more than 100 or 200 famous film actors of different periods and styles, from Marilyn Monroe to Stallone, have left their handprints and footprints here. These superstar imprints have now been. It has become a characteristic attraction of the Chinese theater. The acquisition of Chinese theater can not only greatly enhance the reputation and influence of our website, but also give us more bargaining chips. When AMC sees our acquisition of Chinese theater, I must think that IMDb may abandon the acquisition of AMC. The plan is to switch to acquiring other theater companies, and thus have to cut prices. Marcy Philemont nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Henry smiled, picked up a glass of red wine and shook it, jokingly said, of course, our methods are more than these. AMC Cinema chain has many franchise theaters, how to pry the corner, don't need me to say. Although I am very good at this, Chairman, I know how to do it. Marcy Philemont suddenly laughed. The reason why other theaters rely on large theater companies is actually very simple. With the help of theater companies' strong influence and voice, they can get more box office share when negotiating with film distribution companies. If all the franchised theaters of the AMC Cinemas are reversing, the AMC Cinemas will not have much influence. With the 65 theaters built by AMC alone, it is far from the right to speak before, and the box office share will inevitably be reduced. The market value of AMC will also shrink significantly! Exclamation mark. This trick to draw money from the bottom www.mentalnovel.com will definitely hurt your nerves and bones, forcing it to submit! Exclamation mark. At present, the theaters are in a recession, and the AMC mix is really not very good. Some franchised theaters have very low attendance and have been losing money. Therefore, it is relatively easy to pry the corner. However, when Henry was collecting information, he found that the bankruptcy rate of theaters in the United States is high, and the market is obviously not good, but there are still people willing to take over these bankrupt theaters. Henry thought for a while. There must be a Hollywood studio intervening behind it. The U.S. monopoly law does not allow movie companies to hold theater circuits, but movie companies have used various methods to turn a few turns and indirectly control theater circuits in order to achieve the purpose of controlling theater circuits! Exclamation mark. Therefore, the film company is actually acquiring theaters, but the methods are so cryptic that people can't see it. And even if these theaters are losing money, it doesn't matter. The film company uses the theater to show the movie to gain the popularity of the movie. Even if the box office loses money, but the popularity of the movie rises, it can make money on peripheral products! Exclamation mark. And peripheral products are the real benefit of movie. To be continued. Chapter 140 Planning AMC First. Chapter 229 Although the Chinese theater is luxurious and magnificent, the Chinese theater is famous for its handprints or footprints left by the Chinese theater. These imprints represent the highest honor and eternal memorial of those who have made outstanding achievements in the world's film and entertainment industry. Hollywood's most precious honor has attracted countless film professionals! Exclamation mark. In 1992, Tom Cruise left handprints at the Chinese theater. Many people were dissatisfied at the time. How can you put him next to Marilyn Monroe? If Henry bought it, just let him go. Want to leave his handprints here? Don't even think about it! Exclamation mark. Anyone who is displeased by Henry is not allowed to leave a seal at the Chinese theater. He will let whoever stay in India be qualified to stay in India! Exclamation mark. The Avenue of Stars stays Stars and the Chinese theater stays India. If Henry becomes a movie tycoon, he must control at least one of them. Soon, Marcy Philmont sent someone to investigate. When the Chinese theater was built, it spent no false $70 million. It was named after the appearance of the Chinese-style building, and the bronze roof rose to the sky. The interior of the theater is also designed with the concept of Chinese art. It is the most famous theater in the United States and an irreplaceable important attraction for tourists in California and even the United States! According to the survey data, the Chinese theater is privately owned and belongs to a real estate tycoon named Kushner. This man has more than $2 billion assets and is a rich man. Marcy Philmont call Kushner and say that Henry Williams is going to buy the Chinese theater. Henry said lightly. Marcy Philmont nodded, and called Kushner. After talking for 2 minutes, Marcy Philmont held the microphone. Turning his head and said to Henry, "Chairman, he wants to see you." "Want to see me? Why do you want to see me?" Henry thought for a while. "I don't have any clues. He'll know after meeting anyway." He agreed. "Okay, tell him to arrive at the Nicholas headquarters at 9 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow." Marcy Philmont heard Henry's reply and said to the phone, "William's husband has agreed to meet you. The time is set at 3 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. The location is the Nicholas headquarters." On the other end of the phone, Kushner quickly agreed. "Okay, I will be there on time." After speaking, he hung up. Kushner's son asked puzzledly, "The Chinese theater is the most famous movie theater in the United States, which can bring us huge profits every year. Father, do you really decide to sell it?" Kushner smiled and said, "Hee, how much money can the Chinese theater make? If we can stand next to the big tree Henry Williams, our Kushner family can go further." Kushner walked to the desk, pointed to the map and said, "Henry Williams is preparing to enter the theater line, and naturally needs a lot of theaters. If we can jointly develop the studio plan with our Kushner real estate company, think about us Kushner, how much can the family earn?" That's it. Early the next morning, Kushner set off for Los Angeles. Since ancient times, fortresses are often the easiest to break from within! At this time, the IMDb website has launched a major digging action for the AMC cinema chain to join the theater. After seeing the olive branch thrown by IMDb, the losing theater immediately catered to it, and one party bought it at a high price. One party is eager to sell. The two sides hit it off! In a short time, frequent contact. It's impossible for AMC Cinemas to fail to notice that there is a sign of the franchise's defection, but there is nothing it can do. Others just joined the theater. Ownership of the property rights does not belong to the AMC Cinema Company, and it is entirely the freedom of others to sell or not. But AMC Cinemas will not wait to die, and will actively contact franchise theaters, promise various benefits. However, the promise of nothing but vernacular can be compared to real money! The movie theater that has lost money is already struggling, and is anxious to shake off the burden, when suddenly encounters the receiver, and jumps up unhappy! No matter how the AMC cinema is supported, it can't change the fact that it is losing money. As far as IMDb is concerned, after acquiring the AMC cinema chain, IMDb will also have to acquire these movie theaters. After Jurassic Park comes out, its movie special effects will surely shock the United States and the world. At that time, special effects movies will rise, and the theater business will be booming. Naturally, it is cheaper to buy it earlier now! AMC Cinemas saw IMDb spend a lot of money to acquire theaters, quickly dismantling the strength of AMC Cinemas. The directors of the AMC theater wanted to vomit blood, so shameless, they were bullying people with money! AMC Cinemas press spokesperson declared, "IMDb website is undergoing a hostile acquisition. which will definitely have an even more adverse impact on the current movie market. AMC strongly condemns this. Henry saw the news and shook his head speechlessly. The AMC Cinema Company is already in a state of weakness and can only vent complaints in the media. There is in condemnation. Henry said, "Brother, is more money. What are you going to do?" At 9 o'clock in the morning, Nicholas Group headquarters, chairman's office. "Nice to meet you, husband Kushner." Henry smiled and looked carefully at the middle-aged man in front of him. He was about 40 or 50 years old, with a big nose, small eyes, and a height of only 1.7 meters. He laughed. His eyes narrowed into a line. "Me too, I am very glad to meet you. Ha ha, husband Williams. I have long admired you for a long time. I have been promoted to the ranks of the billionaires at a young age. It really makes us people very embarrassed," Kushner said with a smile. "Ha ha. Luck." Henry chuckled, then turned to the topic, and said, "Kushner husband, I plan to buy the Chinese theater. If you agree, the price is not a problem, you can discuss it." Kushner smiled and said, "Since Williams' husband has taken a fancy to the Chinese theater, of course I will give you face." So, Williams' husband will give me $100 million until novel.com and sell the Chinese theater. Give you. Henry was taken aback after listening. The Chinese theater has undergone many renovations and various equipment, and its value is far more than $100 million. Kushner sold it to himself for $100 million. Obviously having another plan. Husband Kushner, presumably, what other conditions do you have? Yes, that's right. Kushner smiled and said, "I heard that Williams' husband wants to make a big splash in the theater. I want to work with you." Cooperation? Henry was puzzled and asked, "What cooperation is it?" Cinema City development plan to build a hotel, cinema, amusement park, supermarket, and residential buildings in one. Kushner babbled a lot. Henry was very surprised. This Kushner had such big ambitions. P.S. There will be 4 more changes in the future, which will be updated from the afternoon to the evening. Please support. To be continued. Chapter 141 Chinese Theater Second. Chapter 230 Kushner's assets are only $2 billion, many of which are real estate, which is simply not enough to develop a studio plan in the United States. He wooed Henry, obviously wanting to use Henry's funds and fame to develop the studio project. If Henry agrees to cooperate with him, then Kushner can even play the trick of the empty glove white wolf and go to the bank for a loan under the name of Henry, so that a large amount of funds can be borrowed to operate the studio project! There is actually a global land company under Henry's name, and Kushner is not required to participate in the development of the studio. However, looking at Kushner's meaning, probably if you don't cooperate with him, the Chinese theater probably won't sell it to yourself. Henry hesitated a little bit. The Chinese theater, first of all, this name gives Henry a kind of intimacy. In addition, the Chinese theater has a long history of remaining in India, and it has become the supreme glory pursued by all people engaged in film art in Hollywood, and even the United States, all over the world. Even if Henry has money, even if he can build a larger, more luxurious and more advanced theater, but in terms of influence, I am afraid it is still not as good as the Chinese theater. Mr. Williams, what do you think? Kushner asked with a smile. Henry looked at him with interest, and said, "Tell me, how do you cooperate?" Kushner smiled, took out a document, handed it to Henry, and then said, "The specific cooperation method, I have written it in the document. You can take a look." Henry nodded, took the file, and turned it over. Looking at it, Henry was surprised. How could Kushner develop such a cooperative approach? Kushner looked at Henry with a calm expression. "Mr. Williams, what do you think of this kind of cooperation? How about it?" Kushner said, with a confident smile on his face. Henry put the documents on the table, asked, "Are you sure you want to cooperate like this?" "Yes." "Okay." Henry nodded. "If this is the case, I agree to cooperate. The way of cooperation given by Kushner was indeed beyond Henry's expectations. Henry originally thought that he wanted to participate in the entire studio project, but that was not the case. He just wants to use the studio to attract popularity and build a large number of apartments and commercial buildings around the studio. There are more people living near the cinema, and it can feed back the cinema, thereby promoting the development of the cinema. The two sides complement each other, and then form a benign ecological chain. In this case, Henry can indeed be considered. Henry doesn't know how to do real estate. He can call the wind and rain on the internet, but he can't guarantee that the development of the movie theater or the surrounding area will be a big fire. Therefore, avoiding risks is a thing that must be considered. One is a movie studio and the other is a peripheral, which can reduce risks. Thus, Henry agreed to Kushner's cooperation plan. Engage in a monopoly in an area where you are good at. No problem. In areas that you are not good at, you have to know how to score cakes. Mr. Williams, I hope we can cooperate happily, Kushner said with a smile and stretched out his hand. Henry shook hands with him, smiled and said, happy cooperation. Of course, it's just a cooperation intention between each other, and how to cooperate. The employees below are required to conduct detailed discussions. Kushner was also decisive and sold the Chinese theater to IMDb for $100 million on the same day. He was not at all worried that Henry would turn back. As a top person, credibility is important. Say everything. The next day, Henry came to the Chinese theater. Many handprints, footprints, and signatures were printed on the floor outside. Many tourists took pictures with cameras. Henry said to Marcy Philemont next to him, Marcy Philemont, or you can put a handprint on it too. Come on, I'm not a movie actor. Henry laughed and thought, in the future, the Chinese theater will raise the requirement of reserving seals so that no one else can leave seals on it. For those who want to spend money to stay in India, let them go! The Chinese theater is a palace of art. How can it be corrupted by money if it is high-end and elegant? If the Chinese theater can spend money to stay in India, it will definitely decline, and gradually become a bus from a lofty goddess. It will lose its original glory and status. When Henry walked to the Chinese theater, a group of high levels in the theater stood neatly at the door waiting for the arrival of the new owner. Welcome Mr. Williams to come and inspect the work. Henry nodded and looked at the middle-aged man standing in the front. Are you? My name is J. Byron, Mr. Williams. I am currently the director of the Chinese theater. Well, Henry replied, indicating that he knew his identity, and immediately said, although IMDb has acquired the Chinese theater, the management of the theater remains the same. Mr. Williams, please rest assured, I will work hard to run the Chinese theater. J. Byron said loudly. Henry nodded and motioned to J. Byron to lead the way. Under the leadership of J. Byron, Henry took a tour of the Chinese theater, and it felt very good. The venue is spacious and the building is a combination of Chinese and Western styles. In order to experience the viewing effect, Henry also specially watched the movie here for a while. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Henry held a press conference at the Chinese theater. At the press conference, Henry announced, my friends from major media reporters, seeing me appear at the Chinese theater, I must have guessed the content of the press conference. Yes, IMDb has acquired the Chinese theater, and from now on, the largest in the United States, the most famous cinema is the industry under the IMDb website. At the end, even Henry himself was a little excited. At this moment, there were waves of applause from the audience, and the waves were higher than the waves. Henry slowly raised a hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, many people have been wondering why the IMDb website wants to buy theaters and theater companies. Here, I will tell you why. Henry paused. After arousing people's curiosity, he said, IMDb is essentially a website. Therefore, when we acquire a theater chain, we will definitely combine with the website to form a certain connection. Presumably everyone has the painful experience of queuing to buy tickets at the cinema, especially for some popular movies. If you want to buy a ticket, you have to wait for a long time. We at IMDb, for the sake of the majority of movie fans, have developed an online booking system. Buying movie tickets no longer need to buy tickets in person. Just book the tickets online on the IMDb website. After booking the tickets, we will send a unique number to your email. When you arrive at the theater, just enter this set numbers. You can go in and watch a movie. If you can't remember this set of numbers, mentalnovel.com, it doesn't matter. We will install a computer that can be connected to the internet in our theater, and users can log into their own email to check. As soon as Henry finished speaking, everyone was surprised. It turns out that it's so advanced and convenient to be so hungry. All of a sudden, there was a lot of excitement underneath, and there were many discussions. Henry took advantage of everyone's shock, and quickly left the press conference. The reporters saw that Henry had left again, and he was immediately annoyed before he had time to ask questions. Although Henry always shocked and surprised everyone every time he appeared at the press conference, this time was no exception. However, what makes reporters depressed is that after Henry spoke, he rarely gave people the opportunity to ask questions. In most cases, he left the press conference directly. Of course, this time is no exception. To be continued. Chapter 231. The next day, BBC columnist Economist, IMDb's acquisition of cinema companies is really big. According to yesterday's press conference, IMDb has developed an online booking system that closely integrates cinemas and the internet. Users don't need to line up to buy tickets anymore when you book tickets to watch movies. This online booking function is not only convenient and practical, but also caters to the preferences of young people today. It is very fashionable and interesting. IMDb website has now developed into a movie portal and movie electronics, a comprehensive website that combines business, and now through the online booking system, the IMDb website will attract more netizens who like movies to become their users, which will undoubtedly play a very huge role in consolidating and expanding the market. The Chinese theater is the most well-known theater in the United States, and it has a great influence on Hollywood. For IMDb, the acquisition of the Chinese theater is of great significance. The New York Times front page, IMDb made an extraordinary move, acquired the largest theater in the United States, the Chinese theater, and shocked the launch of an online ticket booking system. The content of yesterday's press conference quickly spread across the United States like a rocket. For a while, Hollywood caused a huge sensation, and the online booking system shocked the entire industry! On the internet, IMDb website traffic has increased dramatically! ICQ, Isaac Postbar have been discussing the online booking system of IMDb website. At IMDb website has received a lot of inquiries from movie theaters. I want to join the online booking system. AMC Cinemas saw that IMDb was so powerful that it not only acquired the Chinese theater, but also launched an online ticket booking system. It broke the traditional business model of theaters. This change may bring a new look to the sluggish cinema market! Therefore, joining the online booking system of the IMDb website may be an opportunity to turn losses into profits. And IMDb relies on the online booking system. Will have a stronger influence and voice in the industry. In the face of this situation, the board of directors of the AMC theaters is vacillating for a while. In the stock market, the IMDb website's stock price rose wildly, shocking almost everyone, rising by 34% that day. The market value of IMDb has soared to more than $25 billion! Harvard University professor believes, once the IMDb website is successfully deployed in theaters, its influence will far exceed that of any Hollywood film company, and its status will be detached. Senior American analyst, today, the market value of IMDb is only $25 billion, tomorrow, it will be $100 billion. Of course, this tomorrow refers to the future. California, Silicon Valley, San Jose, IMDb website headquarters. Before our online booking system is officially launched, we must win the AMC theater line. Henry summoned the IMDb executives and said loudly, "Yes." Everyone said excitedly. Before, they were still skeptical of Henry's decision. Now they see the stock price of IMDb website soaring, and they admire Henry one by one, almost to the point of obedience. And a word has begun to circulate within the company. Any decision made by Mr. Williams, all instructions made by Mr. Williams, we will always follow the instructions. Henry continued, in addition to all cinema companies that want to join the online booking system, we welcome them. However, we ask them to sign an exclusive agreement. Online bookings can only be made on our IMDb website. If you are joining other online bookings, the ticket system will breach the contract. The liquidated damages will be set higher for me. Yes, also, tell them to join the online ticket booking system. We need to renovate the theater, buy a computer, open the internet, buy network equipment, etc., which will all be undertaken by us. And they can just pay the money. Marcy Phillips was embarrassed. Maybe some theater companies or independent theaters don't agree. How can we disagree? We purchase in a unified manner and have a greater right to speak. The price is not cheaper than buying them one by one. I am doing it for their own good. So how can I disagree? Marcy Philemon nodded repeatedly. Henry left IMDb and then went to the Galaxy Film Company. At this moment, Bobby Robin, the CEO of Galaxy Films, is already excited. Newspapers, TV, and the internet are full of news on IMDb websites, and Galaxy Films and IMDb websites are the same owners. Will the distribution of movies still be a problem in the future? Bobby Robin can't help but imagine that Galaxy Films films can be screened simultaneously on tens of thousands of digital screens across the United States. Oh, that box office can simply fly. When Henry came and walked to Bobby Robin's office, Bobby Robin still smirked with his mouth open, and did not notice anyone coming in. Henry looked at Bobby Robin in a daze, a little speechless. Mental illness, boom, 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 exclamation mark. Henry knocked the table a few times. Ahem. Bobby Robin was startled and looked up. Hey, why did the chairman come to him? Exclamation mark. Hello, chairman. What are you in a daze? Have you done what I told you to do? The expatriate team has found a suitable target. The name of the small island is Baranof Island, located in Alaska, covering an area of 4,162 square kilometers, and is the 10th island in the United States. The island is separated from the mainland by the famous Wrangell Inland Waterway. Facing each other, it is covered with dense forests, among which tourism, forestry and fishery are the main pillars of the local economy. At present, the total population of the island is less than 2,000 people. These are pictures of the island. Ben took out a stack of photos from the drawer and put them in front of Henry. The 10th largest island in the United States. It looks good, and it can be ranked. The scenery is also good. The clean sea, the lush forest, the open grassland. Henry muttered while looking at the photo. Bobby Robin looked at Henry. You read www.uukanzu.com quietly waited for his opinion, but suddenly he heard Henry suddenly say, "Can the US government sell it?" Ahem. Bobby Robin choked suddenly. Chairman, can the US government sell such a big island? Damn, you can't sell it, so what's the use of saying so much? Henry was speechless. Although it can't be sold, we can contract the island and develop on it. The local government promises that if we invest there and drive the local economy, we will give us very favorable terms. Henry thought for a while, but that's okay, so he asked, what are the contract fees and deadlines? $100 million, 20 years. After the deadline, we have the priority to renew the contract. Bobby Robin replied. Henry pondered for a moment. The contracting fees and development fees should add up to less than $1 billion. 20 years, enough to make it back. Moreover, it can give priority to renewal. Can do it! Exclamation mark. To be continued. Chapter 232. Then quickly contract and build it into Jurassic Park as soon as possible, where our movie will be shot, Henry said. In fact, if it weren't for the distance, Henry would go to Australia and New Zealand to buy islands. The islands that can be bought and sold, and private individuals can legally own them. Bobby Robin nodded and said, "Okay, I will arrange it right away." Where is Hasbro? This company is currently profitable, and the company's board of directors does not accept the invitation to take over. Doesn't accept the acquisition invitation? That is to say, there is no need to talk about it. Henry frowned. Hasbro was founded in Rhode Island in 1923 and went public in 1968, and officially changed its name to Hasbro. This company, like Cisco, is also undergoing crazy acquisitions. From its establishment to the present, no less than 100 companies have been acquired. One of the most famous is that after the acquisition of Wonderful Bailey in 1984, Hasbro became the world's largest toy company! Currently, Hasbro has many well-known brands such as Transformers, Special Forces, and Star Wars. Faced with such a large company, if it does not accept the acquisition, Henry will have a headache. Just set up a toy company by yourself. You have Jurassic Park, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings and other brands, enough to make your toy company a giant in the toy industry. Henry thought about it, and decided to abandon the acquisition of Hasbro and set up a toy company by himself. Therefore, Henry said to Bobby Robin, "Since Hasbro does not accept the acquisition, then we will establish a toy company by ourselves, and the company will be linked to Galaxy Entertainment Holdings, waiting for the movie Jurassic Park. After the screening, dinosaur toys will be released." Yes, Bobby Robin nodded. "This time, there is one more thing to inform you. The movie Leaves of a Deserted Island will use the IMDb online booking system for the first time. It is unclear how many screens are scheduled for screening. However, I will try my best. Let Remains of a Deserted Island get 4,000 screens. If the response is good after the release, the number of screens will continue to increase." Henry said, "This time, we will let Warner Pictures take a good look and reduce the what a stupid decision will be the number of screens in Remains of a Deserted Island. I am still confident about this movie." Upon hearing this, Bobby Robin's face glowed red, and Warner Pictures' arrogant attitude. He has had enough. This farmer turns over and sings, "He must hit Warner's face to be cool!" Chairman, Remaining on a Deserted Island will surely win the box office. Henry looked at his excited expression and shook his head, not calm at all. For the movie Remains of a Deserted Island, Henry must make it popular in the United States. Only in this way can we better promote Nicholas Express. To some extent, this is an image propaganda film of Nicholas Express. How can you take it lightly? IMDb once again initiated an acquisition from the theater chain, and proposed to acquire the theater chain for $800 million. After IMDb's digging the foot of the wall, the theater line is already falling apart. The IMDb website is full of sincerity. $800 million is definitely much higher than the current market value of the theater. Henry doesn't want to waste time with the cinema anymore. Sell it and sell it. Forget it if you don't sell it. Great. Build more theaters by yourself! Cinemas is an established company. Self-built cinemas occupy the best position among the 50 most profitable cinemas in the United States. Cinemas owned by cinemas account for almost a half. However, the market is sluggish, and there is still no use. It is not like a Chinese theater. It has almost been sublimated to not only a cinema, but a symbol of honor. The theater company faces $800 million. My heart is shaken even more. At the board meeting, nothing more. A large proportion of shareholders still insist on not selling. IMDb has eyeliners inserted in the theaters, and IMDb knows everything about the theaters. Can you get an absolute controlling stake? Henry frowned and asked. Marcy Philemon thought for a while and said, through buying and wooing, it may be possible to get more than 50% of the shares, but if we bid higher, we can definitely achieve absolute control. Well, That's it. Spend some money to acquire absolute controlling rights, and then reorganize to dilute the shares of other shareholders. In addition, change the name of the company to reduce the influence of the original theater company's management on the company and create a new one. The corporate culture and brand power. Henry ordered. Understand. Henry sat on the sofa, drank a cup of coffee, and asked casually, how many cinema chains or independent theaters are willing to join the online booking system? At present, 10 cinema chains are willing to join, and there are only 80 independent cinemas, and there are almost 300 cinemas in total. How many pieces are there on the screen? More than 3,000 yuan. It's a bit less. Henry frowned slightly. After the completion of the acquisition of theaters, contact these theaters or independent theaters, and we will open the online booking system for the first time to show Leaves of a Deserted Island. If you are willing to cooperate, we will show it. A movie. At the same time, other theater companies should also see how powerful the online booking system is. Yes. Subsequently, IMDb directly gathered people who were willing to sell shares in the theater company. Among them, there were only 2 major shareholders holding more than 10% of the shares, and the other 5 held 3% to 8% of the shares. Henry met them personally at IMDb. Henry didn't talk nonsense, and straight to the point. Hello shareholders of the department and company. I'll just say it straightforwardly. If you come here, I'm going to buy the shares in your hands. If you sell it, you will have a premium of 2%. If you don't sell it, IMDb will abandon the acquisition of the theater. Everyone looked at each other, whispered to each other, and discussed in a low voice. Give you 5 minutes to think about it. Henry said, stood up, walked out of the conference room, and when he walked out the door, he turned his head and said calmly, by the way, if today's acquisition is not successful, then IMDb will rob the theater. To join the theater. When Henry said this, there was a deep threat. The expressions of all the people on the spot changed. Think slowly. When Henry finished speaking, he went out, closing the door by the way. At this time, a fierce discussion broke out in the conference room! What do you think? Silas, what do you think? At this time, a middle-aged man with a pair of black-rimmed glasses who looked very wise and gentleman analyzed, sell it anyway. Look at this situation. IMDb is determined to acquire, and if the acquisition fails, it will be necessary. Dig the wall and force us to submit. If we do not sell, our shares will inevitably shrink. Yes, Silas is right. If you don't sell it, the shares will not be as valuable as before. Silas stroked the glasses and said, I wanted to sell it originally, but I wanted to sell it more expensive. However, looking at it this way, it is unlikely. In fact, the premium of 2% is already pretty good. After that, the shares shrank strongly. Well, that's right. Then everyone sell it. Okay, then sell it. 5 minutes later www.mentalnovel.com. Henry walked into the meeting room again. How are everyone's considerations? Henry asked faintly after sitting down. We have negotiated and agreed to sell the shares. Henry heard the words and smiled slightly. Very well, then prepare to sign the contract and transfer the shares. An hour later, the shareholders left IMDb one after another, and IMDb completed the absolute holding in lightning speed, holding 54% of the shares! After a while, Marcy Philemon walked to Henry and whispered, Chairman, Silas is back. Well, prepare a check for $2 million for him. When the shareholders discussed just now, he did pretty well. Got it. Marcy Philemon responded and walked out of Henry's office. P.S. All kinds of requests. Subscription, monthly pass, reward, recommendation. To be continued. Chapter 233. Remember in 1 second. Fall in love with you. Reading Network, the fastest update, no pop-up window, free reading of popular novels. The Sixth Watch was originally written, but later I looked at it and felt dissatisfied, so I deleted it. In order to ensure the quality is responsible for the readers, we will update it tomorrow. There were originally 3 chapters to be updated tomorrow, so adding 1 chapter to be made up tonight, There will be a total of 4 updates tomorrow! In addition, here, thank you very much for your support! Bsha didn't report it, so I could only work code words, update more, and write good articles of better quality for everyone to see. Before it was put on the shelves, Bsha was very nervous, and almost didn't dare to expect it to have 1,000 for the first time. However, I did not expect that everyone was so supportive of Bsha, and it was easy to break through the 1,000 first, and now it is moving towards 2,000! I hope everyone will support Bsha every day, and Bsha will do its best to write books. Brothers and sisters, good night. Thanks for your hard work today! To be continued. For mobile users, please browse and read for a better reading experience. The bookshelf is synchronized with the computer version. Chapter 234. The next day, IMDb came to the theater company and took over as the absolute controlling shareholder. It announced that it would reorganize the company and merge some of the theaters previously acquired by IMDb into the theater. Then the theater was renamed and changed to the IMDb Theater. A movie theater can promote IMDb, drive online website traffic with offline physical stores! After that, Henry established the IMDb Holding Group Company, which has 2 companies, the IMDb website and the IMDb Cinemas. Marcy Philemont has been promoted to take up the role of IMDb Holding Group and coordinate the management of the 2 subsidiaries! After the company completed its reorganization, a press conference was held. A few days ago, the IMDb website completed the acquisition of the departmental company, and then reorganized it and established the IMDb Cinemas. In order to better manage the company, the IMDb Holding Group was established, which owns the IMDb website and the IMDb Cinemas. The company. As soon as the news was released, IMDb's stock price rose rapidly, causing a sensation in the industry. The most shocking, IMDb Cinemas has become the largest cinema company in the United States. And it is also a strong alliance with IMDb. The effect of its production or possible outbreak is really unpredictable! Just as people are talking about IMDb Holding Group, this extremely large machine of IMDb Holding Group has begun to operate at full capacity! First of all, it will cooperate with Galaxy Film Company and prepare to release the movie Leaves of a Deserted Island. After IMDb acquired the cinema chain, the number of screens it owned suddenly increased by more than 1,000, and with the addition of more than 3,000 other cinema chains, it was already close to 5,000 screens. Since other cinema companies have joined the online booking system, they naturally hope to seek breakthroughs in this way and make real profits. Therefore, the theater company should support Remains of a Deserted Island. After all, the success of Residential Island is equal to their success! It's just that the theater company just joined the online booking system of the IMDb website. They are not at the mercy of IMDb. They have the right to arrange films freely, and the IMDb website cannot force them to show which film they want. Therefore, the IMDb website wants to promote Remaining on a Deserted Island, must get their consent. Marcy Fremont has sent invitations to major cinema companies to discuss at the IMDb headquarters whether they can give more screens to Remains of a Deserted Island. At the same time, we must also discuss the issue of joint propaganda to ensure that this cooperation can be a great success! Henry prepared to meet representatives of major cinema companies in person. At the moment in the office waiting for their arrival. Ding ding ding! At this time, the phone rang. Hello, who? Henry asked. Mr. Williams, I am your housekeeper, Old Brown. A slightly older voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's Old Brown. Why did you call me all of a sudden? Is there something wrong? Yes, Mr. Williams, Old Brown said. Here, a guest came here and he said he would visit you. Guest? Henry stroked his chin. He groaned. If ordinary people were looking for him, Old Brown would have sent away directly. Since he also called to inform himself, it means that this guest may have a different identity. What's his name? Henry asked. William Jefferson. Before finishing talking, IMDb holding group Marcy Phillimont suddenly knocked on the door and came in and said to Henry, "Chairman, everyone from the theater line is here, waiting for you to come to the meeting." Henry nodded to him. Immediately he said to Old Brown on the phone, "I have something to deal with right now. If he waits and is willing to wait, I will go to see him when I finish the matter. Otherwise, ask him to be there at 7:30 tomorrow morning. See me before leaving the villa." Finished. Henry hung up the phone, stood up, and said to Marcy Phillimont, "Let's go. Have a meeting." Okay. More than 20 people have been seated in the conference room. As soon as Henry walked through the door, everyone in the room stood up back and forth unconsciously. "Hello, Mr. Williams." "Mr. Williams." "Hello." Henry nodded slightly, walked to the main seat and sat down while Marcy Phillimont sat on his right. Henry opened the mouth and said, "Welcome everyone to join the online booking system of the IMDb website. I call everyone here today, and you must know what it is for." Remains on the Deserted Island can be said to be a combination of online ticket booking and offline ticket purchase. We must not let it fail for the first movie under the mode, which is related to the future interests of our theater company. Therefore, we must not only make this movie a success, but also make this movie the box office champion of the year! Once it succeeds this time, you can imagine that the theater's business will definitely change as a result. Success and failure are at this moment. After Henry finished speaking, someone immediately responded, "Mr. Williams, no matter what the other theaters decide, our Kelvin Theaters fully support and use all the screens to show the movie Leaves of a Deserted Island. CM Cinemas also put out all the screens to support Remains of a Deserted Island. Our cinema also fully supports it." Henry suddenly felt a kind of echoing feeling! For a time, Henry was so proud and full of fighting spirit. Okay, then let us break the tradition and create a new situation together. Right now, Remains of a Deserted Island won 5,000 screens. After that, everyone began to discuss how to promote the movie Remains of a Deserted Island. The detailed rules were discussed for a long time, and Henry did not return to the villa until 9:30 in the evening. The car drove into the gate and parked the car. When Henry walked out, the butler, Old Brown, had already come to Henry. "Mr. Williams, you are back." Old Brown greeted respectfully, bending over. "Yeah?" Henry responded indifferently, and walked towards the big house. Old Brown followed behind and reminded, "Mr. Williams, that distinguished guest is still waiting for you in the living room." "Still waiting for me?" Henry said in surprise. "It's so late, I thought he was gone." "I told him that he can come by before 7:30 tomorrow, but he didn't listen and insisted on waiting for you here." Old Brown looked at his watch and said, "Mr. Williams, the distinguished guest has been waiting for 10 hours. Henry nodded to express his understanding, and said as he walked, "You tell him, I will go back to the room and take a shower first, and see him later." "Yes." Old Brown is a well-thought-out and winking butler. He can be called a distinguished guest. His identity is naturally unusual, and he has waited for him for so long. In any case, he still wants to see him. Henry returned to the room www.mentalnovel.com and it took 10 minutes, took a shower, changed into a suit, and walked to the living room. Who wants to see himself? "It's been so long," Henry murmured to himself. If someone else puts their pigeons and makes themselves wait for so long, they are forced to turn around and leave immediately. As soon as Henry arrived outside the living room, Old Brown went up and said, "Hello, Mr. Williams, you are here." "Are the guests inside?" Old Brown nodded. "Yes, I told him that you will see him right away. He is sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for your interview." "Okay." Henry nodded, went past Old Brown, opened the door of the living room, and walked in. With his gaze swept away, Henry looked at the man, his face suddenly stunned. "Good guy, I actually let him wait for more than 10 hours, So proud. To be continued. Chapter 235. Please subscribe. Seeks support. Henry winked at Old Brown and motioned for him to leave. Old Brown nodded to express his understanding and turned to leave. At this moment, Henry walked to the man. Governor Clinton, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, it's nice to meet you, Henry Williams. Clinton didn't have any displeased expressions on his face. Instead, he was full of smiles. Ha ha. Henry shook hands with him, but he knew in his heart what Clinton had for finding himself. Clinton wants to win over himself in the US presidential election next year. With more and more of his own companies and the increasing influence, Clinton naturally paid more and more attention to himself. Last time, I deliberately snooked him, making him anxious. I wanted to see myself several times, but was refused by various reasons. Unexpectedly, Clinton personally came to the door and waited here for 10 hours! No wrong, Governor Linton, come here. I don't know what you can do. Henry laughed and asked knowingly. Clinton was also straightforward and said straightforwardly, next year's presidential election, I want you to help me. Henry looked at him and smiled. Governor Clinton, just kidding, running for president is such a big deal. How can I help you with a young man under 20 years old? Clinton still smiled. Williams, you are too humble. In the United States, I am afraid no one is richer than you. Oh, is it? Why don't I know? I heard that there are 10 largest consortia in the United States, with assets ranging from 100 billion to trillions. How can I compare? Ha ha. Clinton laughed loudly. The assets of the consortium are generally family assets, but Williams is different for you. Would you like me to count the number of your company one by one? Henry looked at him, shrugged. Okay, let me hear what they have. Cisco, Nicholas Group, 360 Holding Group, Global Online Company RCH, ICQ, Prestige Capital, Silicon Valley Electronics Group, Amgen Biopharmaceuticals, Firefly Games, Global Land, Domain Name Management Companies. Clinton said like a few treasures. After a long list, he finally smiled at Henry. Of course, there is also the Blackwater Company. Henry was not surprised, although others could not find the company's backing shareholders. But guess it. Clinton said so much. In fact, most of them are guesses. Bang bang. Henry slapped his palms and smiled. Governor Clinton's imagination is so rich. I admire it. Hee. I don't have to admire it. Because I'm telling the truth, isn't it? Yes or not? It's not what I said. You have to ask the company's shareholders behind the scenes. Clinton was speechless, seeing Henry Cockterlang's legs. Deny said. He didn't make any mistakes, so he turned the topic back, and straightforwardly said, if you support my presidential campaign, then after I become president, I will support you too. What I want is this sentence! If you had said this earlier, what am I doing so much nonsense with you? Henry smiled and said, hee. Tell me, how would you support me? Aren't you afraid of monopoly? After I become president, I will try my best to let the government favor you. Clinton said. More. How else can you support me? Government orders can be handed over to the company under your name. Henry nodded, then raised his head to look at Clinton again. If you don't tell me, there is only this benefit. There should be more. What should there be? Clinton was speechless, shook his head with a wry smile, and then said, I can help Blackwater to cooperate more closely with the US. This is good, Henry said with satisfaction, and then nodded to Clinton, motioning to continue! Why, it's not enough! Clinton said in amazement. Governor Clinton, you have to figure it out. You are running for the President of the United States. Can a president be so stingy? Come on, just say, what else do you want? If I think I can, I agree to your terms. Clinton spread his hands and said, ha ha. Henry laughed. Actually, there is nothing you want. You can ask NASA to give me some orders and authorize some technology for me. I promise. This is the last requirement. If you meet my word, I promise you can sit on the President of the United States. You want to open an aerospace company? Exclamation mark. Clinton was surprised. Henry laughed and said, I am going to build a company called Space Exploration. Of course, although the name is very cool, but in fact, we just help NASA do odd jobs. You can let it give us some things, such as launching rockets, developing satellites. Can you all participate in helping? Clinton considered it for a while. NASA did not stipulate that private companies are not allowed to authorize technology. Besides, NASA has also placed orders with private companies. Therefore, he can agree to Henry's terms. Well, I have agreed to this condition too. That will be the future President Clinton. I'm not the president yet. I know, I'm talking about the future. And I said that if you can be president in the future, you can be. Henry said very confidently. Clinton himself has outstanding political achievements and is particularly good at managing the economy. The current slowdown in the US economy requires such a capable president to come forward and manage the country. In addition, Clinton was elected as the chairman of the Democratic Party's Supreme Committee, and he was the seed player elected by the Democratic Party to run for the President of the United States! Exclamation mark. This night, Henry and Clinton reached a secret agreement. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Henry picked up the phone and dialed the number of Huey headquarters. This is Henry Williams. I will send someone to monitor Clinton immediately. I want to collect his handle. On the other end of the phone, a strong voice replied, yes, I promise to complete the task. Henry hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Just grab Clinton's handle. Untilnovel.com. How do I think he regrets it? Past life. Clinton's zipper door made a sensation in the United States. It seems that women are his weakness, Henry murmured. The next day, Clinton was sent away and Henry came to the company. In the afternoon, IMDb Holding Group and Galaxy Film Company jointly announced, on April 1, April Fool's Day, Galaxy Film Company and IMDb Holding Group will jointly launch the movie Remains of a Deserted Island. This time, we will use online booking for the first time, combining the dual operation model with offline ticket purchase. The number of screens will be close to 5,000. Covering all parts of the United States. I hope everyone will come to watch the movie then. After the news was released, American cinema companies paid the most attention to it. Can this model save the current sluggish market? To be continued. Chapter 146 Clinton Second. Chapter 236 Can this model save the current sluggish market? Then we can only wait and see. It's only February 1st. And there are still 2 months to go before the premiere of the movie Remains of a Deserted Island. Taking advantage of this time, some of the more suitable and larger IMDb cinemas will be renovated. If necessary, we'll buy the place next to the theater, and finally merge it into a super theater. Henry looked down on smaller and medium theaters. If you want to repair it, repair the super theater! Exclamation mark. Super large, super luxurious, super cool cinema! Exclamation mark. The movie city plan was proposed by the American real estate tycoon Kushner. Later Henry suddenly remembered Wanda Plaza, so he decided to launch the IMDb Plaza project! Exclamation mark. How is Wanda Plaza built? The luxury of IMDb Plaza is multiplied by 5. Not all squares in the world are called IMDb Square, but the one that can be called IMDb Square must be the best. I want to plant the IMDb banner all over the world, Henry said after deciding to start the IMDb Plaza project. As Henry's partner, the known as the American real estate tycoon, Kushner was almost stunned after hearing about Henry's plan. The plan was even crazier than he thought. Mr. Williams, is this plan too big? It doesn't matter to build IMDb Plaza. The problem is, if you want to build it so well, the pressure is a little bit big, Kushner said euphemistically. Stressed. No, Mr. Kushner, IMDb Plaza has to be built like this. The more luxurious, the more popular it is. Kushner was silent. Said, Mr. Williams, if you want to do this, it's best to get a powerful strategic partner in. Henry looked at him and motioned for him to continue. Kushner thought for a while and said, we can choose Global Land to join. Henry couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Kushner looked at his expression and wondered, Mr. Williams, don't you agree? After a pause, Kushner explained to Henry, Global Land is a global real estate tycoon with a market value of nearly $100 billion US. Exclamation mark. The strength is very strong. If we want to develop this kind of superlarge luxury plaza in the United States, the world, please join Global Land Company is the best choice. Mr. Williams, what do you think? Kushner asked at last. Henry nodded, well, you think Global Land is okay? Then invite him to join our IMDb Plaza development plan. Okay, he'll get in touch right away, but Kushner paused and said uncertainly, Global Land is adjusting its assets in recent years. There is no development plan, and I don't know if they are willing to join our plan. Henry gave a chuckle and took out a pen to write a number on the paper, then handed Kushner, call this phone and try this. Kushner looked at Henry with a puzzled face. Henry just smiled and didn't explain. Do you want me to tell me in person? Am I the boss of Global Land? Brother doesn't pretend to be forced. Kushner carefully put the phone number away. Mr. Williams. It's okay, then I will leave first. Yeah? Henry nodded. After Kushner left, Henry opened a document on the desk. This is a piece of information about the Sun Company. Henry intends to acquire the Sun Company, so naturally he has to collect its information. At the moment, Sun is proud of their excellent workstations, leading the industry. The workstation is a high-end general-purpose microcomputer. It is for single-user use and provides more powerful performance than personal computers, especially in graphics processing capabilities, task parallel capabilities! Exclamation mark. Sun's current profitability status is very good. Selling workstations is very popular, beating SGI Graphics Workstation Company, IBM, DEC and other companies, simply invincible. To acquire it, huge amounts of money must be spent. It doesn't matter if you spend money. The question is whether Sun is willing to sell. Since the Sun Company is so profitable, the major shareholders of the company may not easily sell their shares. The acquisition of such companies is the most headache for Henry! Exclamation mark. Anyway, you have to give it a try and send someone to contact the Sun Company. In fact, a few days later, as Henry expected, Sun Company decisively rejected Henry's purchase request. Spicy next door. Is the company so difficult to acquire? Henry sat in the office and cursed secretly. It took a lot of effort to acquire the AMC Cinema Company. If it weren't for the fact that the cinemas are not making much money now, and joining the theater is his weakness, Henry is really not easy to acquire AMC Cinemas. Now that Sun's business is so hot, how can it sell the company? Henry can only sigh with excitement. And what Henry cares about Sun Company most is its system and Java language. The system can't be pirated, but the Java programming language. Henry laughed. According to the information, Sun has not developed the Java programming language. In Henry's memory, the Java programming language will be officially launched in May 1995. Now it was only 1991. And it was too early! Exclamation mark. It just so happens that Henry is familiar with Java language. However, if I develop the Java programming language hastily, I will frighten others. Henry thought about it for a while. The acquisition of Sun is not enough. Isn't it enough to dig a corner? Which company is strong in mining technology? Silicon Valley also has Nangxiang. James Gosling, the father of Java, is a guy with a pair of glasses, a beard and a bald head. Henry has seen him in books several times in his previous life! Exclamation mark. There must be no difficulty in digging him over! Exclamation mark. Henry dialed the phone and immediately ordered someone to go to the Sun Company to dig James Gosling over! Exclamation mark. After hanging up the phone, Henry thought to himself, James Gosling could dig up, so as not to let Sun Company waste the Java language! Exclamation mark. Sun Company promotes Java as an open source language, although it is promoted quickly, but Sun Company cannot make huge profits from it. Currently, for all kinds of enterprise development, the most popular language is Visual Basic VB. The entire VB ecosystem is managed, controlled and planned by Microsoft. Developers need to purchase development tools from Microsoft.untilnovel.com and users need to pay Microsoft Windows license fees. For Microsoft, Visual Basic and its development system are a very important factor that makes so many useful software appear on the Windows platform, and therefore drives the sales of the Windows system. Microsoft has profited beyond imagination! Sun is not that it doesn't want to learn from Microsoft to close its Java language, but if it does, it will be extremely difficult to promote. And the original Sun company's Solaris system can't do the Windows system. If the Java language is closed, it will be even more hopeless! However, nothing is absolute! Java can't accomplish things in Sun's hands, but in Henry's hands, there may not be no hope of realization. Sooner or later Henry will launch an operating system to compete with Microsoft, and the Java language may be a weapon against Microsoft Visual Basic! P.S. The fourth is more likely to be released at 1 o'clock in the morning. There is something wrong today. There are not too many time codes. Make it up at night. To be continued. Chapter 237 P.S. I'm really sorry, my hand is disabled. I was too tired last night. I couldn't write the last one. I will make it up today. In addition, I beg you to subscribe for support. QQ Group. 424,930,141. Friends who are interested can join. It took almost no effort to dig up James Gosling, the father of Java. James Gosling has not yet gained fame, but is just an ordinary project leader at Sunday. Henry's salary for poaching him was an annual salary of $500,000. This is currently a very high salary! Several of his colleagues came with James Gosling. They are all studying the Java language. However, James Gosling and others call it Oak language. Henry met with James Gosling and others. I invited you here to develop a new programming language. The name is Java. It is similar to the Oak language you developed at Sun. However, the Java programming language I want you to develop must be more powerful than Oak. It has excellent versatility, high efficiency, platform portability and safety. While talking, Henry told them some general frameworks of the Java programming language, but did not dare to disclose too much. However, even the tip of the iceberg surprised everyone on the spot! 10 minutes later, everyone was shocked inexplicably. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on himself, Henry couldn't help but smile. I learned computer science from Professor Pozak at the age of 10. He is not only the co-founder of Cisco, but also the director of the computer department of Stanford University. How high, you can imagine. It is the so-called famous teacher produces high apprentices. So, you know, my programming skills are actually pretty good. It's okay. It's already gone. Alright! You are only a teenager, and you have been able to design such a powerful programming language. I am afraid that no one can believe it! Everyone looked at Henry with admiration, and they felt inferior, as if they had lived on dogs for decades. What a shame! For James Gosling and others such incomparable admiration. Henry has been very calm. If a programming is not too boring and time-consuming, Henry wouldn't mind writing in the Java language and be the father of Java! Mr. Williams, although you only said a rough idea, this kind of genius design is the most important thing. You are simply the father of the future Java programming language. James Gosling said very sincerely. Ahem. Henry choked abruptly when he heard this. Others say it's okay, but you are the future father of Java. James Gosling. Henry did not develop the Java language himself. But if you can also bear the name of the father of Java, it would be a bit cool! The father of Java is the father of Java. As an internet tycoon, how can someone who will claim the emperor in the future not have one or two titles? Jobs can't even program, but he can be called the father of Apple mobile phones. I also proposed a Java design framework! Everyone chatted for a while. Henry finally said to James Gosling, "I am about to establish the Williams Lab. A Java development team will be established, headquartered in San Jose, Silicon Valley. You guys will move over in a few days and join this. The Java development team." Good. Several people nodded. The reason why O. Williams Laboratory was established was because Henry felt that Bell Laboratories was too hungry. It was transistors, lasers, solar cells, light-emitting diodes, digital switches, communication satellites, electronic digital computers, and cellular mobile communication equipment, long-distance television transmission, simulation language, sound film, stereo recording, and the birthplace of many major inventions such as communication network. Obtained more than 25,000 patents, an average of more than 3 patents per day, and a total of 8 Nobel Prizes including 7 physics prizes and 1 chemistry prize. Henry wants to emulate Bell Labs and build his own Williams Lab. Even after 100 years, everyone will worship and be shocked for the great Williams Laboratory they have left behind! My spirit is immortal! However, Henry counted the things invented by Bell Labs, feeling so stressful. In order to build the greatest laboratory, Henry decided to collect all kinds of top talents from all over the world and gather them all under his banner. I will also draw the best technical talents from various companies under my own name and join the laboratory. So, let the glory of Williams Lab take off from Java! Subsequently, Henry established the Williams Laboratory in California. After the establishment, Henry held a very grand press conference. At the press conference, he said very solemnly, "The birth of Bell Labs in 1925 changed the development of human science and technology. Now, it's the Williams Labs' turn." As soon as Henry finished speaking, he left the press conference, leaving everyone with a huge shock. Damn it, I heard it right. Henry Williams said he was going to overturn Bell Labs! The reporters were already a little crazy, and they were so excited. Henry didn't say anything. But when he opened his mouth, he was shocked and stunned! This topic must be a headline tomorrow. The reporters' eyes are already full of excitement! The next day, newspaper publications, TV report, the news spread quickly, causing a huge sensation. Bell Labs is almost a household name in the United States and has changed the lives of too many people. If someone says they want to provoke Bell Labs, everyone will just listen to it as a joke. But the person who said this is Henry Williams, the most legendary figure in the history of the United States! This is not a joke, it's going to be true! For a while, this matter was being discussed in the United States, and even the world. Bell Labs publicly stated, "The leadership position of Bell Labs in the scientific research community will not change in the future." The outside world is harassing and talking endlessly. It didn't take long for another news about Williams Lab. A BBC reporter reported, yesterday, the Silicon Valley Electronics Group, which has a market value of approximately tens of billions of dollars, announced that the company has been incorporated into Williams Labs and became its solely owned subsidiary. This news just came out, causing an uproar across the United States! Although the Silicon Valley Electronics Group has been established less than a year ago, it has strong funds and strong R&D capabilities. It is one of the strongest electronic basic hardware manufacturers in the United States. www.intelnovel.com provides hard disks, memory, LCD screens, cameras, computer motherboards, power supplies, mice, keyboards and other electronic products. It is reported that Silicon Valley Electronics Group will also enter chip production and purchase fabs. Such a powerful and infinite potential company was acquired by Williams Labs in a blink of an eye. How could everyone not be shocked? Henry Williams is really awesome. As soon as he bought Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Yes, Silicon Valley Electronics Group has strong hardware R&D capabilities, and Williams Labs seems to be really going to work with Bell Labs. It's the rich can really play. After the acquisition of this company, the acquisition of that company, how troublesome it is to build a company by yourself. The acquisition is fast. Buying a woolen thread. I just turn left hand to right hand. Henry looked at the newspaper and shook his head speechlessly. To be continued. Chapter 238. The first project of Williams Lab was programming language development. What was the second project? Henry considered it for a moment and decided to choose. After research and development, Cisco can launch a wireless router that shocks the world. And Silicon Valley Electronics Group can launch a wireless laptop! By then, with technology, Silicon Valley Electronics Group's notebooks will crush all notebooks on the market. Not only, it will be thinner and faster! The Silicon Valley Electronics Group has been accumulating. In fact, with the current strength of the Silicon Valley Electronics Group, it is indeed possible to develop computers. But the things they have made cannot meet Henry's requirements. Silicon Valley Electronics Group's products are by no means mediocre. This is what Henry said to the company's senior executives at a meeting. Now this sentence has become the most important part of the Silicon Valley Electronics Group's corporate culture. Every new recruit, the first sentence the personnel must remember to recite is this sentence. After entering the gate of Silicon Valley Electronics Group, this sentence is also engraved on a huge blue stone monument not far in front of the field of vision. Every time people see it, they will remind them to encourage employees to work hard, pursue perfection, and strive for innovation! Henry has a principle in his heart: no matter what you want to do, if you want to do it, then you must do it best! The development of programming language is time-consuming. It is not only the introduction of the language, but also the development of a platform development environment, so that developers can write software after learning the programming language. As for technology, Australia only applied for a patent in 1996. And it must have been studied for several years. Henry doesn't want to give this kind of super gold patent to others. Immediately asked some people from Qualcomm to join the Williams laboratory and start researching and developing technology. Williams Lab will replace the R&D department of Silicon Valley Electronics Group. All patents and technologies will belong to Williams Lab. What Silicon Valley Electronics Group has to do is to transform the technology developed in the laboratory into products! A few days later, the father James Gosling and his party came to Silicon Valley Electronics Group. After Henry set them up, when he asked about MP3, the research and development of micro hard disk has made breakthrough progress. It has been reduced to 1 inch. And the storage size is as high as that. Henry couldn't help getting excited when he heard the news. This means that MP3 will not take long to be manufactured. The MP3 software itself may require some 20 or 30 MB. Then, there are dozens of MB left to store songs. One song, there is no problem storing more than a dozen songs! Henry came and immediately went to the micro hard drive department. The hard disk department of Silicon Valley Electronics Group is divided into 2 departments: ordinary hard disk and micro hard disk. Ordinary hard drives are naturally personal computers, conventional hard disks provided by servers, workstations, etc., while micro hard disks currently only provide hard disk services for MP3. Silicon Valley Electronics Group is already considering the use of micro drives in cameras. Today, most cameras use flash memory cards. However, the storage capacity of the current flash memory card is only a few MB. which cannot store too many photos. Once the micro hard disk is used, the camera can definitely store hundreds of photos with the current size of tens of KB of ordinary photos! At present, the huge advantage of micro hard disk is undoubtedly much more powerful than flash memory card. Silicon Valley Electronics Group is doing its own camera. If you acquired Carl Zeiss in Germany, you would also make your own camera. With the technology of Carl Zeiss, the camera made by it is certainly not inferior to other companies. Coupled with the super large memory of the micro hard drive, it will surely shock the industry after its launch. Henry suppressed the excitement in his heart, walked into the micro hard disk development laboratory. The person in charge of the project asked him to take the sample of the micro hard drive. Henry took it in his hand and examined it. It was 1 inch in size and placed in his hand like a matchbox. Henry shook it up and down, feeling a little weight. "Is the hard drive easily damaged?" Henry asked. "Such as a slight collision. The probability of damage to the ground within 1 meter is less than 10%. If it is 1.5 meters, the probability of damage will exceed 50%. The person in charge of the micro hard disk group replied. Henry frowned. The damage probability of 1.5 meters is more than half. It seems that the shock absorption technology needs to be strengthened. Yes, we are already studying this issue. Very good. Henry nodded and said he knew. It is said that the Nokia brick phone can be thrown from the second floor to the first floor without any problems. Our MP3 is not to be compared with a brick phone, but it can't be too many times. It's only 1.5 meters away and it breaks. Although it is not good for shock absorption, MP3 can be launched first, and it will be upgraded in the future, which is also a gimmick. Subsequently, the technician connects the micro hard disk to the computer and displays its storage size. While demonstrating, the technician introduced, in 1988, Fair and Greenberger discovered the giant magnet or resistance effect. Very weak magnetic changes can cause very significant resistance changes in magnetic materials. Therefore, we are based on this giant magnetism. The resistance effect, giant magnet or resistance technology is being developed. If the giant magnet or resistance technology is broken, the sensitivity of the magnetic head will be enhanced, the storage density of the hard disk will be greatly improved, and the capacity of our micro hard disk will also increase. Henry was shocked when he heard this. Giant magnet or resistance technology is a very powerful technology. After the first introduction of giant magnet or resistance technology in 1997, the development of hard disks has entered a stage of rapid advancement, and its storage capacity has begun to increase at an alarming rate! How is the technology progressing? Henry asked hurriedly. 1/3. Well, that's good. Henry nodded, glanced at everyone, and then said in a deep voice, in the future, we will increase the research and development of this technology. I believe that the giant magnet or resistance technology will change the current hard disk pattern! Yes, the surrounding technicians responded in unison. After visiting the micro hard disk laboratory. mtlnovel.com, Henry stopped by the general hard disk department. It is not good to favor one and the other, and it will chill the people who engage in technology. When Henry arrived there, he exchanged greetings, and finally came to the MP3 department. With the hard disk, the biggest storage problem is solved. Other problems with MP3 are not too big a problem. Therefore, Henry did not intervene one by one, and hired the person in charge of industrial design to talk about his requirements for MP3. MP3's appearance design must be fashionable, designed as a rounded rectangle, and at the same time, this appearance patent must be registered. At present, we will make 2 colors of white and black first. As for the shell, it is better to use a metal shell, which is not only hard, but also gives a high-end atmosphere. Although the cost will be a little higher, our MP3 and Sony portable listening is much cheaper, and the price is competitive. Of course, the most important thing is that the core competitiveness of our MP3 is that you can download songs from the internet at any time. and the cost of buying songs will be much lower than that of a Walkman! It's not easy to write a book, watch Pirated Brothers, come to subscribe and support. 3232624 Chapter 239 Remember in 1 second, the fastest update, no pop-up window, free reading of popular novels. Remember in 1 second? To provide you with wonderful novel reading. After the storage and appearance of MP3 are solved, what remains to be solved is the MP3 decoder chip. To play an MP3 song, you need an MP3 decoder chip to decode it, convert the digital signal into an analog signal, and the converted analog signal audio can be played through headphones or speakers. This technique is actually not difficult. The difficulty is that MP3 is a format that uses a compression ratio of 110 or even 112 to compress music. It belongs to lossy compression. When the decoding chip restores the audio information, there will be losses, which will affect the sound quality. A good decoding chip can make up for the loss of audio signal to a large extent, and ensure the sound quality effect as much as possible. When it comes to chip design, you have to replace ARM, which is now a subsidiary of Qualcomm. ARM can design even computer processors, not to mention a mere MP3 decoder chip! It's a piece of cake. Henry made a call and immediately ordered ARM to send a team to help develop the MP3 decoder chip. When MP3 becomes popular in the future, the MP3 decoder chip developed by the ARM company will definitely be able to make a lot of money. However, until other companies have signs of developing decoding chips, ARM companies will sell MP3 decoding chips. Before this period of time, of course, the Silicon Valley Electronics Group was able to monopolize the market and make a lot of money! And this decoding chip is expensive. It is estimated that it will account for at least a third of the price of MP3, which is a profitable product. Of course, micro hard drives are also profitable products. This thing has a high technical content, and there is no special time to research it. If other companies want to make it, it is really nothing in a short time! Either the hard disk is too large, or the storage capacity is small. Any shortcoming exists, it is difficult for the manufactured MP3 to open the market! Henry is preparing to make an MP3 player. There is a software on the internet that is suddenly very popular and is liked by many netizens. This software is called Napster. It is a music online software, but it's awesome, using a technology that shocked Henry: P2P technology. Peer-to-peer technology is also called point-to-point transmission technology. In general, users download files from the server. But with peer-to-peer technology, then you can get the file from the computer that downloaded the file, and after you have downloaded the file, you will automatically share the file so that you can transfer the file to other computers that need to download the file. This has the advantage can greatly improve the download speed, save the bandwidth of the server. To put it simply, join the peer-to-peer network. Then other computer users can download things from your computer. And the more users there are, the faster the download speed. It's best to use it for video on demand or something. However, Napster is used to engage in pirated music. Using peer-to-peer technology, Napster has more music than Tantion Music's music library. The emergence of this technology makes it very easy to share MP3 music among music lovers, leading to the flood of pirated music! Henry had just received the news and was shocked. After Napster did this, MP3 was completely spread, but it was all pirated. I'm afraid that Tantion Music's genuine music won't be sold anymore. Originally I wanted to sell MP3 players and songs at the same time, making money at both ends. Piracy is powerful, and you can't survive if you do it. Henry said he was helpless and depressed. However, someone is more depressed than him. Tantion Music Company does not make pirated music anymore, but now there is something more fierce! Record company for a time. Disastrous losses. physical record sales plummeted. Fortunately for Tanshan Music Company, not many people were willing to spend money to download music. Tanshan Music currently relies on advertising fees and the company's capital injection to maintain the operation of the website and Tanshan Music client. However, crisis also means opportunity! When others are still worried about piracy, Henry is already thinking about how to get the copyright. Now that piracy is rampant, Tanshan Music Company can take the opportunity to buy music digital rights from record companies at a very cheap price. The United States is very strict in cracking down on piracy. Henry knows that Napster will kill itself sooner or later! So Henry sent people to buy music from major record companies. The record company thought, my music has been pirated, and it has been circulated on the internet. Since Tanshan Music Company wants to buy it, I can get a little money if I sell my music. Prompted by this kind of thinking, there are indeed many record companies willing to sell music to Tanshan Music Company. However, those music are almost unsold music from physical records. With the addition of piracy reasons, they sold these music to Tanshan Music Company. Although Tanshan Music Company cannot buy the newly released record music, it is better than nothing to buy some of the previous music. After Tanshan Music bought the music, it immediately put it on the shelves and promoted it. Otherwise, some users will always be unable to find the music they want to listen to, and will develop into Napster users instead! At present, the Napster company is also excellent in peer-to-peer, and in other aspects, it is simply crude. Compared with the interface, the function, and the user experience, it is far inferior to the Tanshan Music client! As long as there is a song, Napster cannot challenge the status of Tanshan Music in the network. In fact, Henry didn't take Napster too seriously. The United States crackdown on pirated music is too intense, and Napster has infringed on the interests of too many companies, and the wind will destroy it! Fighting against piracy and catching typical examples is the Napster company. Napster's piracy is too arrogant, using peer-to-peer technology, so that piracy is rampant. According to the news that Henry received, the major record companies really couldn't bear it. Everyone got in touch and prepared to sue Napster together. Napster's small arms and legs. How to fight against many U.S. record companies. On February 25, 1991, major U.S. record companies jointly sued Napster, accusing it of hundreds of thousands of infringing songs and demanding compensation of $100,000 for each pirated song. As soon as the news came out, it caused a huge sensation. Many people who have not surfed the internet are also paying attention to Napster company, thinking, what kind of company this is? It has caused all the record companies in the United States to sue it, and they are verbally and madly suppressed! It's really awesome! On the internet, music lovers unanimously support Napster. Free music sharing. Support Napster company. Although the voices of netizens are very loud, they are all together! Piracy is piracy, and infringement is infringement. American law will never tolerate it! The most important thing is that Napster is just a small company. How can it beat a record company? This lawsuit has attracted the attention of many major newspapers in the United States, and the court has also paid special attention to this lawsuit. Many judicial experts post analysis in newspapers. Napster will definitely lose in this lawsuit. Napster company does constitute an infringement. Public opinion unanimously fell to the record company. You are reading www.uucansu.com. Napster's situation is very difficult. Under joint pressure from the record companies, the court ruled that Napster lost the case within a week. Napster had no money to compensate the record company, and finally declared bankruptcy. Although the Napster company went bankrupt, it opened the Pandora's box. Peer-to-peer technology has begun to attract people's attention. Various software for piracy activities has sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, and it is difficult to control! Go and buy Napst. Henry thought for a while, picked up the phone, and ordered. Peer-to-peer technology is a powerful technology. Napst company is still valuable. P.S. Please support. To be continued. For mobile users, please browse and read for a better reading experience. The bookshelf is synchronized with the computer version. Chapter 240. Napst went bankrupt and almost no one wanted it. Henry bought it for $1 million. After buying it, Henry is ready to vigorously develop peer-to-peer technology. At present, there are more than 10 million users accessing the internet, and network speed has also been greatly improved. Among them, household users generally have 0.5 m broadband! When the broadband is popularized to 1 m in the future, Henry is ready to open a video website, using peer-to-peer technology and video compression technology to achieve the effect of smooth viewing of 1 m broadband! So, make the layout early and study peer-to-peer, it must be right. On this day, the Boeing company sent Henry a modified Boeing 767 aircraft, which was expensive and costed $1 billion. In the previous life, President Bush's Air Force One was modified from a Boeing 767 aircraft. Henry wants to enjoy the same level of security as the President of the United States! The Boeing 767 can carry 200 to 300 passengers and can fly long distances! The aircraft is 54.9 meters long. The wingspan is 47.57 meters. The fuselage is 5.41 meters high. The fuselage is 5.03 meters wide. At Henry's request, Boeing transformed it into 3,050 people. The extra place will naturally make it a comfortable palace! There are 3 sets of luxurious suites. The cabin can accommodate 510% length, wind, when T. People's Concert Hall, floor and wall are all set with huge screens used to enjoy the scenery outside the cabin, a meeting room equipped with a conference table, a Turkish bath paved with marble, and a parking space for the bulletproof luxury elongated Ford car that he has remodeled for tens of millions of dollars. There is also a large freezer filled with the most precious wines from all over the world! At the same time, it also has an exquisite kitchen, equipped with 10 top chefs from France, South Korea, China, from Japan, Italy, the United States, etc. The 5 flight attendants were specially trained by Boeing for the world's top richest people. They were extremely professional and service level. As for the pilots, Henry invited the Blackwater Company himself. He used to work in the United States. The ace pilot of the airplane is his own pilot. Don't worry about using others. Please ace pilot. Security, no problem. However, what makes Henry depressed is that the plane Nemo is too big to be placed at home. It can only be placed at the airport first. Damn, this is forcing me to buy a super big house! How embarrassed to be the world's richest man without buying a dream manor like Michael Jackson! Dreamland is the property of Michael Jackson and was once a lively amusement park. Covering an area of 2,800 acres, the facilities in the park are as high as $35 million, including private sports fields, playgrounds, artificial lakes, cinemas and zoos. It is one of the most luxurious mansions in the United States. It is equivalent to 10 times the size of the Imperial Palace where the Ming and Qing emperors lived in China! Damn it, the emperor is nothing but nothing. It's not a neat tenth the size of Michael Jackson! Michael Jackson is the most hanging! This dream estate is also in California, Henry said. If you don't build a bigger and more luxurious than it, it's more fun than its high-tech manor, and you will not be the richest man in the future! Henry thought that the Boeing 767 could only be displayed at the airport, and it was convenient to drive a helicopter if it was not too far away. Going out in a Big Mac Boeing 767 plane, although it is very high, But there is no place to stop. Even if it is awesome, it is no use. It is really depressing. Although the top floor of the company building is wide and can park helicopters, it is absolutely impossible to stop the Boeing 767! However, Boeing's helicopters are not good. If you want to buy a helicopter, you have to buy an AgustaWestland helicopter. AgustaWestland is the world's largest manufacturer of helicopters. The helicopter produced is the most expensive! Of course the best! The AgustaWestland AW101 helicopter is the most expensive helicopter in the world for $21 million. This is what Henry wants to order! This is a medium-sized transport helicopter. Its modification serves many important figures in Saudi Arabia and India. The main use is anti-submarine warfare and public utilities. The Royal Navy, Royal Air Force, Italian Navy and Royal Danish Air Force are its main users. Traveling on your own, flying on this military aircraft is safe and fast. The key is that it is the most expensive and fits your own identity! However, Henry thought about it later. AgustaWestland is located in Italy. Henry is an American, and the richest man in the world. Any trivial matter can be magnified 100 times. How can he use Italian airplanes to make people gossiping? There is also a helicopter aircraft manufacturer in the United States, comparable to AgustaWestland! This company is called Sikorsky Aircraft Company, established in 1923. It is said that the helicopter used by the President of the United States has always been a product of Sikorsky, and the name is Marine Corps One. Henry's eyes brightened. His suit plane and helicopter are the same as the President of the United States. Don't you be too awesome. Hurry up and place an order! So Henry ordered his hands to contact Sikorsky Aircraft Company and order a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. The helicopter is a twin-engine medium-sized transport helicopter. It is the basis of the H-92 Super Eagle military helicopter. Two General Electric CT-78 turboshaft engines provide power for it. The four-blade rotor is designed to reduce noise and increase lift. The price is $17 million. Made. It's actually $4 million cheaper than the AgustaWestland AW101 helicopter. How can this work? Change! It must be remodeled. At least $30 million will do! After buying a plane or a helicopter, the only thing left is to buy a manor. Henry sent someone to find a place www.mentalnovel.com with mountains, waters and woods. Beautiful scenery, convenient transportation, and it is also convenient to be able to rely on the sea, build your own pier, buy luxury yachts, go out to the sea to sunbathe, and fish. Of course, the most important thing is big. It must surpass Dream Manor! Henry's request is a bit difficult to handle, but with money, difficult things become easy to handle. Of course, it takes something to find land. And Henry doesn't urge them. Let them look carefully, and find a few more so that they can choose. In addition, I also need to find a designer, the world's top designer, the designer of the world's only 7-star hotel in Dubai. Burj Al Arab is very good. You can find it. Henry remembered one named Tom Wright, an Englishman, and another named Zhu Wan, a Hong Konger. Dubai Burj Al Arab will be successfully built in 1999. I don't know if the two of them are already designing Dubai Burj Al Arab. Anyway, let's dig and talk about it. In the future, Dubai Burj Al Arab will build it by itself and build a Williams Burj Al Arab hotel. As for Dubai, I can find a designer again. There are so many designers in the world, but it is not uncommon. You say yes! P.S. Is this cool? At your request, I wrote some luxurious content. Everyone, subscription support. To be continued. Chapter 241. Henry arranged everything. At this time, John Chambers called to discuss an important matter with Henry. Chairman, although Cisco is the world's leading supplier of internet equipment, I think we should expand our influence in more ways. Well, what are your ideas? I have discussed with the main senior management of Cisco, preparing to unite the universities in the United States to launch the Cisco certification exam. Students who pass the Cisco certification exam will be issued a corresponding Cisco certification certificate by Cisco, indicating that Cisco recognizes that the student has already have the qualifications to become a network engineer. Henry felt a little excited after listening. Nima, this hang! Exclamation mark. Sir, do you want to apply for the position of network engineer? Yes, it is. Have you graduated from university? Never went to college. Want to apply for our company's network engineer without going to university? Exclamation mark. Is Cisco certification useful? I passed the exam. Oh, you actually passed the Cisco certification? Exclamation mark. Very good. Our company wants it. Exclamation mark. Henry said to John Chambers, this idea is very good. We must do this job well. Yes. Subsequently, Henry asked about the specific content of Cisco certification. John Chambers mentioned to Henry that Cisco certification is divided into 3 levels. The first, a certified Cisco certified network support engineer, indicates that he has sufficient network knowledge to provide services to small and medium-sized enterprises. The second, certified Cisco certified senior network engineer, said that he is already very powerful, has a wealth of practical network knowledge, belongs to the backbone of technology. The third, he certified Cisco certified internet expert and obtained this certification. That's not simple. They belong to the world's top talents, and you can take the position of the technology boss at any company you want. Exclamation mark. John Chambers said, at present, we are preparing to cooperate with major colleges and universities in the United States, and the assessment place is arranged in the school. There are no major requirements for the assessment object. You can register for the exam, but you must pay a certain amount. Exam fee, certification and assessment are $250. Certification is $500, and key certification is $1,000. These registration fees, Cisco can get half, and the other half belongs to the college. Only the college takes the money, will do its best to support us plan of, well, it's okay to divide the money to the college. Henry nodded. The school is very useful. First, it can organize and mobilize students to register for the Cisco certification exam, and second, it can provide the exam location. Cooperate with the school. It radiates all over the United States and has a huge influence. And the school is also involved. It seems more authoritative. Exclamation mark. When people think about it, even schools recognize Cisco certification. Then this Cisco certification must be very useful. Exclamation mark. Once the Cisco certification is accepted by everyone and has international authority, then how much will Cisco's influence increase? Exclamation mark. This affects not only students, but also major companies around the world. Therefore, when purchasing products, it is necessary to provide network services. The first thing I think about is that it must be Cisco! Exclamation mark. After obtaining Henry's consent, John Chambers began to organize manpower to start the Cisco certification program. The cooperation between Cisco and universities has been very close. This time, Cisco wants to launch the Cisco certification program, and the school also agrees. As the world's top network equipment provider, Cisco's assessment certificate is the most gold content, and the school is naturally willing to help promote it. What's more, isn't there still money to get it? Soon afterwards, the school announced that it would cooperate with Cisco to conduct Cisco certification assessments, and register as soon as possible. Numerous computer network majors have sharpened their heads and want to work for Cisco. I heard that it is the Cisco certification specially launched by Cisco. As long as they pass the exam, they are recognized by Cisco. If so, I will go to Cisco for an interview with the certificate in the future. Wouldn't it give extra points and have an advantage over others? Exclamation mark. For a time, Registration for the Cisco certification exam is hot. Almost all computer students from all major colleges and universities in the United States signed up. How could such a sensation not disturb reporters? Hello everyone, I'm Neil Jones, a reporter from BBC Television. I'm in the Department of Computer Science at Stanford University. As you can see, there are hundreds of students waiting in line not far in front of me. The length of the line is it's already more than 20 meters. I think everyone will be very curious. Why are they queuing? Now, let us interview. Hello, this classmate. This is BBC reporter Neil Jones. Why are you queuing? It seems that there are so many people. Of course there are too many people. Yesterday, the school issued a notice that Cisco will launch a Cisco certification exam. Those who pass the exam can get a Cisco certification certificate issued by Cisco, which means that you are already a network recognized by Cisco engineer. Think about it, even Cisco admits that you are a network engineer, but other companies dare not admit it. With the certificate in hand, you are not afraid to travel all over the world. That's it. Dear viewers, according to the news we have received, hundreds of universities across the United States are holding Cisco certification exams. According to current statistics, more than 50,000 college students in the United States have participated in the registration, but it is predicted that the number of applicants will continue to increase. The news of the Cisco certification exam caused a huge sensation in the industry within 2 days. And other network equipment companies were dumbfounded and envy. Many companies actually learn from Cisco and want to get a certification of their own company. As a result, they are gammy over without a wave. With more and more news about Cisco certification, unsatisfactory network engineers in the society have signed up. I have had enough with this company. I want to take the Cisco certification. I want to change jobs. For a time www.mtlnovel.com, colleges and universities across the United States ushered in many uncles. The leaders of the major colleges and universities almost smiled, and the registration fee is almost soft. It's really hard. During this period, Cisco's performance has been soaring, and its monthly revenue broke the highest record, reaching $5 billion! Orders have been placed all over the United States, and internationally, orders have also continued. On the Nasdaq, Cisco's stock price went up wildly, rising by $10 every hour, almost frightening everyone! Buy it quickly! Cisco stock is going to rise again! Cisco's stock price shocked the world, and its market value soared by $150 billion that day! The next day, the headlines of major newspapers around the world wrote, "The market value of Cisco has exceeded $150 billion, ranking first in the world's top 500 companies." For readers of pirated editions, download the Starting Point client. Subscribe to this book. To be continued. Chapter 242. Henry didn't expect that the Cisco certification would have such a big impact, causing crazy registration from computer network students and social people across the United States, and it pushed Cisco to the world's top 500 company in one fell swoop! Cisco in this life is indeed much stronger than in the previous life. It can't help but acquire telecommunications companies, enter the Internet backbone network and telephone communications, and also acquire Qualcomm, and develop wireless communication technology CDMA standards, and its influence has increased exponentially! To this end, Henry went to Cisco in person to find out the specific situation. After coming to the company executives such as John Chambers were in a meeting. At the notice of the secretary, John Chambers immediately stopped the meeting and came out to meet Henry. "Chairman, you are here." John Chambers and others stepped forward and said hello. Henry nodded, and as he walked, he asked casually, "What were you discussing in the meeting just now?" "It's about Cisco certification." John Chambers replied, "At present, There are close to 100,000 candidates who have signed up for Cisco certification. There are too many people. We are thinking of ways to arrange the exam. Haha, the number of people is normal. Cisco is the #1 company in the world's top 500, with high salaries and a comfortable environment. Working at Cisco is the dream goal of countless people. But, after all, this is the first time for a Cisco certification exam. I'm afraid they don't know how difficult the exam will be. Henry laughed. Chambers, it is estimated that how many people will pass the exam? John Chambers thought for a while and said, less than 1,000. Choose one from 100 miles. Yes, it should be like this. Only if the exam is difficult, can we highlight the technical level of Cisco from the side. The culture of Cisco is an elite culture. Engineers who can join Cisco are all technical. Elite. After speaking, everyone walked into the conference room, then sat down, and continued the topic just now. Henry took a sip of water, put down the cup, and then said to everyone, Cisco certification wants to plan success. The problem of cheating in exams should be a problem that we currently pay attention to. The topic is Cisco's, and we must not leak the problem. In addition, supervision, the intensity must also be strengthened. Henry paused. Said, the invigilator cannot be a teacher from the school to invigilate the exam. You must transfer a teacher from another school, and our Cisco company will also send an employee to be the invigilator. This is also double insurance. Yes, cheating must be focused on. Everyone nodded in agreement. After everyone had spoken, Henry said, in order to attract more candidates to apply for Cisco certification, I think it is necessary to increase the remuneration of our Cisco company by one step, and then announce it. In terms of salary, there is no need to increase it for the time being. Our Cisco company is already one of the best treatments in the industry. And what I want to say is to improve the welfare of employees. Our company has hundreds of thousands of employees. So many people work hard for the company. Natural companies should help them solve their worries, such as children's education problem. My idea is to build our own schools within our Cisco company, including kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools and even higher schools. Build the best teaching buildings, purchase the best and most complete teaching equipment, hire first-class teachers, and build America's best a good private school teaching environment. As long as Cisco employees apply for their children, they can go to school for free. This way, one way to solve the problem of employees' children's education, and secondly, it can also cultivate future talents for Cisco. At this time, John Chambers reminded in a low voice, Chairman, this way our budget will be very high. How much do you expect to spend? If the children of every employee come to school, we will at least build thousands of very large schools, which will probably cost tens of billions of dollars. If the school is not profitable, we will have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in expenditure every year to maintain the normal operation of the school, including teacher salaries, maintenance of teaching equipment, etc. In addition, it is also a big problem to hire good teachers. With so many schools, the number of teachers must be quite large. Money is not a problem. Cisco's net profit last year was $5 billion, and it will be more next year. However, to build 1,000 schools in one go, whether it is funding or faculty, it is indeed too much pressure. Just slow it down. Slowly build 100 a year. Henry said in thought. John Chambers nodded and said, well, in this way, the annual payment of about $1 billion, Cisco can barely afford it. Henry nodded and looked at John Chambers. Well, you can hold a press conference tomorrow to list the benefits of our Cisco employees, including building schools to provide free education opportunities for employees' children. Okay. Oh, that's right. And it is announced that after this Cisco certification exam, Cisco will select 1,000 candidates with excellent results for interview. Those who pass the interview will be able to work at Cisco. Haha, in that case, many people are coming to Cisco, so we will give them a chance. Henry chuckled. If the benefits of Cisco employees are listed one by one, I am afraid that countless people will be moved by it. The next day, John Chambers, in accordance with Henry's instructions, Cisco held a press conference. Sometime ago. MTLNovel.com Cisco launched the Cisco certification exam. All of the time, network majors from various universities across the United States signed up. During this period, Cisco's performance has risen sharply, and its market value has also risen sharply to first in the world's top 500. I think that the reason why everyone is so active in registering for the Cisco certification exam must be that they recognize Cisco. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to all the candidates who applied for the Cisco certification. In order to thank you all, Cisco decided to from this group of candidates, 50 candidates will be selected to join Cisco. In order to let everyone know the treatment of Cisco employees, here, I will tell you in detail. Employees who join Cisco will get stock options after 5 years, with an annual salary of at least $200,000. But if they perform well, millions of dollars are possible. At Cisco, there are thousands of employees, over $1 million. Perhaps, the next one to earn $1 million annual salary is you. Of course, in addition to high salary, Cisco's benefits are also very high, such as medical insurance, free board and lodging, etc. Recently, our Cisco company decided to establish 100 schools to provide free education for employees' children. Our school will build first-class teaching buildings, purchase the best equipment, and hire the best teachers to create the best teaching environment. Happy Lantern Festival! To deal with something today, I will come back to the code word after I'm busy. I'll be full-time in the future, and I will update more. Please support me. By the way, the subscription has dropped a lot recently. Please subscribe, otherwise you can only work part-time. Code word. To be continued. Chapter 243. After John Chambers finished speaking, many media reporters were stunned. Cisco's treatment is also too good, especially for the fact that it is willing to provide education for the children of its employees and spend billions of dollars to build 100 schools every year. Not only reporters were shocked, but Cisco employees were also very shocked. This matter has not spread within the company, so Cisco employees do not know that the company has decided to establish a free school. After the press conference, the employees of Cisco were almost fainted with happiness, and the resulting effect was that the company's cohesion instantly increased! The headline of the newspaper the next day wrote, "The treatment of Cisco is very exaggerated, and it is simply enviable." Yesterday, Cisco's CEO John Chambers declared that Cisco will spend $1 billion to build 100 schools every year. Free education for employees' children. Cisco's network engineer has a minimum annual salary of $200,000. The industry's first. Cisco provides accommodation for free, and even breakfast, lunch and dinner are also free. As soon as the newspaper came out, everyone was shocked. The best proof is that Cisco received 100,000 cover letters that day. The number of applicants for the Cisco certification exam also skyrocketed. In the following week, training courses for Cisco certification exams emerged across the United States. These training courses for Cisco certification exams were even advertised in newspapers and TV. Take the Cisco certification, enter the Cisco company, and choose the 30 Cisco certification exam training class. As soon as Henry inquired, the training fee for the training class was not cheap, although the fees for training classes were different from place to place. But the minimum cost is $5,000. But as a result, more than 10,000 people in the United States have signed up for the training course. But the date of the Cisco certification exam is March 30th. It is less than a month away from now. A few days later, Kushner came to Henry's office. Kushner had a weird expression, with a hint of doubt and shock. "Please sit down, Mr. Kushner." Henry smiled at him slightly. Kushner thanked him and asked, "Mr. Williams, can I ask you a question?" "Of course," Henry laughed. "Mr. Kushner, what question do you want to ask?" Kushner looked at Henry and asked his doubts. "Mr. Williams, are you the controlling shareholder of Global Land?" Henry did not answer immediately, but instead smiled and asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" "Because of that call," Kushner said. "I first contacted Global Land through my own means, but they ignored our plan at all. However, I then called the call you gave me, and that person just asked me, 'Who told me this number?' I said it was Williams, and then said, 'I got it.' Then, Global Land immediately agreed to participate in our IMDb Plaza project." "Mr. Williams, even if you are the richest man in the world, it is impossible for Global Land to easily agree to our plan based on your name. The most likely thing is talking." Kushner stared closely at Henry's eyes, trying to find something in his eyes. Henry's face was silent. "Mr. Kushner, what could this be?" Kushner took a deep breath. Shin said, "You are the controlling party behind Global Land." Henry was startled and laughed suddenly. "Mr. Kushner, are you too arbitrary? I am afraid that this alone cannot prove anything. Maybe Global Land is really just fancying my reputation and willing to cooperate with us. I trust my instinct," Kushner said. "Then Mr. Williams, would you mind telling me the truth?" "The truth is," Henry smiled, "Mr. Kushner, your intuition is correct. I am the absolute controlling party of Global Land." Although Kushner had guessed it, hearing Henry's answer personally gave him an even greater shock. "Mr. Williams, I think no one in the world is richer than you." Kushner sighed, and immediately said to Henry, "Mr. Williams, I have a daughter who is not much different from you in age. Don't introduce it to you. Don't worry, my daughter's beauty is Mr. Kushner, let's not talk about this for now, business matters." Henry said aside, "The IMDb Plaza project is huge, and there will be many companies that need to participate. After we build the IMDb Plaza, we must attract when merchants come in. It is best to let world-renowned companies settle in our IMDb Plaza." Kushner did not continue to talk about his daughter. He thought, next time he will bring him over and introduce him to you. Even if he said that his daughter's beauty is too small, he can't see it. If he can marry Williams, the Shiner family can definitely become one of the top families in the United States in the future! Williams really has too much potential. At a young age, he has billions of fortunes, and it can even be said that he is wealthy, with countless companies under his name, and all of them have high assets. If it is another 10 or 20 years, it is really hard to imagine how much his wealth will be. Kushner suppressed his excitement, took Henry's words, and said, "Well, this matter, we will send invitations to major companies around the world. I want to set aside a good place. I plan to open the supermarket and hotel by myself. Global Land will reorganize all its hotels and establish a subsidiary hotel group, and then launch two types of brands. The first is the world's top luxury hotels, at least 5-star hotels. The second type is civilian chain hotels, providing hotel services for the general public." "Okay." Kushner nodded in understanding. Henry pondered for a while, and said, "In order to attract people's attention, a large fountain is to be built in the center of IMDb Plaza. The design of this fountain needs to be clever and complicated, with a variety of patterns and extremely spectacular, so that it looks interesting. By the way, add a little more. The colorful fountain lights www.mentalnovel.com can look even more beautiful. Another thing is to build a giant logo of the IMDb Holding Group company next to the fountain to promote the IMDb brand." Kushner nodded and noted Henry's request one by one. The subsequent conversation was over after 10 minutes. This time, IMDb Holdings, Global Land and Kushner Real Estate joined forces. Kushner Real Estate should be a snake and a leader of the way. IMDb Holding Group is not familiar with the real estate business, and the main assets of Global Land are in Japan and Hawaii. Although there are some assets in the United States, but few. The largest assets are the Rockefeller Center and the Empire State Building. However, Both of these assets are owned by Henry. Transferring to a personal name has nothing to do with Global Land Corporation. Kushner Real Estate is an established real estate company in the United States and is very familiar with the situation in the United States. Find it to cooperate, not only to share the risk, but also to better develop the market. When distributing benefits, IMDb Holding Group will own a cinema centered on super cinemas, and Global Land will own all commercial buildings and commercial streets. The Kushner Real Estate Company owns high-end residential complexes. However, among them, Global Land has to take 40% of the benefits. Who makes Global Land strong? This chapter is yesterday's supplementary change, and there are 3 more today. More to be continued. Chapter 244, taking advantage of the large-scale construction of IMDb Plaza. This time, I also built my own manor. Henry felt that by the way, he built his own headquarters building cluster and moved all the companies under his name to this building group, so that it would be convenient for himself to manage. The Rockefeller family can build the Rockefeller Center, so they can also build the Williams Center themselves. Not only to build, but also to build a larger cluster of high-tech centers. Rockefeller Center is more financially inclined, which is obviously inconsistent with his own identity. The Williams Center will be the Silicon Valley of Silicon Valley! Countless innovative high-tech startup companies have been hatched here, and it will be a paradise for tech entrepreneurs! However, it is not a day's work to build such a huge Williams Center. I am afraid it will take several years. However, you can plan first, get the land, make a design, draw a drawing, and invest in the construction in several stages! The first thing to do is to build a headquarters for the company under Henry's name. The headquarters of the company under Henry's name was rented or bought, but neither was designed or built by itself, and it did not have its own characteristics. The headquarters building must be unique to appear unique. Henry did what he thought of, and ordered his men to find a relatively large place around the city of San Jose as the location of the Williams Center. The next day, Henry received the news that an hour's drive west of San Jose, there was an unused area of 2 million square meters. Because it was too far away from the city, no one wanted to go there for development. An hour's drive is indeed a bit far away, but because it's far, it's cheap. Henry felt that he could go. In the future, he will take his own company to settle there, even in the wilderness. It can also develop into a city! There are some in the city, as well as in the Williams Center, including hospitals, schools, supermarkets, and hotels, residential complex and so on. Subsequently, Henry ordered people to negotiate with the local government to prepare to take the land. At the same time, Henry contacted the world's top 10 architectural design companies and asked them to come to his company to bid for the architectural design of the Williams Center. Tom Wright, the chief designer of the Dubai Burj Al Arab Hotel, is the designer of Atkins Construction and Design Company in the United Kingdom, and Atkins is only a company without any relevant high-rise building experience, nor has he designed a building with more than 15 floors. In a small company, Henry's men thought this man was very famous. After all, it was the person Henry named and needed to find. Who knows that after asking for a long time, he couldn't find this person, until by chance, in a small British City Architects Association, I happened to hear other people talking and said Tom Wright's name. Tom Wright, your Atkins Construction and Design Company also wants to bid for the hotel design in Dubai. Several people in the Institute of Architects saw a 33-year-old man with blonde hair and glasses walking outside the door. Middle-aged man. He immediately greeted him and said with a smile. After speaking, he couldn't help but laughed, his face obviously ridiculed. Tom Wright heard the sound and looked over, frowned, and paused for a while, but immediately walked forward. I ignored those people. Those people laughed in the back. Hee. Tom Wright, the Dubai royal family needs to design a hotel with more than 5 stars. With your design level that only 8's in towns at most, You want to bid? Ha ha, Billy Church. You can't say that. Tom Wright is also a designer who graduated with you in the same year. It is said that he has also won the school's Best Construction Design Award. Hee. Maybe Tom Wright suddenly had an idea and designed a masterpiece that shocked the world. Some of them shouted behind Tom Wright, adding irony. What do you think, Tom Wright? Exclamation mark. Ha ha. Dot. Ha ha ha, if he can design a masterpiece, Billy Church vowed to quit the architect industry. Billy Church, your swear is not poisonous to me. If he can design a masterpiece, I swear he will not rise up in the future. Ha ha. Your swear is really poisonous. Henry's subordinates finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time they finally found someone whose name and occupation are exactly the same. Exclamation mark. Mr. Tom Wright, please stay. Henry's men ran after Tom Wright. Are you looking for me? Tom Wright wondered. I don't seem to know you. Yes, we really don't know each other. This is the first time we met. Hello, Mr. Tom Wright, it's nice to meet you. Tom Wright stretched out his hand and shook him, and said, hello. Tom Wright looked at the few people standing in front of him. They all wore neat suits. They looked like very professional white-collar elites, all with extraordinary momentum. Billy Church and others were surprised. These people in black are not ordinary people at first sight. How could they find Tom Wright? A few people couldn't help but walked up to eavesdrop. At this time, I heard Henry's men say, I take the liberty to disturb you. That's it. Our boss wants you to help him design a house. Is it a large villa? Tom Wright asked. It's not. Oh, Tom Wright couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Billy Church smiled and said, ha ha, Tom Wright, don't be picky. Designing a house is also designing, ha ha. When Tom Wright heard this, his face blushed immediately. He did not fight back and made a verbal argument. He firmly believed that everything depends on the work to speak. So he turned his head and said to Henry's men, I am going to bid for the hotel design in Dubai. Sorry, I cannot design a house for your boss. Mr. Tom Wright, don't worry, listen to me first. What our boss wants you to design is not a large villa, but the largest manor in the United States. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him was taken aback, and Billy Church and others stared at him, and couldn't believe it. Exclamation mark. Happiness came too suddenly. MTLnovel.com. After Tom Wright was shocked for a while, he still couldn't believe it, and had to confirm to Henry's men again, you are not wrong, you are designing the largest manor in the United States! Exclamation mark. Yes, the largest manor in America. Tom Lay nodded, took a deep breath, and said, do you mind telling me who your boss is? Of course you don't mind. You originally planned to design the manor for him. Oh, then who is he? Tom Wright asked. You should all know him. His name is Henry Williams, the only billionaire in the world. As soon as they finished speaking, everyone looked shocked. Billy Church almost wanted to go crazy with jealousy, and shouted in his heart, how could this be possible? How could the billionaire Henry Williams approach Tom Wright to design his super estate? Exclamation mark. To be continued. Chapter 245. How about Tom Wright? Do you want to help our boss design the manor? Tom Wright suddenly hesitated, thinking, I have done the design of Burj Al Arab by myself, and I am very satisfied with the design. If I give up, it would be a pity. I'm sorry, sir. If the Dubai hotel design bid fails, I think I will be very happy. Promise. You mean that after the Dubai hotel design bid, if the bid fails, you agree to help our boss design the manor? If the bid is successful, don't you agree? Tom Wright listened to him in a very unpleasant tone, knowing that he might offend them, and couldn't help regretting what he just said. Whether or not one's own design can be seen by the Dubai royal family is still a question, but there is a real opportunity ahead. It's a pity that I didn't catch it. Instead I threw it away. Tom Wright was speechless when he was questioned. When Billy Church saw the situation, his heart moved. The opportunity came. He rushed over and said, hello, "Sir, I am also an architect, and my design level is higher than that of Tom Wright." In the UK, the work of the 10th largest architectural design institute. If you say it is the 10th largest architectural firm in the world, I might consider recommending you to our boss. As for the 10th largest architectural design firm in the UK. Our boss may not be attracted to it. "Sir, Tom Wright is just an architect for an ordinary design company in the suburbs of Croydon, London, England. He can do it. Why can't I?" Billy Church said, dissatisfied. "Don't worry about this, and I don't need to explain to you." Henry's men finished speaking, then turned to look at Tom Wright and said to him, "You think about it again. We will come to you again this afternoon." Tom Wright nodded solemnly. "Okay, I will seriously consider it." Not long after, Henry's men left, so he called Henry. "Boss, we found Tom Wright." Henry's spirits were shocked. Quickly asked, "Oh, did you tell him?" "I want him to help me design the manor." "Say, but he didn't agree for the time being." "What does this mean? Does he even want to refuse my invitation?" Henry frowned. Not all. He said that he must participate in the Dubai hotel design bid before he can make a decision. If his design wins the bid, then he will help the Dubai royal family design the hotel. He can only refuse us. If the bid fails, I will naturally agree to help you design the manor." "That's it." Henry touched his chin, thinking, "Boss, we carefully investigated Tom Wright's information and found that he was just an architect from a small company. Do you really want to ask a designer from a small company to design the manor for you?" "Small company?" ? Henry shook his head speechlessly. Tom Wright's Atkins Construction and Design Company is not well known. It is a blockbuster. Regardless of how young it is now, when the Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai came out, it flew into the sky, become the most popular design company at the time, and later developed into the world's fourth design company. Is this still a small company? Please, not only to please, you immediately bought me Atkins Construction and Design Company. On the other end of the phone, Henry's men couldn't keep up with the thinking of Henry's big boss. Own boss has always been domineering local tyrants. Buying companies are all very powerful companies. Why now he asks himself to buy a small company that is not well known. However, I have always regarded implementing the boss's orders as my purpose. Okay, boss, I will personally go over and buy Atkins Construction and Design Company. Well, that's all right. Henry nodded. In addition, Tom Wright must not be allowed to participate in the hotel design competition in Dubai. I want the hotel design he has. In the future, I will build such a hotel. Boss, you haven't seen the hotel drawings he designed. I need to look at it. I do investment. I always only look at people. If people are good, I invest. I have heard of Tom Wright in London before. He advocated that architecture must rely on simple and unique things to become a landmark. Shape. And what is a landmark? Tom Wright believes that a landmark is that we can describe his location with just a few strokes. This is a landmark, such as the pyramids in Egypt, the Eiffel Tower in France, the Statue of Liberty in New York, and Sydney. The Opera House can be drawn in a few strokes. Henry said, "Look at this design concept. It is by no means comparable to an average designer. Tom Wright is a genius designer." Yes, you are right, boss. Tom Wright is indeed a talented designer. Okay, let's not talk about it. You should contact Tom Wright right now and be sure to invite him to me. Yes, I will go now. After hanging up the phone, Henry's subordinate wiped the sweat from his face and murmured, "Let's ask less questions or be scolded to death by the boss." However, this Tom Wright is valued so much by the boss. Is it true? He's a genius designer. But how could a genius designer always stay in that kind of small city? Alas, the boss is too arbitrary. He hasn't seen anyone before. He just heard of it, so he hired him heavily. It's really unwise. Adams sighed, thinking that the boss must have missed his eyes this time. He greeted everyone. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com," shouted, Go to Tom Wright immediately." Adams and others first went to the Institute of Architects, but Tom Wright had already left. However, everyone knows the company Tom Wright is in. Therefore, Adams and others went directly to the Atkins Construction and Design Company. 20 minutes later, arrived at the destination. "Hello, I want to find Mr. Tom Wright." Adams walked to a front desk girl and said, "Designer Tom Wright has gone to participate in the hotel design bidding in Dubai. If you want to design a house, we have other designers here." The girl at the front desk smiled and had a sweet voice. Adams was so anxious. How could he care about his sister? Tom Wright went to participate in the hotel design bidding in Dubai. If the bid is successful, it means that his mission has failed! If the boss knew it, he would definitely blame me for my poor abilities! Go, hurry up to the Dubai bidding site. Adams yelled, turned and left! To be continued. Chapter 246. After Adams and others got into the car, they rushed forward. "Tom Wright, you must never be selected." Adams couldn't help crying. At this time, Henry was in a happy mood. If Tom Wright could use it for his own use, he would let him design not only his own manor, but also his own hotel. Nima, it would be great to think about it! In addition, the Williams Center can also allow him to participating in so many large-scale designs. The experience value will definitely increase a lot, and the design level can definitely rise to a higher level. Talent, thirsty brother! Am paralyzed, you drive faster. Why is it so slow? Adams, this is the center of London. I have tried my best to drive as fast as possible. If it is faster, we will call in the police. The driver smiled bitterly. Damn. Adams sighed secretly, and said in his heart, it seems that he can only resign himself to his fate. After an hour on the road, Adams and others finally arrived at the hotel where the Dubai bid was located. Everyone rushed towards the hotel in a hurry, and the staff guarding the door outside the hotel was suddenly shocked. Fuck. A group of strong men in black rushed over. Are they going to rob? Apart from anything else, of course. Ran away immediately. Just kidding. Brother is only here to work, not to die. After Adams and others rushed into the hotel, the security in the hotel hurriedly stopped them. What are you doing? A security guard shouted loudly. Adams and the others couldn't stop abruptly. They swept around and saw this formation. There were no fewer than 10 security guards around. We want to enter the hotel and participate in the hotel design bidding conference in Dubai, Adams explained. Please show your ID. Adams and others reluctantly handed out their certificates to them for inspection. The security captain took the certificate and looked at it, and read, Aidan Adams, the leader of the Special Operations Team for the acquisition of Williams in the UK. What kind of messy work visa is this? Fake? Fake your sister. Adams cursed in his heart. Captain, the ID is not like fake, it should be true. A security guard standing next to the captain said in a whisper. Adams yelled impatiently, hurry up, I still have something to do. Return the certificate to you. Pay attention next time. Don't rush into the hotel with a group of people, it is easy to misunderstand. Adams hummed, walked to the front desk and asked which floor the hotel design competition in Dubai was held. After getting the answer, he immediately took his colleagues to the elevator and rushed over. At this time, when Adams and others arrived, everyone was ready to leave the meeting. This time, the company submitted its own design plan. After Dubai takes a fancy, we will notify you again. Adams looked around for Tom Wright, but he didn't find it for a few minutes. Is he already gone? Adams sighed. It's still a step too late. However, just as Adams and others were about to take the elevator downstairs, the elevator door opened, and a figure ran out in a hurry, just hitting Adams. Adamston was so angry when he took a look. It was Tom Wright who hit him. Oh, it's actually you, Tom Wright, Adams said in surprise. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I'll tell you later. Without looking back, Tom Wright ran forward, found the large meeting room where Dubai held a hotel design bid, and immediately pushed the door in. However, after entering, Tom Wright was dumbfounded, and there was no one inside. Mr. Tom Wright, it seems that you have missed the hotel design bid in Dubai. Adams was so happy. There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes, and it is all effortless to get it. Tom Wright actually missed participating in Dubai hotel design bid. Now he has no choice but to join his boss. Tom Wright said dejectedly, "I don't know who stolen my design drawings." I opened the reel and found that it was empty. There was no other way but to ask the company to send me a backup. It turned out to be too late. Adams comforted, "That's good. You can promise to help our boss now." Tom Wright thought for a while. It can only be so. Besides, going to the United States to help the world's wealthy design estates is also a very good choice. How many people can't ask for it? Exclamation mark. I promised. Tom lay I headed out. This is great. Adams laughed. Go to your company. I have one more thing to do. Go to my company? What else do you have? Hee. You'll know when you get there. So everyone drove to the Atkins Construction and Design Company. Billy Church. This Tom Wright is such a genius. He designed such an excellent work. It is simply a masterpiece. Billy Church glared at the person who spoke. Damn, I vowed before that if Tom Wright could design a masterpiece, he would quit the architect industry. You say that, you are clearly slapping your face. Another guy who was more poisonous than Billy Church swears instantly felt that his underside seemed to be unable to rise up. He grinned and said, "Damn, who knows that Tom Wright is really so talented? Under me, I don't feel it anymore. Is it really going to be Yang? I'm dying. Alas, I'm a bit regretful now. I really shouldn't have taken such a poisonous oath at the beginning." You are a psychological effect. Billy Church curled his lips and said, "Fortunately we stole this design drawing, otherwise, Tom Wright's design will definitely be selected by the Dubai royal family." Before, we pressed him on his head and laughed at him. If he is famous, don't you want to ride on our heads and shit? Well, Billy is right. We used to laugh at him a lot. After he gains power, he will definitely come back with revenge. Then what should I do now? This design drawing. When talking about this design drawing, www.mentalnovel.com, all the people present showed greed. Billy Church said, "I stole this drawing. However, it was me who attracted Tom Wright's attention to make you succeed. I can help keep the watch." Billy Church and several people talked all of a sudden, and one after another talked about their contributions. This time, because Henry sent someone to find Tom Wright, Billy Church and others were jealous and envy of Tom Wright, so Billy Church and others wanted to punish Tom Wright. He stole his design drawings, but unexpectedly stole a treasure. Neil begging to subscribe. The 2 chapters are posted together in the evening. Today is considered to be an update of 4 chapters, although 1 chapter is to make up for yesterday. To be continued. Chapter 247. The top 10 architectural design companies in the world are very profitable, and none of them is easy to acquire. And when he spends a lot of money to buy an architectural design company, Henry feels that the gain is not worth the loss. Just ask them to bid for what you want to build, which is much cheaper than the price of acquiring the company. However, if there is a huge potential that will develop into a world-class small company, Henry doesn't mind, so he just bought it. Although Atkins Construction and Design Company is currently only a small company, its ability to develop into the world's 4th largest architectural design company is naturally unique. If you add Henry's support, becoming the number 1 in the world is just around the corner! Exclamation mark. At that time, people will be shocked. Oh, look, Henry Williams' investment vision is really poisonous. For a little money, he bought the world's largest architectural design company! Exclamation mark. Tom Wright, Adams and others took the car back to the world's 4th design company. No wrong at this time. Adams smiled and patted Tom Wright on the shoulder, and said to him, "Tom Wright, quick, call your boss. I have something to find him." Tom Wright froze for a moment, then nodded in response. "Okay, wait a minute." Several Adams were sitting in the lobby waiting. A few minutes later, Tom Wright and an old man who looked more than 60 years old with grey hair came over together. The old man was over 1.8 meters tall, with strong bones and a spirited face, wearing a black suit, a white tie, a pair of black-framed glasses, and a beard, looked at Adams and the others with a smile on his face. "Everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Bob Fox, the owner of Atkins Construction and Design Company." "Hello, Mr. Bob Fox." Adams and others reached out and shook hands with him, saying hello. After the greeting, everyone sat down. Bob Fox smiled and said, "I heard that you are working for Henry Williams. This time, you are here to find Tom Wright to help him design the manor." "Yes, that's right," Adams responded. "Tom Wright is the most talented designer in our company. I think he will design the best manor for the young and wealthy Mr. Henry Williams," Bob Fox praised. "Of course, we also have a lot of trust in Mr. Tom Wright's design ability." Adams chuckled. "Actually, we have one more thing here." "Oh, are designers not enough?" "We still have a lot of designers here," Bob Fox recommended. "They are all young designers with wild imagination." Adams shook his head. "No, Mr. Bob Fox, this is not what I want to say. Although we will definitely recruit designers, but..." Bob Fox stared at him with a hint of doubt. "But what, Mr. Adams?" Adams smiled at this time and asked, "Mr. Bob Fox, do you have any plans to sell the Atkins Construction and Design Company?" When Bob Fox heard this, he was stunned. "Mr. Adams, you mean?" "Yes, that's right. Mr. Bob Fox, our boss Henry Williams wants to buy your design company." Adams said first, "Of course, we will definitely give you a very reasonable price." "Huh? $5 million? How about?" "You should know that for Atkins Construction and Design, this is a very fair price." When Adams finished speaking, Bob Foxton became silent. Atkins Construction and Design Company is only a small city architectural design company with an annual profit of less than $500,000. The company's main assets are, in addition to signing contracts with a dozen young architectural designers, there is nothing other than the teacher. But unexpectedly, the other party was so generous and gave an offer of $5 million. "Yes, this is a very fair price." Bob Fox nodded, but did not immediately agree. He calculated an account in his mind. Atkins Construction and Design Company made a profit of $500,000 a year. It would take him 10 years to make $5 million. At that time, he was in his 70s. At this time, Adams asked, "Since Mr. Bob Fox also thinks the price is fair, how did you think about it? Sell or not?" Bob Fox nodded and said, "Mr. Henry Williams can see Atkins Construction and Design Company. It is a great honor for me. So, I finally decided to sell the company. However, I hope Mr. Williams, after buying the Atkins Construction and Design Company, there is no need to lay off staff. Although they are young, they are all very good architects." Adams was very happy and promised, "Mr. Bob Fox, please rest assured, I will definitely pass your words to Mr. Williams." "This is good, this is good." "Mr. Bob Fox, why don't you draw up the agreement now and sign the contract?" Adams said, "You know, we are working for Mr. Williams. He has always requested that things should be done vigorously and well. Things will never be delayed. Well, I'll let someone draw up an agreement right away, and then sign the contract." Adams laughed, stretched out his hand, and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Bob Fox, you will have $5 million right away." Bob Fox also smiled, shook hands with Adams, and said, "Thank you." Afterwards, Bob Fox stood up and left, preparing to draw up an agreement. Adams smiled at Tom Wright, who was sitting aside. "Mr. Tom Wright, I think we will be colleagues soon." "Ha ha. It means that in the future, our boss will all be the same person." Tom Lay I nodded. "Yes, our boss will be Mr. Henry Williams." "Oh, I really didn't expect that. What happened to the company? You originally wanted to acquire Atkins Construction Design the company." Adams smiled and whispered to him, "Tom Wright, Mr. Williams seems to value you very much. It seems that you are the CEO of Atkins Construction and Design Company." Tom Wright only smiled when he heard the words, and did not speak. At this moment, His mind is full of doubts. There are many top designers in the world, but he is unknown. But why Henry Williams has to invite himself to design the manor for him, and also buy Atkins to build and design the company? Tom Wright felt vaguely that Henry Williams' acquisition of Atkins Construction and Design Company was largely due to himself. Could he be? Tom Wright shuddered at the thought of that word! Mr. Adams, has Mr. Williams seen me? No. He just heard of your design concept in the UK. Your simple and unique design concept is very in line with his aesthetics, so he takes you very seriously, and he will not hesitate to let me fly from the US to the UK to find it. You, Adams said with emotion. Mr. Williams is really thirsty for talent. Tom Wright breathed a sigh of relief, and felt very moved at the same time. Maximo often has it, but Bowl does not often have it. Tom Wright feels like Maximo has met Bowl. After a while, Bob Fox walked over with the prepared agreement document. Mr. Adams, this is the content of the agreement. Please check it, Bob Fox said and passed the document. Yeah? Adams took the file, opened it, and looked at it carefully. 10 minutes later, Adams closed the document and smiled. No problem, we can sign the contract now. The two parties formally signed the contract immediately. Adams put the contract in the package, and then issued a check for $5 million to Bob Fox. Mr. Bob Fox, you are now a multi-million-dollar millionaire. You can drive a yacht to go on vacation. Of course, you can also find some bikini girls by the way. Ha ha, old, not as good as you young people. Bob Fox's face was a little moved, and he secretly said, buying a yacht and taking a beautiful girl out to sea is a good choice. At this moment, Adams is calling Henry to report. Boss, Atkins Construction and Design Company, we have bought it. Very well, Henry asked. What about Tom Wright? A little accident happened. Accident? Did Tom Wright still refuse? No, Tom Wright has promised to design the manor for you, but the process is a little unexpected. This is how the hotel drawings designed by Tom Wright for the Dubai royal family were stolen. Therefore, he has no choice but to promise us. The drawing of the Burj Al Arab was stolen! When Henry heard this, he was surprised and couldn't help being silent for a while, and then asked Adams about the specific situation. Adams told him what happened after meeting Tom Wright that day. Henry thought for a while, and said, don't worry about other things. Arrange Tom Wright to come to the United States as soon as possible. Also, you will go to Hong Kong immediately and find designer Zhuan.untilnovel.com. She also brought it here. Yes. Henry hung up the phone. His face was very unhappy, and he said coldly, dare to steal the design drawings? I'm so tired. He immediately picked up the phone and opened the Blackwater Company. Immediately sent someone to London, England, to find an architect named Billy Church. He may have stolen a design drawing. You must find the design drawing. Also ... for those who steal the drawing, give me a severe lesson. Yes. Promise to complete the task. At the base of Hai Shui Company, a super elite team quietly walked out. At this time, it was raining at night in London, England. The big house of a villa was lit with lights, and there were 4 or 5 people sitting in the house. On the table in front of them, there were sheets of intricately designed and magnificent pieces. Blueprint. Please subscribe. Seeks support. To be continued. Chapter 158 Acquisition of Design Companies. Please subscribe. Chapter 248 Billy Church, from Dubai, have you contacted yet? Get in touch. Look at the design drawings the day after tomorrow. Great. It's time for us to develop. Ha 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 ha, yes. We are about to become the most famous designer in the world. Cheers. Cheers. From time to time there was a smug laughter in the big house of the villa, but sadly, they didn't even know that they had caused trouble to the upper body and offended the most terrible person in the world. The next day, Adams arranged for Tom Wright and a few more outstanding young designers to fly to the United States. Henry just came to work at Cisco. John Chambers came to Henry's office and reported to him about the establishment of the school. Is it worth spending $1 billion to build a school every year? In Henry's view, it is worth it. In the first few years, due to the limited number of schools, natural places were also limited. If Cisco employees want to enjoy the free benefits of their children's schooling, they must compete with many employees. Only employees with excellent performance can get this opportunity, and this can undoubtedly greatly stimulate the enthusiasm of employees. However, this point is second. Henry's main purpose for establishing the school is the same sentence: brainwashing starts with a doll! Henry spent a lot of money to build a school. Whether it is the teaching staff or the learning environment, it will leave people with a very impressive impression of a school established by Cisco. Naturally, when Cisco builds more schools in the future and recruits students, American parents are not rushing to send their children to the school established by Cisco. As there are more schools, there will be more students. Henry can then promote his company and products in school, brainwashing them all the time. For example, shopping online to Nicholas Shopping Network is the safest. Use ICQ for chat software, go to IMDb theaters to watch movies, etc. Even in the future, Henry will set up Facebook. If he promotes a little in his school, he won't be popular right away. In the future, the school will become one of Henry's most important propaganda positions. What's more, to build a school, the capital required from the beginning is relatively high. The subsequent expenditures would drizzle for Cisco. Besides, the school is not without profit means. One is to recruit students and collect money, the other is government assistance, and the third is that people from all walks of life donate money and so on. There are so many methods. In the United States, it is a very common phenomenon for wealthy people or companies to donate money to schools. One is for tax avoidance, and the other is for fame. Henry has so many companies. If you don't find a way to avoid taxes, is it cheaper for the US government? The donated money is used to build schools and expand their influence, which has too many benefits. I really can't say. Chairman, we have established the Cisco Education Fund, and the school construction project is ready. You can start at any time. John Chambers handed a piece of information to Henry, said, at present, 100 locations have been selected for the construction of schools in various parts of the United States, and the support of the local government has been obtained. This is the specific information on the site selection and the budget of each school. Henry responded, picked up the information and looked at it. After a few minutes, Henry looked up at Chambers and asked, how do you solve the teacher's problem, digger? John Chambers spit out 2 words. After listening to John Chambers' answer, Henry was really very friendly and couldn't help but smile. Well, the way to dig people is good. In addition to digging people, we also cooperate with comprehensive education schools. The excellent teachers they train will be given priority to the schools established by Cisco. Of course, we will donate a sum of funds to their schools to show our sincerity. John Chambers added, money is not a problem, the key is to be able to get talent. Henry said, we at Cisco also have to establish a teacher training organization for talent reserve. Understand, I will set up such a training institution. John Chambers responded. Henry put the documents on the table and slowly said, the school we build should also have a name. Chairman, I think it's better to call Williams School. John Chambers gave Henry a look and suggested, this flattering is very useful. Henry smiled unconsciously on his face. Since education in the United States includes 3 stages, elementary school, middle school and higher education, the general school organization is a 633 system, that is, from the 1st grade to the 6th grade for the elementary school, and the 7th to the 9th grade for the junior high school. The 10th grade to the 12th grade are high schools. Therefore, the school Henry wants to build is divided into Williams Elementary School including kindergarten and Williams Middle School including junior high and high school. As for the university, only one will be established! What Henry wants to build is a school comparable to the world's best universities such as Harvard, Stanford, Cambridge, etc. Therefore, it is natural to strive for excellence and focus on building. So Henry said. Also, the name of the school is called Williams School. It is divided into Williams Elementary School and Williams Middle School according to grades. Because there are too many schools, schools everywhere are called Williams Elementary School or Williams Elementary School, Middle School 20 Branch School, so that the name will not be repeated. Finally, as for the establishment of Williams University, it is not in a hurry. When the time is right in the future, I will personally design this school. Yeah? John Chambers nodded. In order to let the children of Cisco employees feel grateful to our company, I think it is necessary to let them know that Cisco has provided them with the opportunity to study for free. Therefore, I think the first lesson every morning 1 minute before the class, let them pray. Be grateful to God. Be grateful to Cisco. Be grateful to all those who help them, Henry said, with a very faint smile on his face. This is the first step in brainwashing. Hitler was able to brainwash the whole of Germany. He just brainwashed the students in his school. Compared with him, he is still willing to go downhill. Then Henry said again, all the schools in Williams School only have deputy principals. As for the position of principal, I will take all of them. I think this can strengthen the unified management of the school. It is conducive to the future development of the school! Exclamation mark. John Chambers didn't doubt he was there, and nodded in agreement. Henry thought in his heart. After becoming the principal, Jiang Jixi became the principal of the Whampoa Military Academy, and he became so powerful. A group of students supported him. And he was just arguing! Exclamation mark. Don't be so arrogant yourself, just thinking, in case one day comes on a whim and you want to be the President of the United States, just say so. There will be a group of people across the United States shouting, support the principal, support the principal. In order to completely brainwash the students, Henry felt that in the future, he could make some propaganda slogans in the school, such as be proud of the principal, learn from the principal. This propaganda slogan is justified, and he is the richest man and is definitely an object worth learning for them. Once the slogan is spoken too much, it will have a deep sense of admiration for oneself. The brainwashing effect is coming out. That's it for the time being, Henry said to John Chambers. John Chambers nodded his head and said goodbye to Henry. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tom Wright arrived in Los Angeles and Henry sent someone to take him to San Jose. Temporarily arranged to stay in a hotel. In future arrangements, he, the designer, can choose a good location for Henry with the Manor site selection team. As for the plot of land in the Williams Center, currently negotiating with the local government, due to the large area, there are more than 2 million square meters. Although it's a bit remote, it's still within California's Silicon Valley. Therefore, the purchase price of the land is still too large, and it needs $500 million. Henry was reluctant to spend $500 million on land, because this land was not a prime location, and it was not a good place to say it, but it was a wilderness. The local government was obviously blackmailed, believing that Henry was a rich man and rich. On this day, the government sent someone over to talk to Henry again. Since learning that Henry needs the land to build a headquarters cluster, the local government has been enthusiastic and sent people to Henry's side to negotiate in 2 days. But in terms of price, they refused to give in at all. It was a stone in the toilet's million heart. Henry was almost annoyed. They came again this time. Henry decided that he didn't want to say more this time, and made a gambling agreement to cheat them. Mr. Williams, hello, Mr. Brant Barrett, Mayor of San Jose. The middle-aged man in a straight suit in front of Henry is the mayor of San Jose. He is more than 1.9 meters tall and has a very gentle manner. However, he is said to have played NBA basketball. Henry invited him to his office and told his secretary to make Brant Barrett a cup of coffee. Mayor Barrett, that piece of land. It seems that no one wants to buy it now except me. Why can't you make it cheaper? Brant Barrett smiled unmoved. You know, This land covers an area of more than 2 million square meters and is located in Silicon Valley. It will definitely be developed in the future. Brant Barrett took a sip of coffee and smiled. So, $5 million is not expensive at all. Mayor Barrett, how many years do you have to wait for development? 5 years. 10 years. Henry said disdainfully. Brant Barrett smiled, sloppy and said, Silicon Valley is developing rapidly. Who knows when it will be here? Maybe 5 years, maybe 3 years, maybe next year. This is not necessarily true. Mayor Barrett, let's stop talking nonsense. Just give me a bottom line. Can you lower the price? Of course the price can be lowered. But just say how much you can drop. Henry waved directly and interrupted. Brant Barrett couldn't help but hesitate when he saw Henry's face that you would shoot twice without lowering the price. If the land is not sold to Henry, there is really no other buyer. Because it is too far away from the city, it will cost a huge amount of money to develop, and the risk is too great. If it is screwed up, it will be lost! Seeing that Brant Barrett did not speak, Henry said indifferently, perhaps I should find another place to build a Williams Center. When Brant Barrett heard this, his heart was tense, his expression serious, as if he had made a major decision, gritted his teeth and said, $400 million, absolutely can't be less. Henry shook his head, it's still too expensive. Let's do it. How about we gamble? Right bet. Brant Barrett was taken aback for a while, then he sobered up. And the gambling agreement was in Silicon Valley. Not unfamiliar at all. Countless startups will sign gambling agreements with investment companies, so that both parties will compromise each other. How do you want to bet? Brant Barrett asked. Henry smiled, said, it's very simple. I bet that as long as I take that piece of land, then all the surrounding land will rise wildly. After half a year, the price of the land will be at least double the original price. With that said, Henry looked at Brant Barrett playfully, and said lightly, after half a year, if the price of the surrounding land rises 5 times as I said, then you will sell it to me for $300 million. On the contrary, I will buy you that piece of land for $500 million. When Brant Barrett heard this, his eyes lit up. And it sounded like it would be beneficial to his own side no matter what, especially when the surrounding land price rises 5 times, the government can make more money. After a little thought, Brant Barrett said, I will go back to discuss this matter with you, and then I will notify you. Henry smiled and said, okay. Then I will wait for your decision. Henry didn't scare Brant Barrett with a tough attitude. The cunning Brant Barrett was definitely unwilling to agree to gambling. Whatever the gambling, the land could be sold for $500 million anyway. The surrounding land prices can also rise. Brant Barrett returned to the government, held a meeting to vote and discuss it, and more votes agreed to the gambling agreement. Subsequently, Brant Barrett called Henry. Mr. Williams, after voting and discussing, we decided to accept your gambling agreement. Henry had expected that Barrett and the others would agree to a gambling agreement. I was mentally prepared at this moment, so I didn't seem surprised, and said lightly, okay, then I will go over and sign with you now. It is good. Hanging up the phone, Henry stood up, ready to go to San Jose City Hall. 20 minutes later, Henry came to the door of the City Hall. At this time, Brant Barrett and others have greeted them. Henry exchanged a few words with them, and under the leadership of Mayor Barrett, he walked into the building. Then came to the meeting room. Brant Barrett took out the agreement to show Henry. Henry checked it carefully, and after thinking that there was no problem, he signed a gambling agreement with the city of San Jose. After signing the agreement, Henry smiled and said, I think it won't take long for you to be shocked. After speaking, Henry turned and left. Back at the company, Henry wrote a mass email to all the companies under his name, expounding the vision of the Williams Center in detail, and ordered them to cooperate with Henry in the future! The next day, Henry held a press conference in his own name. For a time, reporters gathered. At the press conference, Henry was dressed in a suit, dressed up very mature and stable. and there is a kind of domineering that has been in the top for a long time. He slowly walked to the stage, and suddenly, the flashlight flashed wildly, and a group of reporters in the audience were so excited and inexplicable, they rushed to shout Henry's name, wanting to ask him a question. Henry ignored him with his right hand, only slightly raised his hand and made a quiet gesture. As soon as the reporters saw the gestures, they were quiet and exchanged eyes with each other. Get ready, Henry is going to talk again. I don't know what news that will shock the world this time? Exclamation mark. The reporters' ears have been pricked up, their left hand is holding a notepad, and the right hand is holding a pen. They are ready. Henry was on the stage, seeing them like this, really dumbfounded. Ahem. Henry only cleared his throat, but saw a reporter's right hand subconsciously move 2 strokes in the audience. Henry was speechless. You don't need to remember this. After correcting the microphone, Henry said, today's press conference is held, I will only speak a sentence or two. As soon as Henry finished saying these words, the audience was agitated, but immediately everyone looked at Henry attentively, ready to hear what he would say. Henry said loudly, there is a Rockefeller Center in New York, and from now on, there will be a Williams Center in Silicon Valley. I will build a Williams Center in an area of 10,000 square meters west of San Jose and build it into the heart of Silicon Valley! Exclamation mark. That's it. Thank you all for participating in the press conference. I announce that this is the end of the press conference. After speaking, Henry stepped off the stage. The reporters wanted to ask questions, but they were stopped by the bodyguards. Mr. Henry Williams' press conference is the shortest press conference I have ever seen. Ha ha, short and sharp. This time is a big news again, you said. Rockefeller Center is awesome, of course, but with Henry Williams, its Williams Center can be worse than Rockefeller Center? Question mark. Hee. Yes, I am already looking forward to the completion of the Williams Center. How much stronger it will be than the Rockefeller Center. The next day, the front pages of all American newspapers were all news about the Williams Center. Major television stations discussed the matter one after another. Numerous experts and professors showed up to explain. There were already discussions on the internet. Many netizens jokingly called Henry Williams, "It's a local tyrant again." The major real estate companies in the United States have moved forward, paying particular attention to the location of the Williams Center. All of a sudden, land prices near the location of the Williams Center went up wildly. But despite the price increase, it is also extremely limited, only doubled. However, the following series of press conferences stunned the entire United States! Exclamation mark. Cisco held a press conference to announce. Cisco announced that the company will move into the Williams Center. Its subsidiary Cisco will move into the Williams Center, its subsidiary Qualcomm will move into the Williams Center, and Qualcomm's subsidiaries will move into the Williams Center. The Nicholas Group of Companies held a press conference to announce. The Nicholas Group of Companies announced that the company will move to the Williams Center, its Nicholas Shopping Network will move to the Williams Center, and its Nicholas Express Company will move to the Williams Center, and its holdings the group will move into the Williams Center, and the company will move into the Williams Center. Global online company solemnly announces that the company will move into the Williams Center. The company announced that the company will move into the Williams Center. The company announced that the company will move into the Williams Center, and its subsidiary Tantion Music Company will move into the Williams Center. The Williams Laboratory will move into the Williams Center, and its subsidiary Silicon Valley Electronics Group will move into the Williams Center. Holding Group Corporation announced that www.mentalnovel.com the company will move into the Williams Center. Prestige Capital announced that the company will move into the Williams Center. West German Press announced that the company will move into the Williams Center. Noah's Ark announced that the company will move into the Williams Center. Firefly Games announced that the company will move into the Williams Center. Amgen Biopharmaceuticals announced that the company will move into the Williams Center. The company held press conferences one after another, and the entire United States was stunned. "What's wrong with this?" Exclamation mark. "Are you crazy?" Exclamation mark. Ask for support. To be continued. Chapter 159 Williams Center 2-in-1. Chapter 249 The entire United States has been shocked by successive press conferences. These dozens of companies have announced that they will move into the Williams Center one after another, and they are all very famous companies in the United States, especially in the internet industry. Almost half of them have moved into the Williams Center. Exclamation mark. Wall Street analysts counted them and said, the companies that announced their move to the Williams Center have total market value of more than $500 billion. With the rapid development of the internet in the future, the market value of these companies will rise. I personally think that the Williams Center alone may create a miracle of $1 trillion in market value. The remarks of Wall Street analysts instantly detonated the world. Exclamation mark. The United States, the United Kingdom, France and other countries around the world were stunned by this number. The television media kept reporting day by day, and the entire page of the newspaper was news from the Williams Center. At this time, not only the world's top 10 architectural design companies, but all the world's most famous design companies all knelt and licked and flew to San Jose, California, Silicon Valley. Undoubtedly, the Williams Center is an unprecedented large order. Exclamation mark. The collective action of American real estate companies started a land purchase frenzy, and the land around the Williams Center was hyped more than 10 times in a very short period of time. The San Jose city government was stunned and didn't know what to say. Subsequently, the world's major hotels, supermarkets, and hospitals have stated that if Mr. Williams allows them, they will also move into the Williams Center. Mayor Barrett came to Henry's office. His face was full of spring breeze. Land prices skyrocketed, and the government had already made a lot of money. "Mr. Williams, it's really unexpected, your actions are really amazing." Hee. Didn't I say that? It will surprise you. Please sit down, Mayor Barrett, Henry said, with a slight smile on his face. Brant Barrett sat across from Henry and drank a glass of water. Then he said, "I am here this time to honor the content of the gambling agreement and sell you the land in the Williams Center for $300 million US. This is the land ownership transfer contract, and the procedures are completed. You sign on it. Just one word will do. From now on, that piece of land will belong to you." As he said, Brant Barrett took out a pile of materials from his briefcase and handed it to Henry. Henry took it and looked through it carefully. "No problem was found," he said. "Well, then I will sign now, and then write you a check." Henry picked up a pen from the table and wrote the name on the contract, then carefully put the contract in the drawer, and then wrote a check for $300 million US to Mayor Barrett. Brant Barrett smiled and received the check, and he said goodbye to Henry. At this time, the land in the Williams Center has become very lively, and countless people who build and design companies are surveying the terrain there. Gear up, prepare to participate in the bidding, design the Williams Center for Henry. One night a few days ago, 4 extremely injured people were thrown into the garbage on the streets of London. They were not found until the next day and were rushed to the hospital in the end. One of them was Billy Church, whose bones in both hands had been broken, and it would be difficult to draw pictures in the future. The lower body of the other injured person was severely hit, resulting in a lifelong failure. The other 2 were also seriously injured in varying degrees. But these 4 people have one thing in common. That is occupation. They are all architects. The London police sent someone over to investigate the situation. Who on earth hurt them? Billy Church and the others shook their heads and said, "We don't know them. They are wearing black clothes and masks. They are all strong. They are quick to move, and they are powerful. They caught us and questioned things. We don't say anything. They beat us. Interrogating things? Well, what are they interrogating you?" the policeman asked. Billy Church and others suddenly realized that they had leaked their words. The man in black questioned how he could tell the story of stealing the design drawings. If this is said, it is not only a crime, but also ruin. For a moment, the 4 of them looked at each other. None of them said anything. The police asked again, please cooperate with the police and explain the whole story. What are those people asking you about? No, nothing happened. Your name is Billy Church, right? You are a designer from a relatively well-known architectural design company in London, England, and several of them are also architects. A few days ago, you contacted the Dubai royal family and said that there is a world-class design. I wanted to show them the drawings, but they were attacked the night before. According to the information collected by our police, the villas of the four of you have been turned upside down. So, can I guess, those people in black? Do you want to find the design drawing for questioning you? Billy Church and others stared at the police officer in front of them with wide open eyes. Unexpectedly, the truth of the matter had been investigated by them. Seeing the changes in the expressions on your faces, I can be quite sure now, the police officer said. The man in black questioned you just to get the design drawing. The police officer looked at them and asked, "What? You four don't want to be honest now?" Billy Church and the others looked helplessly and could only tell, but they couldn't tell the truth. "Yes, police officer, your analysis is correct. Those in black did interrogate us where the design drawings are. So, the key to the problem is the design blueprint," the police officer muttered to himself, and then stared at the four Billy Church closely, and asked, "What kind of design blueprint is that? Why is it black? People want to find this design drawing. And how did they know that this design drawing is in your hands? Is that the design drawing yours?" Exclamation mark. When asked the last sentence, the police officer's eyes looked like a stern eagle eye. Billy Church and others were guilty of conscience, not feeling cold sweats, and extremely nervous in their hearts. I dare not say anything. The police officer watched the four of them show their ugliness, and knew a little bit in his heart, and said to the police behind him, "I think it's not easy to focus on these four people." "Yes, police officer." After the police left, Billy Church desperately said, "It's over, the police already suspect us." "Billy Church, we are just stealing the design drawings. You know what a shit. If this incident is exposed, we will be ruined. Can we still be in the architectural design world?" "Oh, Billy Church, all our oaths have worked. You see, not only did you break your hand, but you will soon be ruined." "But for me, it was even worse. My lower body was seriously injured. The doctor said, I can't do it in my life." Touched a woman. At night, the police came again. This time, the police had carefully investigated the location of Billy Church and others' recent activities, and later learned that they had an argument with Tom Wright. In the video surveillance of a hotel in London, it was shown that Billy Church and others had entered Tom Wright's room, but it was not known what they did. But when they walked out of the hotel, they had one more thing in their hands. After zooming in on the video, they could clearly see that it was a roll of design drawings. When the police officer finished playing the video, Billy Church and others were extremely pale, without a trace of blood. The police officer fixed the picture at the moment Billy Church had just walked out of the hotel with the design drawings, and then looked at the four of them and coldly said, "Do you four need to explain to me? Why do you have your hand before entering the hotel?" "Nothing. But out of the hotel, there is an extra roll of design drawings." This four people hesitated, unable to speak for a long time. The police officer sneered, "We asked the front desk, and she told us that a guest named Tom Wright once told her that his design drawings were missing, but that person hurriedly left. The hotel doesn't care about it, but now it seems that someone stole the design drawings." The police officer's tone was cold and serious, and his eyes stared at Billy Church for like a criminal. "Police officer, we were wrong. We admit that we stole the design drawings." A gleam of light flashed in the police officer's eyes, and he slowly said, "Obviously, someone knows that you have stolen the drawing, so they want to take it." "Tom Wright? Oh, he's just an ordinary designer, and those in black are as fierce as tigers and wolves." "Tom Wright has gone to America," the police officer said, "because he has a new boss." "Henry Williams," Billy Church yelled silently. "Yes, it's him," the police officer said with a very certain tone. "Those people in black should be Henry Williams people. Novel.com. They not only have to take the design drawings, but also you must be punished. Henry Williams has a huge influence. Even the Queen of England wants to befriend him deliberately. But you guys are really courageous. Not only did you steal the design drawings, you even dared to sell them to Dubai. Henry Williams was on fire. I'm sure that there won't be 4 seriously injured people in the trash dump in London at night, but 4 cold bodies. As soon as the police officer finished speaking, Billy Church and others' faces were pale, and they felt a cold air rushing from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It seemed that every pore on the whole body was trembling in fright. After a while, everyone calmed down, but they still had lingering fears. At this time, the police officer said, "The matter is over, I'm leaving." However, when the police officer walked out the door, he turned around and said, "You have stolen the design drawings. Our police will make it public and notify your design company." Hearing this, Billy Church suddenly sat on the ground with a desperate face. P.S. There are so few subscriptions, everyone is watching piracy. How does the author live? To be continued. Chapter 250. Cisco, Network Equipment Provider. Its funds: Cisco Education Fund, Cisco Charity Fund. Subsidiary company: Cisco MCI Company, mainly operates the Internet Backbone Network, telephone telecommunications. CommScope, Optical Fiber Manufacturing Company. Qualcomm, CDMA Technology for Wireless Communications. ARM Company, Chip Design. Nozark Company, Server. West German Publishing House. Nicholas Group Companies. Nicholas Shopping Network, e-commerce website. Nicholas Express, Courier Company. IMDb Holding Group Company, IMDb website. IMDb Cinema Chain. Global Online Portal. iSearch Company, Search Company. ICQ Company, Instant Chat Software. Subsidiary Company, Everyday Music Company, www. MP3.com website, Everyday Music Player. 360 Holding Group Company. Subsidiary Company, 360 McAfee, Antivirus. 360 Netscape, Browser. Williams Bank. Prestige Capital Investment Company. Subsidiary funds, Juzhong Fund, which absorbs external funds for investment. Currently, the companies that have absolute holdings include Amgen Biopharmaceuticals. Global Land Corporation, main assets are in Japan and Hawaii. Williams Laboratory. Subsidiary company, Silicon Valley Electronics Group Corporation, produces all kinds of electronic products, hard drives, memory, power supplies, LCD screens, cameras, etc., as well as MP3. Java Development Team, Wi-Fi Development Team. Asia Layout, Asia Television, Hong Kong Kowloon Investment Company, Hongnian Technology Company. Blackwater Company. Of course, some may be missed, and will be added in the future if the missing is checked. In addition, every time the protagonist's company will increase, it will naturally also be added. In the future, this chapter will turn to work-related. Readers who can't remember the company, hurry up and look at it. Sorry for the wrong point, it has become charged, and I can't delete it. To be continued.